Hello everyone, I am the storyteller and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The house was 2 years old when I bought it, which the realtor said was perfect. New enough to avoid maintenance issues, old enough to have settled. I didn't ask what she meant by settled. I wish I had. The scratching started 3 weeks after I moved in. At first, I convinced myself it was normal. Houses make sounds. Pipes expand and contract. Wood settles. The scratching came from inside the walls, a methodical scraping that seemed to travel from room to room, following no pattern I could discern. I told myself it was rodents, maybe squirrels in the attic, though the sound felt too deliberate, too rhythmic to be an animal seeking food or nesting material. I set traps. Nothing. I called an exterminator, a weathered man with skeptical eyes who inspected every crawl space and corner. He found no droppings, no gnaw marks, no evidence of intrusion. When I pressed him about the scratching I heard nightly, he shrugged and mentioned that modern houses sometimes amplified sounds from neighboring properties. But there were no neighboring properties within a quarter mile. The house sat at the end of a dead-end road, surrounded by dense woods that seemed to lean inward when darkness fell. The electronics began their performance 2 weeks later. I woke to the television blaring static at 3:17 a.m. The remote sat on the coffee table, untouched. I stumbled downstairs, my eyes adjusting to the flickering gray light that painted the walls in seizure-inducing patterns. I turned it off. The sudden silence felt worse than the noise, thick and expectant, as if the house itself was holding its breath. The next night, the kitchen lights began their dance at 3:23 a.m. On and off, in no discernible pattern. I stood in the hallway, watching the light bleed under the door in stuttering pulses. When I pushed the door open, the lights behaved normally, bright and steady. The switch was in the up position. I had turned them off before bed. I was certain of it. I checked the circuit breaker, the wiring, the switch itself. Everything looked fine. I convinced myself it was an electrical quirk, maybe a loose connection somewhere in the walls. But that explanation felt thin, stretched too far to cover what I was experiencing. Sleep became elusive. I found myself lying rigid in bed, counting the seconds until 3 a.m., wondering what would activate next. The house had developed a schedule, and I was its unwilling audience. Then came the cameras. I installed a security system, 4 cameras covering the perimeter and 2 inside. I told myself it was for peace of mind, to catch whatever animal was causing the disturbances. But peace of mind was not what I found. The footage from the first night made my chest tighten. At 3:34 a.m., and the backyard camera captured them. Dozens of orbs, luminescent spheres drifting through the frame in coordinated movements. They weren't dust particles or insects. I knew the difference. These moved with purpose, swirling around the patio furniture, clustering near the back door like they were waiting for permission to enter. They pulsed with an internal light that seemed almost organic, as if each orb contained something living. I watched the footage 17 times, freezing frames, adjusting the brightness and contrast. Each viewing revealed new details: the way the orbs occasionally merged and separated, the subtle trails they left in the air, the manner in which they seemed to avoid the motion sensor lights as if they possessed awareness. The outdoor lights began their show the following night. I watched through the bedroom window as beams of light appeared between the trees, sharp and defined like searchlights cutting through fog. They swept back and forth across the yard, crossing and recrossing in patterns that felt geometric, mathematical. The motion sensor lights remained dark. These lights came from no source I could identify, appearing and disappearing without origin or end. I grabbed my phone, pulled up the camera app. The live feed showed nothing, just the dark yard and the still trees. But through my window, the lights continued their silent ballet, painting shadows that moved opposite to the direction they should have fallen. I pressed my palm against the cold glass, feeling the tremor in my own hand. The lights vanished the moment I touched the window, as if my contact had broken some invisible barrier between observation and interaction. The next morning I drove to the local hardware store and bought every rat trap, mouse trap, and motion sensor they had. The clerk, a young woman with tired eyes, asked if I had a serious pest problem. I told her I did, though I couldn't specify what kind of pest. She didn't ask for clarification. I set the traps, meticulously, in the attic, the basement, along the walls, in every room. I positioned the additional motion sensors to cover every blind spot the cameras missed. That night, I sat in the living room with every light on, watching the clock on my phone as the numbers climbed toward 3. At 3:41 a.m., every trap in the house sprang simultaneously. The sound was catastrophic, a symphony of snaps echoing through the walls, the floor, the ceiling. I ran from room to room, my heart hammering against my ribs. Every trap had triggered, every single one. But nothing was caught. The bait remained untouched. The triggers were released, the springs spent, but the traps were empty. In the kitchen, I found something else. Scratched into the frost on the inside of the window, letters formed with a fingertip precision. Watching. My breath came in short gasps. The inside of the window. Someone, or something, had been inside the house, close enough to touch the glass while I was here. The ice crystals were already beginning to melt, the letters bleeding into illegibility as I stared. I called the police. The officer who arrived was professional but clearly skeptical. He walked through the house, checked the locks, examined the windows. Everything was secure. No signs of forced entry. When I showed him the camera footage of the orbs, he suggested lens flare or moisture on the lens. When I pointed to the beams of light visible through the window, he saw nothing. The lights had stopped their dance before he arrived. He suggested I might be stressed from the move, perhaps not sleeping well. He recommended I see someone, gave me a card for a local therapist. His tone was kind but dismissive, the way you'd speak to someone you pitied. After he left, I sat in the dark and wondered if he was right. Maybe I was imagining things, my brain misfiring under the strain of isolation. But the traps were real. The triggered springs, the empty jaws, those were physical, tangible evidence that something had happened. I started documenting everything, times, dates, descriptions of each occurrence. I filled a notebook with observations, sketching the patterns of the orbs, timing the intervals between electrical disturbances. The data revealed something disturbing. The events were escalating, not just in frequency, but in intensity. Each night they started earlier and lasted longer. The house was waking up, becoming more active, and I was running out of rational explanations. The scratching in the walls became voices. Not clear words, but approximations. Syllables stretched and compressed, phonemes rearranged into almost language. I'd press my ear against the wall and hear something that sounded like my name, but backward, or underwater, or filtered through layers of static. The sound made my teeth ache. I stopped sleeping. Coffee became my primary food group. I sat at the kitchen table through the night, watching the clock, waiting for 3 a.m. to arrive and announce itself with whatever new horror the house had prepared. At 3:49 a.m., on the 7th night, I saw it. A shadow moved across the living room wall, cast by no visible source. It was human-shaped, but wrong. The proportions distorted, the movement too fluid. It walked along the wall like the wall was the floor, defying physics and reason. I sat frozen, watching as it moved from one end of the room to the other, then simply disappeared, absorbed into the corner where wall met ceiling. My hands shook as I reviewed the camera footage. The indoor cameras had captured nothing. The timestamp matched, but the frame showed only an empty room, undisturbed and normal. The discrepancy between what I'd seen and what the cameras recorded felt like a fracture in reality itself. I began to wonder if I was the problem. Maybe the house was fine. Maybe I was broken. My perception warped by lack of sleep and isolation. The thought terrified me more than any supernatural explanation, because it meant I couldn't trust my own mind. But then I found the journal. It was tucked behind the water heater in the basement, a composition notebook with water-stained pages. The handwriting was hurried, desperate. The entries belonged to the previous owner, the one who'd lived here during the house's first 2 years, the one the realtor never mentioned. The entries described everything I was experiencing, the scratching, the lights, the orbs, the shadows. But they went further, documenting phenomena I hadn't encountered yet. The writer described objects moving on their own, doors opening and closing, cold spots that move through rooms like invisible presences. The final entry, dated 3 months ago, was barely legible. They're not leaving. They've always been here. The house was built on their space and they want it back. I can't stay. I can't. The sentence ended mid-word, the pen dragging across the page in a long, jagged line. I sat on the basement floor, clutching the journal, feeling my reality reconstruct itself around this new information. I wasn't crazy. Someone else had experienced this, but that revelation brought no comfort, only a deeper dread. If the previous owner couldn't make it stop, what chance did I have? That night I packed a bag. I'd leave in the morning, find somewhere else to stay while I figured out what to do. Maybe sell the house, take the financial loss, walk away from this mistake. But at 3:52 a.m., something changed. The scratching in the walls became a symphony. Dozens of sources, hundreds maybe, all around me, above me, below me. The house vibrated with the sound. Every light in the house began to strobe, faster and faster until the flickering became continuous, a painful brightness that made my eyes water. The television turned on, every channel at once, creating a cacophony of voices and static. And through the windows, the beams of light appeared, not just between the trees but everywhere, converging on the house like spotlights, like the house was a stage and something was about to perform. I stood in the center of the living room, surrounded by chaos, and felt a presence. Not a ghost, not an animal, but something else. Something that had been here before the house, before the foundation was poured, before the earth was cleared. Something that had been patient, observing, waiting for the right moment to announce itself. The orbs appeared inside the house. They materialized through the walls, dozens of them, filling the room with their cold, pulsing light. They circled me, maintaining a perfect distance, neither approaching nor retreating. I could feel their attention, heavy and absolute. They were studying me the way I'd studied them, but with a comprehension I couldn't match. Then, as suddenly as it began, everything stopped. The lights went out. The noise ceased. The orbs vanished. The house fell into a silence so complete it seemed to have weight, pressing against my eardrums. I stood in the darkness, my heart hammering, my breath coming in ragged gasps, and I understood something fundamental. The house wasn't haunted. The land beneath it was occupied, and I was the intruder. Every disturbance, every manifestation, every inexplicable event, they were attempts at communication, at making me understand that I didn't belong here. But here's what keeps me awake now, even in the daylight. I never left. Despite the journal, despite the events, despite every rational impulse screaming at me to run, I'm still here. I tell myself it's about the mortgage, the investment, the difficulty of selling a house with this history. But that's a lie. The truth is simpler and more terrifying. I'm not sure I can leave. Every time I pack my car, my hands shake so badly I drop my keys. Every time I reach for the front door, I feel a weight in my chest, a pressure that makes breathing difficult. The house has become part of me, or I've become part of it. The boundary between us has blurred until I can't tell where one ends and the other begins. And now, as I sit here writing this in the pre-dawn darkness, waiting for 3 a.m. to arrive and announce itself with whatever new revelation the house has prepared, I find myself wondering, am I documenting a haunting, or have I become the ghost? The scratching has started again, but now it sounds almost like welcome. And I'm not sure anymore if that terrifies me or comforts me. The clock on my phone reads 2:58 a.m. 2 minutes until I find out. Story 2. The first time I understood that something watched my mother, I was 12 years old. standing in the hallway of our old colonial house while she screamed in her bedroom at 3 in the morning. Not the kind of scream you hear in movies. This was primal, torn from somewhere deep in her chest, the sound of someone whose mind had momentarily shattered. My father was already in there when I arrived, and through the partially open door, I could see her pressed against the headboard, eyes fixed on the corner where the ceiling met the wall, her hands clawing at her own throat as if trying to remove invisible fingers. The air in that hallway felt wrong, too thick, too cold, like standing in a meat locker where something had been left to rot. My father kept asking what was wrong, what she saw, but she couldn't speak. Just pointed with a trembling hand at that empty corner and made small, broken sounds that barely qualified as words. When he finally managed to calm her down enough to form sentences, all she would say was that something was standing there. Something tall and draped in black fabric that hung like funeral shrouds, watching her with an attention that felt physical, oppressive, like a weight settling onto her chest. Over the following months, the attacks became routine. Not every night, but often enough that we all learned to sleep lighter, waiting for that inevitable scream. Sometimes she would wake up with bruises on her arms in the shape of handprints. Other times, she'd find herself in rooms she didn't remember entering, standing in front of mirrors with no recollection of how she got there. My father tried everything rational first. Doctors, psychiatrists, sleep specialists. They prescribed medications that turned her into a ghost of herself, but did nothing to stop the episodes. If anything, they grew worse. The things she saw started appearing even when she was awake, standing at the periphery of her vision, always just out of direct sight. A dark shape that moved when she wasn't looking, that seemed to grow closer with each passing week. That's when my father's sister, Aunt Delphine, suggested the medium. I remember the woman's name was Evangeline, though whether that was real or adopted for her profession, I never knew. She arrived on a Tuesday evening in October, when the light dies early and the shadows seem hungry for what little remains. She was younger than I expected, maybe 40, with silver streaks in her dark hair and eyes that seemed to focus on things slightly to the left of where they should be looking. She walked through our house slowly, pausing in doorways, running her fingers along walls. In my parents' bedroom, she stood for nearly 10 minutes without speaking, her head tilted as if listening to a conversation only she could hear. The temperature in the room dropped so dramatically that I could see my breath. And when Evangeline finally turned to face us, her expression carried a weight of genuine concern that frightened me more than anything else had. What she told us that night has echoed in my mind for the past 15 years. There was something attached to my mother. Not a ghost, not exactly. Something older. Something that existed in the spaces between waking and sleeping, between living and not. Evangeline described it as veiled, shrouded in layers of darkness that hung like rotting cloth, and said it had chosen my mother for reasons she couldn't fully understand. Perhaps my mother had brushed against it in a dream, or maybe it had been following her for much longer, waiting for the right moment to make its presence known. The entity fed on attention, on fear, on the act of being perceived. Every time my mother saw it, every time she acknowledged its presence, she strengthened the bond between them. Evangeline performed what she called a severance ritual, burning sage and speaking in a language that sounded like stones scraping against each other. But she warned us that such connections were never fully broken. They could only be weakened, made dormant. The thing would still exist on the edges of my mother's awareness, waiting. And it did. The attacks stopped mostly. My mother would still occasionally wake in the night with the sensation of being watched, would sometimes glimpse a dark shape moving just beyond her bedroom door, but the violence, the overwhelming terror, faded into something she learned to live with. She took to sleeping with lights on, avoided mirrors after dark, developed small rituals and routines that seemed to keep the presence at bay. I left for college, built a life, tried to forget about the thing that had haunted my childhood home. But heredity runs deeper than blood. I was 27 when I first sensed it watching me. Not my mother's entity exactly, but something similar. A presence that made the air feel congested, that turned rooms cold for no reason, that cast shadows where no light source could explain them. I'd moved into a second-floor apartment in a converted Victorian house, the kind of place with high ceilings and crown molding, and windows that rattled when the wind blew. At first, I dismissed the feeling. Stress from my new job, too much coffee, too little sleep. But the sensation grew stronger, more insistent. I'd be reading on my couch and suddenly feel certain that if I turned my head quickly enough, I'd catch sight of something standing in my peripheral vision. I'd wake in the night to find myself inexplicably in the hallway, my hand on the bathroom doorknob, with no memory of getting out of bed. The mirrors bothered me most. I started avoiding them, keeping my eyes down when I brushed my teeth, covering the full-length mirror in my bedroom with a sheet. Because sometimes, just for a fraction of a second, I thought I could see a dark shape reflected behind me, tall and draped in something that moved wrong, that hung too heavily. I didn't tell anyone. What would I say? That I thought my mother's nightmare had found me? That I was being haunted by something I didn't believe in during daylight hours but became absolutely certain of after dark? The scream came on a Thursday night in late November. I was walking home from the corner store, my breath fogging in the cold air, thinking about nothing in particular. The street was empty, illuminated by orange sodium lights that turned everything the color of old photographs. I was half a block from my apartment when I heard it. A woman's scream. Not distant, not muffled. It was as if someone was screaming directly into my ear. A sound so loud and so anguished that I felt it vibrate in my chest cavity, felt it rattle my teeth and blur my vision. I dropped my grocery bag and spun around, hands going to my ears, expecting to see someone in distress, someone being attacked. The street was empty. Completely, impossibly empty. The scream continued for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. A sustained note of pure terror and grief that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. And then, as abruptly as it started, it stopped. The silence that followed felt wrong, too complete, like all the ambient sounds of the city had been swallowed. My ears rang. My heart hammered so hard I thought it might crack a rib. I looked around frantically, trying to find the source, trying to understand what I'd just heard. An elderly man was walking his dog on the opposite sidewalk, completely unconcerned. A car passed without slowing. No one else had reacted. No one else had heard it. Just like my mother and her entity. Something only she could perceive. Something that existed in a space only visible to her. I picked up my scattered groceries with shaking hands and went home. But I didn't sleep that night. I sat on my couch with all the lights on, watching the covered mirror, feeling absolutely certain that something stood just beyond the sheet, waiting. The next 2 weeks were a slow descent into paranoia. I started seeing the shape more frequently, never directly, always at the edge of my vision, a tall darkness that seemed to wear layers of fabric that moved independently of any air current. It appeared in reflections, in shadows cast by streetlights, in the dark corners of rooms I'd thought were fully illuminated. I'd turn my head, and it would be gone, leaving only the fading impression of something watching with an intensity that felt almost hungry. The temperature drops became routine. I'd be sitting at my desk and suddenly the air would turn frigid, my breath fogging, frost forming on the inside of my windows despite the heating system running full blast. These cold spots would last for minutes or hours, moving through my apartment like slow-moving storms, and always, I felt watched during them. Sleep became impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd feel a presence in the room, would sense something moving closer to the bed. I'd snap awake to find myself standing in strange places, in front of the bathroom mirror, in the kitchen, once with my hand on the front door handle, as if I'd been about to walk out into the hallway in my sleep. I tried to call my mother, to ask if this was what she'd experienced, but I couldn't make myself dial the number. Some part of me was terrified that voicing it would make it more real, would strengthen the connection the way Evangeline had warned about. Acknowledging the presence, giving it attention, feeding it perception. But it was already too late for that. On the 13th day after the scream, I woke to find dark bruises on my arms, handprints like the ones my mother used to get. They were too large to be my own, the fingers too long. and they ached with a cold that seemed to go deeper than skin, deeper than bone, as if something had reached through the surface of me and touched parts that weren't meant to be touched. I started researching Evangeline, trying to find her, thinking maybe she could perform the same ritual she'd done for my mother. But the internet had nothing, and when I called my Aunt Delphine, she told me the medium had disappeared years ago, simply stopped returning calls and closed down her practice. Some people said she'd been driven mad by the things she saw, by spending too much time looking into spaces normal people couldn't perceive. By the 14th day, I was barely functional. I called in sick to work, stopped answering my phone, kept all the lights on at all hours. The thing was there constantly now, a presence so thick I could feel it pressing against me, making it hard to breathe. The shadows in my apartment seemed deeper, more substantial, and the covered mirror had started to ripple occasionally, as if something behind the sheet was moving. On the evening of the 14th day, my phone rang. My father's number. I almost didn't answer, my hand hovering over the screen, some part of me knowing that once I picked up, once I heard what he had to say, something would fundamentally change. His voice was hollow when I answered. He told me that Aunt Delphine was gone, found that morning, unresponsive. The doctor said it was natural causes, a brain aneurysm, but my father's voice carried a weight of unspoken knowledge. He asked if I'd been sleeping well, if I'd noticed anything strange recently, and the way he asked made me understand that he knew. He'd always known. After I hung up, I sat in the growing darkness of my apartment, and for the first time I let myself truly look at the covered mirror. The sheet was moving, swaying gently despite the still air, and beneath it, I could see the outline of something tall and draped, something that stood with an impossible stillness that made my eyes hurt to look at. I understood then what the scream had meant, what it always meant. A warning, a herald, the thing that watched my mother, the thing that had found me. It didn't just observe, it marked, it chose, and when it was done with one person, it moved to the next, leaving bodies in its wake that looked natural enough for death certificates, but carried the same cold in them, the same sense of something vital having been drained away. My mother had lived with it for 15 years, but she'd also passed something to me, some susceptibility, some weakness in the veil between worlds that made us visible to things that shouldn't be seen. I stood up slowly, my legs unsteady, and walked toward the mirror. My hand reached for the sheet, fingers trembling, knowing that pulling it away would reveal something I wasn't meant to see, would strengthen a connection that was already too strong. But I had to know, had to confirm, had to see if the thing standing behind me was real, or if I'd finally, completely lost my grip on sanity. The sheet felt like ice under my palm, like frozen burial shrouds pulled from winter ground. I still haven't pulled it away. I'm writing this as I sit here hours later, my hand still gripping the fabric, feeling movement beneath it, feeling something that waits with infinite patience for me to look. My apartment is so cold now that frost has formed fractals across every window, and my breath hangs in the air like evidence of life in a place where life feels increasingly theoretical. In exactly 2 weeks, will someone else hear a scream that no one else can hear? Will they feel watched in the weeks that follow, find bruises on their arms, wake in strange places with no memory of moving? The mirror ripples beneath my hand, and I can feel something pressing against the other side of the sheet, something with fingers too long and a presence too heavy, something that has been waiting for me to acknowledge it fully, to feed it the attention it needs. My mother learned to live with it. Maybe I will too. Or maybe the scream I heard wasn't a warning at all. Maybe it was a preview. The sheet moves under my palm, and in the window behind me, illuminated by streetlight, I see a reflection I don't want to see. A shadow that's too dark, too tall, draped in layers that hang wrong. I tell myself I'm not going to turn around. I tell myself I'm not going to look. But my hand is already starting to pull the sheet away, and some part of me knows that once I see it directly, once I give it that final acknowledgement, the 2-week countdown begins for someone else. The fabric slides through my fingers, and the temperature drops so low that ice crystals form in my eyelashes. I'm still not sure if I'm pulling the sheet, or if something on the other side is pulling it from me. The difference might not matter anymore. Story 3. The rabbit appeared 3 days after the funeral. I noticed it first from the kitchen window, a cold dark shape pressed against the front tire of her truck. The vehicle hadn't moved since that Tuesday morning when the ambulance took her away, and I hadn't found the strength to so much as open its door. Now this creature sat there in the November drizzle, motionless except for the subtle rise and fall of its breathing. Black rabbits aren't common in our neighborhood. Hell, rabbits in general are rare here, tucked as we are between strip malls and apartment complexes. But there it was, and something about its stillness made my coffee turn sour in my mouth. I watched it for 20 minutes. It didn't move. The thing is, she'd always had this fascination with signs and symbols. 6 months before everything happened, she'd gone to one of those psychic readers at the farmer's market. Half joking, half serious, the way she approached most spiritual things. I'd waited outside, nursing an overpriced lemonade, while she sat across from a woman with too many scarves and not enough answers. When she emerged, she was quieter than usual. On the drive home, she finally told me what the reader had said. Something about spirit animals and connections that transcend the physical. The woman had been very specific. Her spirit animal was a black rabbit, a creature of threshold and transformation, of sitting between worlds. She'd laughed about it later, made jokes about hopping through life, but I'd seen her Googling black rabbit symbolism when she thought I wasn't looking. Now one sat vigil by her truck. I told myself it was coincidence, urban wildlife adapting to human spaces. Maybe it had found shelter under the vehicle, some warm spot near the engine block. Except the engine hadn't been warm in days. Except it never moved. By the second week, I'd started leaving food out. Just small things. Lettuce, carrots, the vegetables she used to buy, and I'd never learned to cook properly. The rabbit would eat after I went inside, but never while I watched. I began to structure my days around checking on it. Morning coffee meant looking out the window. Afternoon meant cracking the front door to leave fresh water. Evening meant watching from the porch as dusk turned the rabbit into a shadow that might not have been there at all. The bedroom window faced the driveway. I'd taken to sleeping on her side of the bed, or trying to sleep at least. Most nights dissolved into that gray space between waking and dreaming, where the ceiling fan's rotation seemed to slow and speed up in rhythm with my breathing, where every creak of the house sounded like footsteps I knew couldn't be there. From that window, I could see the rabbit. It had moved closer. No longer just by the truck's tire, it now sat directly beside the driver's door, positioned as if waiting for someone to emerge. Sometimes in the depth of night when insomnia had me by the throat, I'd look down and see it staring up at the window. At me. Its eyes caught the streetlight in a way that made them seem almost luminous, like tiny moons reflecting something I couldn't see. I started talking to it in the third week. Nothing profound, just observations about the weather, complaints about the casseroles neighbors kept bringing, the kind of mindless chatter that fills the void when you're alone. The rabbit never reacted, never twitched an ear or shifted its weight, but I swear it listened. Her sister called frequently during those weeks, checking in with the kind of careful concern that made me feel like a patient being monitored for decline. She asked if I was eating, sleeping, seeing the grief counselor the hospital had recommended. I lied about all three. What I didn't mention was the rabbit, or how I'd started leaving the bedroom window open at night despite the November cold, or how sometimes I'd wake to find small tufts of black fur on the windowsill. The counselor I wasn't seeing would probably have had theories. Projection, magical thinking, the brain's desperate attempt to maintain connection with the lost. I understood the psychology. I'd taken enough courses in college to recognize my own symptoms. But knowing the clinical terms for what you're experiencing doesn't make it stop. It doesn't explain why the rabbit appeared exactly 3 days after, or why it positioned itself so deliberately between her bedroom and her truck, or why it never, ever left. December brought early darkness and a cold that settled into my bones. I stopped going to work, stopped answering most calls. The world contracted to the house, the driveway, the rabbit. I'd stand at the window for hours, watching it sit in the freezing rain, in the occasional snow flurry, through nights so cold I could see my breath inside the house. It never sought shelter, never burrowed or hid. It simply existed in that liminal space, a dark punctuation mark in the gray winter landscape. I began to notice other things. The truck's battery should have died by then, but when I finally worked up the nerve to check it in early January, the interior light still worked. Her phone charger still glowed its small blue LED in the darkness, and on the driver's seat, I know I hadn't left anything there, sat her sunglasses, the ones she'd kept in the center console, folded as neatly as if she'd just set them down. The rabbit watched me discover this. I felt its eyes through the windshield, and when I looked up, it was there on the hood. I don't know how it got up there so quickly, so silently. The metal should have been cold enough to burn its feet, but it sat there like a hood ornament, like something carved from obsidian, and I understood with perfect clarity that it was guarding something, or waiting. I started having the dreams around then. Not nightmares exactly. She was never threatening in them, never grotesque or wrong. She'd simply be there, sitting in the truck's driver's seat with the engine running, going nowhere. Sometimes she'd gesture for me to join her. Sometimes she'd just watch me through the windshield with an expression I couldn't read. And always, always the rabbit sat between us, a dark messenger I couldn't interpret. I'd wake gasping, stumble to the window, and there it would be in the pre-dawn darkness, real and solid and impossibly still. By February, I'd stopped questioning it. The rabbit was simply a fact of my existence, like the empty side of the bed, or the voicemails I couldn't bring myself to delete. I'd integrated it into my rituals of grief. Feed the rabbit, check the truck, avoid the bedroom until exhaustion dragged me there. Repeat. But something was changing. I could feel it in the way the rabbit had started to move. Small shifts in position, a gradual migration from the driver's side toward the back of the vehicle, as if something was pushing it away, as if the space it had been guarding was needed for something else. I started going through her things, not to pack them away, I wasn't ready for that, but to touch them, to remember. Her jacket still held the ghost of her perfume. Her books had margins filled with her handwriting, questions and observations in blue ink. In the back of her nightstand drawer, I found the card from the psychic reader, folded small and tucked behind old receipts. On the back, in the reader's handwriting, was a note I'd never seen. The rabbit sits at thresholds. It will stay as long as you need it. When you're ready to cross, it will know. The words hit me like cold water. I read them again, and again. The card trembled in my hands. That night, I did something I hadn't done in months. I opened the photo albums. I let myself remember not just the end, but the middle, the beginning, all the ordinary moments that had seemed so unremarkable when we were living them. I cried until my throat was raw, until the grief wasn't a distant thing I was observing, but something present and real and mine to feel. When I finally looked out the window, the rabbit was walking away. Not running, not hopping with any urgency. It simply moved with purpose across the driveway, through the gap in the hedge, into the darkness beyond the streetlight's reach. I watched until I couldn't see it anymore, until even the small sound of its movement through the winter-dead grass had faded. The truck sat empty in the driveway. The bedroom window was just a window. The night was just a night. I should have felt relieved. The rational part of my brain whispered that it had been a coincidence all along, just an animal that had found shelter and eventually moved on. But I knew better. Whatever it had been, grief made manifest, a message I'd needed to receive, or something stranger and more inexplicable. It had stayed exactly as long as I'd needed it to. The next morning, I found the strength to start her truck. The engine turned over smoothly, despite months of sitting idle, and I let it run until it was warm. I didn't drive it anywhere, not yet, but I could turn the key now without feeling like I was erasing her. 3 days later, I made my first appointment with the grief counselor. I never mentioned the rabbit. What would I say? That I'd been visited by her spirit animal? That I'd been given a sign? That something impossible had kept watch over her truck and her bedroom window until I was ready to let go? Sometimes, late at night, I still look out the window. The driveway is empty. The truck sits quiet. The bedroom feels like just a bedroom again. But on certain mornings, when the light is right and the world is still caught between night and day, I find small tufts of black fur on the windowsill. Not every day. Not even most days. Just occasionally. Just enough. I don't clean them away immediately anymore. I let them sit there for a while, these tiny evidences of something I'll never fully understand. Then, when I'm ready, I brush them into my palm and watch them scatter in the wind like ashes, like promises, like the spaces between goodbye and whatever comes after. The psychic's card is still in the nightstand drawer. I take it out sometimes and read that final line. When you're ready to cross, it will know. I used to think she meant when I was ready to cross the threshold of grief. But lately, I've wondered if she meant something else entirely. If the rabbit wasn't waiting for me at all. If it was waiting with her, keeping vigil at the boundary between here and wherever she'd gone, until she was ready to stop looking back. Or maybe it was both. Maybe thresholds work in two directions. I'll never know for certain. But on nights when the house feels too quiet and the space beside me too empty, I imagine her there in whatever comes after, finally at peace, finally free. And I imagine a black rabbit sitting at her feet, no longer needed, no longer waiting, just resting, just home. Story 4. The house breathed differently at night. I noticed it the first evening after the closing, standing in the empty living room with boxes stacked against walls that still held the ghost weight of someone else's furniture. The air moved in a way that had nothing to do with the October wind outside. A circulation pattern that suggested lungs, expansion and contraction, as if the structure itself had developed respiratory function during its 70 years of existence. The real estate attorney had been uncomfortable during the paperwork signing. He'd shuffled documents with hands that trembled just enough to be noticeable, and when I'd asked why the previous owner wasn't present, he'd straightened his tie and explained that she'd passed away the very day she signed the deed over to me. A heart attack, sudden and absolute. The house had technically been mine for 6 hours before she'd collapsed in her attorney's office, pen still in hand. He hadn't met my eyes when he said it. I'd bought the place for a price that made my accountant suspicious, and my brother openly concerned. The Victorian stood on 2 acres of overgrown property at the edge of town, where the streetlights ended and the woods began their patient encroachment. The bones were good, the inspector had said, though he'd completed his assessment with unusual speed and had declined my offer of coffee afterward. Just the bones, he'd repeated, and I'd attributed his haste to the November chill that was already settling into the floorboards. The first night I slept in the master bedroom with my sleeping bag on bare floors, too tired from moving to care about comfort. The radiators clanked and hissed, learning their job again after sitting dormant through the estate settlement. I lay in the darkness and listened to the house orient itself to new occupancy, its joints creaking, its pipes murmuring, its many surfaces expanding and contracting with temperature shifts. Somewhere around 3 a.m, I woke to absolute silence. Not the natural silence of a sleeping house, but the manufactured quiet of held breath, of intentional stillness. Every ambient sound had ceased. No radiator noise, no wind against windows, no settling beams. Even my own breathing seemed muffled, as though the air itself had thickened into something that absorbed rather than transmitted sound. The darkness in the room had texture. It pressed against my eyes with physical weight, and I found myself reluctant to move, gripped by the childish certainty that motion would draw attention to my presence. From something. From someone. Then I saw her. She stood at the foot of my sleeping bag, a figure rendered in gradations of white. Not glowing, but somehow more visible than the darkness around her, as if she existed in a different spectrum than the rest of the room. The details resolved slowly. A long dress that might have been a nightgown, hair that hung past her shoulders, features that remained stubbornly indistinct no matter how hard I focused. She wasn't translucent in the way ghosts are depicted in movies, but rather incomplete, as if someone had started to draw her and had abandoned the effort halfway through. I didn't move. Couldn't move. My muscles had locked into paralysis that felt less like fear and more like recognition, as though my body understood something my mind was still processing. She stood motionless for what might have been seconds or minutes. Time had developed an elastic quality, and then she turned and walked through the wall. Not toward the door. Through the wall. The sounds returned all at once. Radiators resuming their percussion. Wind finding the loose shingle on the north side. The ordinary acoustic landscape of an old house at night. I sat up, fumbled for my phone, and swept its flashlight beam across the empty room. The wall where she'd disappeared showed no seams, no doorways, nothing but faded wallpaper depicting roses that had oxidized to the color of dried blood. I didn't sleep again that night. Morning brought rational explanations. Sleep paralysis, I told myself while making coffee in the kitchen that still smelled of the previous owner's vanilla air freshener. A hypnagogic hallucination, common in new environments, stress-induced and meaningless. The house was unfamiliar. My subconscious was processing the move. My brain had conjured imagery from anxiety and exhaustion. The explanations lasted until I found the dogs. They were in the backyard, 2 ancient golden retrievers that I'd been told would be picked up by the previous owner's niece within the week. The attorney had asked if I minded caring for them temporarily, assured me they were docile and house-trained, promised the niece would collect them by Friday at the latest. I'd agreed, though I wasn't particularly fond of dogs, and had set up food and water bowls on the back porch. One of them was lying in a patch of morning sunlight near the overgrown rose garden, positioned with the kind of careful arrangement that suggested intention rather than collapse. Its gray muzzle rested on its paws, eyes closed, the picture of peaceful rest except for the absolute stillness of its chest. The other dog sat beside it, silent and watchful, exhibiting none of the distress I'd expect from a companion animal. The second dog looked at me as I approached, and something in its expression stopped me mid-step. Its eyes held a quality I can only describe as knowing, as if it had witnessed something I hadn't and was waiting to see if I'd understand. I called the niece. Her number had been left with the closing documents. She arrived within an hour, a woman in her 50s who moved through the house with the familiarity of frequent visits. She didn't cry when she saw the dog in the garden, just nodded slowly and said her aunt would have appreciated this, that she'd been worried about them, that she'd made arrangements but hadn't been fast enough. The niece gathered both dogs, the living and the dead, with gentle efficiency, and before she left, she stood in the doorway and asked if I'd experienced anything unusual. The question hung in the autumn air between us, weighted with significance I couldn't quite parse. I told her no. Told her the house was perfect, exactly what I'd wanted. She'd studied my face for a long moment, then nodded again and said to call if I needed anything, though her tone suggested she didn't expect me to need anything she could provide. The second night, I set up my bed frame and mattress, unpacked my clothes, established the routines of occupation. I cooked dinner in the kitchen while the sun set behind the trees, watched the shadows lengthen and multiply, told myself that I was settling in, that the unease was normal, that every old house carried the weight of previous lives. The radiators started their evening song around 8. By 9, I'd showered and was reading in bed, determined to establish normalcy through mundane ritual. By 10, I'd turned off the light and lay staring at the ceiling, listening to the house breathe around me. At 3 in the morning, I woke again. She was closer this time. The woman in white stood beside my bed, near enough that I should have been able to feel her breath, should have detected body heat, should have sensed presence through all the unconscious channels that alert us to proximity. But there was nothing. No temperature change, no movement of air, no displacement of space. Just her figure, incomplete and terrible in its patient stillness, watching me with features I still couldn't focus on. My heart hammered against my ribs, a rhythm so violent I was certain she could hear it. But she just stood there, existing in her half-sketched way, and I realized with creeping horror that she was closer to complete than she'd been the previous night. More details had filled in. The pattern of lace on her collar, the way her hair fell across her shoulders, the shape of her hands where they hung at her sides. She was becoming more real, or I was becoming more able to see her. The distinction seemed important, though I couldn't articulate why. This time when she moved, she didn't walk through the wall. She turned and drifted toward the bedroom door, her movement suggesting footsteps without actually displaying them, and paused at the threshold. She looked back at me. I felt rather than saw her gaze, and then continued into the hallway. I should have stayed in bed. Every survival instinct, every horror movie I'd ever mocked, every rational voice in my head screamed at me to pull the covers over my head and wait for dawn. But something else moved me. Something that felt less like curiosity and more like obligation, as if I'd already agreed to follow and was simply honoring a contract I didn't remember signing. The hallway was cold enough to make my breath visible. I could see her ahead, that incomplete figure in white, drifting toward the stairs with the purposeful movement of someone on a familiar route. She descended and I followed, my bare feet silent on the hardwood, my body moving with dream logic compliance. She led me through the house. We passed through rooms I hadn't yet explored, spaces still filled with shadows and the accumulated dust of the estate settlement period. She moved through the formal dining room, where a chandelier hung dark and heavy, through the parlor, where built-in bookshelves gaped empty, through the kitchen, where my coffee mug from the morning sat unwashed in the sink. Each room felt colder than the last, as if we were descending through temperature zones, moving deeper into some frozen geography that occupied the same physical space as my house, but existed in a different atmospheric condition. She stopped at the basement door. I hadn't opened this door yet, hadn't even tried the handle. The basement had been mentioned in the inspection report, dry structural support sound, electrical panel accessible, but I'd put off exploring it, telling myself I'd deal with it later, after I'd settled the main floors. Now the door stood before me, and the woman in white had turned to face me fully for the first time. I could almost see her features. Almost. They swam just out of focus, like an image viewed through water, constantly on the verge of resolving into clarity, but never quite making it. She raised one hand. I could see the individual fingers now, see what might have been age spots or just shadows, and pointed at the door. The message was clear. I should have refused, should have turned and run back upstairs, packed my things, abandoned the house to whatever presence had decided to share it with me. But that strange compulsion held me in place, that sense of obligation, of inevitability. My hand reached for the doorknob. It was ice cold. The door opened on darkness so complete it seemed to have substance. My fingers found a light switch, flipped it, and a single bulb illuminated a stairway descending into shadows. The woman in white had already started down. The basement was exactly as the inspection report had described. Concrete floor, stone foundation walls, the modern intrusion of metal ductwork and electrical conduits. Nothing unusual, nothing frightening, just the ordinary underbelly of an old house, the foundation upon which everything else rested. But the woman stood in the center of the space, and she was looking at the floor. I followed her gaze. The concrete there was newer than the surrounding foundation. A patch perhaps 6 feet long and 3 feet wide, the color slightly different, the texture smoother. The kind of repair you'd expect in any old basement, where settling or water damage had required fresh work. Completely ordinary, except the woman in white was crying. I couldn't hear the sound, but I could see her shoulders shaking, see the way her hands had come up to cover her face, see the grief in every line of her increasingly visible form. And I understood, with the kind of certainty that bypasses logic and roots itself directly in the nervous system, that she was showing me something, warning me, asking me. The concrete was dated in one corner, faint scratches I had to crouch to read. 8 months before I'd bought the house. Recent work. Very recent. I stood there for a long time, staring at that patch of concrete while the woman wept silently beside me. The cold was absolute now, invading my lungs, making my joints ache, turning my skin to gooseflesh. Questions spiraled through my mind. What was buried here? Why was she showing me? What was I supposed to do? The woman began to fade. Not to leave, but to diminish, growing less substantial, her details blurring back into suggestion. She looked at me one last time, and I finally saw her face. Really saw it. Just for a moment, before it dissolved back into that maddening incompleteness. It was the face from the photograph that had been in the realtor's listing, the face of the previous owner, the woman who'd signed away her house and then died the same day. Then she was gone, and I was alone in the basement with that patch of fresh concrete and my hammering heart, and the terrible knowledge that I would have to decide what to believe. I've been in the house for a week now. I haven't called anyone about the basement, haven't contacted the police, haven't hired anyone to break through the concrete, haven't spoken to the attorney or the niece or anyone else who might have answers. During the day, I can convince myself it was all hallucination, all stress and suggestion, and an overactive imagination fed by the circumstances of the purchase. But at night, she comes. Every night at 3 a.m, I wake to find her standing in my room, and each night she's more complete, more real, more desperate in her silent vigil. Last night I could see the color of her eyes. Tonight, I think I might hear her voice. The house breathes around me now in a different way than it did that first night. No longer unfamiliar respiration, but the labored breathing of something burdened, something that needs to speak but can't, something that's been carrying a weight too heavy for structural timbers alone. I've started keeping a pry bar next to my bed, not to defend myself. You can't fight something that isn't quite there, but because I know eventually I'll have to go back down to the basement. I'll have to break through that concrete. I'll have to see what she's trying to show me, what she died trying to prevent or protect or reveal. The rational part of my mind insists there's nothing there, that I'm experiencing some kind of breakdown, that I should leave this house and seek help. But the deeper part, the part that woke me at 3 a.m. that first night, the part that made me follow her down the stairs, the part that saw her face before she faded, knows better. She's waiting for me to understand, waiting for me to choose what to believe, waiting to see if I'm brave enough or foolish enough or simply compelled enough to acknowledge what the house has been trying to tell me since I signed those papers. I've started sleeping less, eating less. The house is getting colder, even though the radiators run constantly. My breath is visible in every room now, even in the afternoon sun. The walls hold their secrets close, and at night, I can feel them watching, waiting, wondering what I'll decide. Tomorrow, I think. Tomorrow I'll go down to the basement with the pry bar and a flashlight and break through that concrete. Tomorrow I'll find whatever is there, or confirm that nothing is. And then I'll know if I'm being haunted by truth or by my own unraveling mind. But tonight, it's almost 3 a.m, and the house has stopped breathing, and the silence is so complete that I can hear my own heartbeat in my ears like a countdown. And I know she'll be here soon, standing beside my bed with her incomplete face and her desperate silence. And I'll have to decide if the terror comes from believing she's real, or from believing she's not. The threshold between those two possibilities is narrower than I thought, and I think I'm about to cross it. Story 5. The voices started 3 nights before Trevor stopped answering his phone. I'd learned not to mention them anymore, not to therapists, not to the few people who still returned my calls, not even to myself in the mirror at 3 a.m. when sleep felt like a foreign country I'd been exiled from. But they were there, threading through my thoughts like smoke under a door, whispering names and dates that meant nothing until they meant everything. The apartment felt different that October. Smaller. The walls seemed to lean inward when I wasn't looking directly at them, and the shadows in the corners had developed weight, substance, a presence that made my skin crawl even in broad daylight. I'd lived there for 2 years, but lately it felt like the space was digesting me slowly, the way certain plants consume insects, patient, methodical, inevitable. I'd seen things since I was 7, not imaginary friends or childhood fantasies, but actual things that left impressions on the air, distortions in reality that nobody else seemed to notice. My parents called it an overactive imagination. The school counselor suggested I was seeking attention. By the time I was 13, I'd learned to keep my mouth shut and my eyes down, pretending the world was exactly what everyone else insisted it was. But the dreams never stopped. They came in fragments, disjointed scenes that felt more like memories than fantasies. I'd see faces I didn't recognize, hear conversations in rooms I'd never entered, smell cigarette smoke and old carpet and something else underneath it all, something organic and wrong. The dreams would linger for days, coating my waking hours with an oily residue of unease that I couldn't wash off. 3 years ago, I dreamed about water. Cold water rising in a car, the pressure building against the windows, hands slapping uselessly against glass that wouldn't break. I woke up gasping, my lungs burning as if I'd actually been drowning. 2 days later, they found Jeremy's car in the reservoir. The police called it an accident. He'd been drinking, lost control on a curve. The vehicle had plunged through a guardrail, but I remembered the dream. I remembered the panic in those hands, the way they'd moved with the desperate precision of someone who knew, absolutely knew, that nobody was coming to help. 6 months after that, the dreams showed me fire. Not dramatic flames, but the slow, suffocating kind. Smoke filling a small space. Someone curled on the floor, consciousness fading into gray static. When Danielle's apartment building burned, when they found her in the bathroom where she'd gone to escape the smoke, I spent 3 days locked in my own bathroom, pressing my palms against the cool tiles, trying to convince myself that I hadn't known, that the dreams were coincidence, that I wasn't somehow connected to these things. The voices came later, after I stopped sleeping more than a few hours at a time. They didn't sound like voices exactly, more like thoughts that weren't mine, impressions that arrived fully formed in my head without passing through the normal channels of perception. A name would surface in my mind, Trevor, and then a sensation, a feeling of wrongness that made my stomach clench. The voice wasn't audible. It was internal, intimate, invasive. It felt like someone was whispering directly into my brainstem. I tried to call Trevor that first night. The phone rang 8 times before going to voicemail. His message was cheerful, unchanged from months ago, his voice bright and alive in a way that made the whisper in my head feel even more sinister. I left a message asking him to call me back, trying to keep the desperation out of my tone, trying to sound normal. He never called back. The second night, the whisper was louder, not in volume, but in presence. It filled more space in my head, pushing aside my own thoughts to make room for itself. Trevor needs you, it seemed to say, though there were no actual words. Just that name, that certainty, that crawling sense of something wrong spreading through my consciousness like ink through water. I drove to his apartment at midnight. The streetlights turned the pavement into a stage set, harsh and unreal. His windows were dark. I sat in my car for 40 minutes, watching for movement, seeing nothing. The voice in my head had gone quiet, replaced by a ringing silence that felt like pressure, like the moment before a storm breaks. By the third night, I'd convinced myself I was having some kind of breakdown. The rational part of my brain, the part that had learned to function in the normal world, to hold down a job and pay bills and maintain the appearance of sanity, was screaming that I needed help. Medication, hospitalization, something to stop the thoughts that weren't mine from colonizing my mind. But there was another part of me, older and deeper, that knew better. That's when I saw him again. The old man in my kitchen. I'd seen him once before, years ago, when I was still living with my parents. I'd come downstairs for water in the middle of the night, and there he was, standing by the refrigerator, holding a small girl in his arms. She'd been wearing a yellow dress, her face pressed against his shoulder, her small hands clutching the fabric of his shirt. They'd both been perfectly still, perfectly silent, lit by the glow of the microwave clock. I'd stood frozen in the doorway, my 7-year-old brain trying to process what I was seeing. The man had looked at me then, his eyes meeting mine across the darkened kitchen, and I'd felt something pass between us. Recognition, acknowledgement, a terrible understanding that I was too young to name. Then my mother had called from upstairs asking what I was doing, and when I'd looked back, they were gone. I'd never told anyone about that, not the doctors, not the therapists, not even myself most of the time. It was too strange, too specific, too impossible to dismiss as imagination, so I'd buried it, packed it away in the part of my brain where the other unexplainable things lived, and tried to pretend it had never happened. But now he was here again, standing in my kitchen at 2:47 a.m., looking exactly as he had 20 years ago. Same threadbare cardigan, same weathered face, same expression of infinite sadness. He wasn't holding the girl this time. His arms hung at his sides, empty and heavy, as if he'd forgotten how to use them. He stared at me with eyes that seemed to contain decades of grief, of knowing things that shouldn't be known. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The air in the kitchen had thickened, becoming almost liquid, pressing against my skin from all directions. The hum of the refrigerator had stopped, leaving a silence so complete it felt like the absence of all sound that had ever existed. The old man's mouth moved, but no sound came out. Or maybe the sound existed on a frequency I couldn't quite hear, something that bypassed my ears and went straight to that deeper part of my brain where the voices lived. I felt his words more than heard them, a message that arrived like cold water down my spine. "They're not gone," the non-sound said. "They're never gone. You keep them with you. You hold them here." He raised one hand slowly, pointing at me. Or not at me, at something behind me, through me, at a space I occupied but couldn't see. The gesture felt accusatory and compassionate at the same time, as if he was showing me something I needed to understand, but wouldn't want to. I turned, moving like I was underwater, my body not quite responding to my commands. The kitchen doorway framed darkness, but not the normal darkness of an unlit hallway. This was darker, denser, a darkness with texture and weight. Shapes moved in it, not walking but flowing, shifting, reorganizing themselves in ways that hurt to look at. And in that darkness, I saw faces. Jeremy's face, slack and bluish, water streaming from his nose and mouth. Danielle's face, soot-stained and twisted, her eyes reflecting flames I couldn't see. And others, faces I didn't recognize, faces that seemed to recognize me, pressing forward through the darkness like swimmers approaching the surface of a black pool. The voice in my head wasn't whispering anymore. It was screaming. "You see them. You've always seen them. You're the threshold. You're the door. You're what lets them cross over, and you're what keeps them here." I wanted to run. Every nerve in my body was firing the same message. Move, escape, get out. But my legs wouldn't work. I stood there paralyzed, watching the faces in the darkness multiply, watching them press closer, feeling their cold attention focused on me like searchlights. The old man was still there, still pointing. His expression hadn't changed. Sad, knowing, patient. He'd been doing this longer than I had, I realized. Seeing things, being the threshold, living with the weight of all those crossings, all those presences that never quite left. The little girl hadn't been his daughter. She'd been one of them. A crossing, a presence, something that had passed through him and stayed. Just like Jeremy had stayed with me. Just like Danielle had stayed. Just like Trevor. The thought completed itself before I could stop it. Trevor was in the darkness too. His face was there, among the others, looking at me with eyes that held no recognition. He'd crossed over 3 days ago, the exact moment the voices had started. He'd crossed over, and I'd felt it, and some part of me had known even then what it meant. My phone was ringing. The sound seemed to come from very far away, from another dimension entirely where phones and normal life and the illusion of sanity still existed. I couldn't look away from the darkness, from the faces pressing against whatever invisible membrane separated them from me, from the old man whose expression had shifted into something that might have been sympathy. The faces were multiplying faster now. Not just Jeremy and Danielle and Trevor, but hundreds of them, thousands, an endless procession of crossings stretching back years, decades, maybe centuries. All of them flowing through me, all of them staying, all of them waiting in the darkness just behind my eyes where I'd tried so hard not to look. I understood then, with a clarity that felt like ice water in my veins, that this was my inheritance. This was what I'd been since I was 7 years old, watching the old man and the girl in my parents' kitchen. I was a threshold, a door that never fully closed, a space where the crossing happened, where the boundary between here and there became thin enough to pass through. And every crossing left something behind. The old man lowered his hand. His mouth moved again, forming words I felt rather than heard. It's not madness, it's sight, it's duty, it's burden, and it never stops. My phone was still ringing. The faces in the darkness were still pressing forward. The kitchen had grown so cold I could see my breath, white clouds in the air that looked almost like smoke, almost like the smoke from Danielle's apartment, almost like... I closed my eyes. When I opened them again, the kitchen was empty. Normal. The fluorescent light hummed overhead. The refrigerator clicked back on, its familiar drone filling the silence. My phone had stopped ringing. The clock on the microwave read 2:53 a.m., 6 minutes. The whole thing had lasted 6 minutes. I picked up my phone with shaking hands. 3 missed calls from Trevor's mother. A voicemail that I didn't need to listen to, because I already knew what it would say. They'd found him that afternoon. No signs of violence, no apparent cause. He'd simply stopped, as if someone had flipped a switch. The doctors were baffled, but I knew. I'd felt him cross over. I'd felt the moment he'd left one side and arrived at the other, passing through whatever space I occupied. And now he was part of the collection, part of the crowd that lived in the darkness behind my eyes, waiting. The voices in my head were quiet now, not gone. I knew they'd never be gone, but resting, satisfied. They'd delivered their message. They'd made me see what I'd been trying not to see since I was 7 years old. I was the threshold. I was the door. And every crossing left its mark, left its presence, left another face in the darkness. I wondered how many more there would be before I became like the old man. Tired, sad, weighted down by all the presences I carried. I wondered if I'd appear in someone else's kitchen someday, trying to warn them, trying to make them understand what they were becoming. I wondered if it mattered. The apartment felt different now. Not smaller, but fuller, crowded with things I couldn't see but could feel, pressing against the edges of my awareness, waiting, always waiting. I turned off the kitchen light and walked back to my bedroom. The darkness followed me like a loyal dog, and in it, I could feel them all, every crossing, every presence, every soul that had passed through the door I'd been born to be. Sleep wouldn't come that night. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling the weight of all those faces pressing against the inside of my skull, wondering which name the voices would whisper next, wondering how I'd explain it, or if I'd even try, wondering if, somewhere in a kitchen I'd never see, a child was waking up to get water and finding me standing there, holding something heavy in my arms, looking at them with eyes full of terrible knowledge, wondering if they'd understand, wondering if anyone ever really did. Story 6. The spare room smelled like decades of forgotten things. Mothballs, old paper, and something else I couldn't quite place. Something organic and faintly sweet, like fruit left too long in a bowl. My sister had apologized 3 times before showing me where I'd sleep, her hands fidgeting with the doorknob as if she might change her mind about opening it at all. I should have gotten a hotel, but money was tight after the divorce and she'd insisted. Family helps family, she'd said on the phone, though her voice had carried a strange hesitation when I'd asked about the room. Now I understood why. The narrow space was a hoarder's dream, or nightmare, depending on your perspective. Cardboard boxes formed precarious towers against the walls, their contents spilling out in avalanches of old clothes, magazines, and unidentifiable objects wrapped in yellowed newspaper. A dressmaker's dummy stood in one corner, headless and draped with a sheet that might have been white once. Plastic bins, their labels long faded, created a maze from the door to the bed. The bed itself sat against the far wall, an old twin mattress that sagged in the middle. Just enough space on either side to shuffle through sideways. Above it, a single window looked out onto the backyard, though the view was obscured by boxes stacked on the sill. My sister lingered in the doorway. She opened her mouth, closed it, then finally spoke. The room wasn't always like this. It had accumulated over the years. Her late husband's things, mostly. Things she couldn't quite bring herself to sort through. She promised she'd work on it soon, get me a proper room. I told her it was fine. I'd only be staying a few weeks while I found an apartment. How bad could it be? That first night, I learned. The exhaustion from driving 12 hours should have knocked me out immediately. Instead, I lay on the lumpy mattress, staring at the ceiling where shadows from passing headlights occasionally swept across the water-stained plaster. The room felt close, despite its clutter, or maybe because of it. The towers of boxes seemed to lean inward, their silhouettes in the darkness, suggesting shapes that weren't quite right. A coat rack became a hunched figure. A lamp's cord dangled like a serpent. I'd almost drifted off when I felt it. That primal sensation of being watched. The kind that raises every hair on your arms and sends a cold finger trailing down your spine. I opened my eyes, scanning the room through the darkness. Nothing moved. The boxes remained boxes. The shapes stayed inanimate. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger, more insistent. Then I saw them, 2 points of red light, low and close to the floor, behind a stack of boxes near the foot of the bed. They hovered there, unblinking, reflecting nothing from the room's meager light sources. Not the warm glow of electronics on standby, or the filtered orange of street lamps through curtains. This was different. Brighter, more intense, like polished rubies lit from within, or the eyes of an animal caught in headlights. Except there were no headlights here. My breath caught. I remained perfectly still, every muscle locked, watching those twin points of crimson luminescence. They didn't move, didn't blink, just watched back. Rational thoughts crawled through my paralyzed mind. Some electronic device, a charging indicator, maybe a smoke detector or carbon monoxide alarm. But we were on the second floor, behind stacks of boxes, and I hadn't seen any devices when I'd stumbled through the obstacle course to bed. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. Time felt elastic in that suffocating darkness. The eyes never wavered, never looked away. I wanted to move, to turn on the light, to prove to myself it was nothing. But my body refused to cooperate, locked in that ancient freeze response. Eventually, something shifted in the quality of darkness, that subtle change that comes just before dawn. The first gray fingers of light crept through the window, and when I looked again, the eyes were gone. I told myself I'd imagined it. Stress, fatigue. The divorce had been brutal, and my mind was playing tricks. I got up, dressed, and joined my sister for coffee. She asked if I'd slept well, her eyes searching my face with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. I lied and said I had. The second night, I left the lamp on, a small act of defiance against my own fear, though I rationalized it as simple practicality, easier to navigate the cluttered room if I needed to use the bathroom. The warm light pushed the shadows into the corners, made the boxes less ominous. It didn't matter. The eyes appeared again, in the same spot, burning through the lamplight with an intensity that should have been impossible. They were brighter now, more defined. In the amber glow, I could almost make out a shape around them. Something dark and crouched, something that breathed. I heard it now, a wet, raspy sound that made my skin crawl, the kind of breathing that comes from a mouth that shouldn't exist. I sat up slowly, heart hammering against my ribs. The eyes tracked my movement. Definitely tracked it. This wasn't a reflection or electronic device. This was something alive, something aware, something that had been waiting for me to acknowledge its presence. My hand fumbled for my phone on the nightstand, nearly knocking it to the floor. I turned on the flashlight, aiming the beam directly at those glowing orbs. The light should have revealed everything, should have dispelled the mystery. Instead, the beam seemed to bend around the space where the eyes floated, as if the darkness there was too dense to penetrate. The eyes remained, burning brighter, angry at being challenged. And in that moment, in the distorted shadows, I glimpsed something else. A suggestion of a form. Hunched shoulders. Too many joints and limbs that stretched back into the deeper darkness behind the boxes. The impression of fingers that were too long, ending in points that scraped against the floor. The sound that came from that darkness wasn't like anything I'd heard before. Not a growl, not a hiss, but something between. a vocalization that felt wrong in a fundamental way. It resonated in my chest, in my bones, making my teeth ache. I scrambled out of bed, not caring about the boxes I knocked over in my panic, and ran from the room. I spent the rest of the night on my sister's couch, wrapped in a blanket, listening to my racing heart gradually slow. In the morning, she found me there. Her expression wasn't surprised, more like resigned, with an edge of something that might have been guilt or fear. She asked if I'd seen them, just like that. Not what happened or, "Are you okay?" but, "Did you see them?" I nodded, unable to trust my voice. She sank into the armchair across from me, suddenly looking much older than her 42 years. She'd seen them too, for months after her husband died. Every night, those red eyes watching from the spare room. She'd tried everything, left lights on, moved the boxes, even had the house blessed by a priest. Nothing worked. Eventually, she'd stopped using that room entirely, let it become a storage space. She'd hoped maybe they'd go away if no one slept there. When I'd called needing a place to stay, she'd thought maybe enough time had passed. Maybe whatever it was had moved on. She'd been wrong. I should have left then, found a motel, a friend's couch, anywhere but that house. But pride, or stubbornness, or maybe some self-destructive impulse kept me there. I told myself I'd figure it out, prove it was something mundane, something explainable. My sister had been grieving, vulnerable to suggestion and fear. Now I was stressed from the divorce, susceptible to the same tricks of the mind. The third night, I brought tools. A flashlight, my phone fully charged, a baseball bat I'd found in the garage. I moved boxes during the day, clearing a path to the corner where the eyes appeared. There was nothing there, just wall, baseboard, and more boxes stacked against it. No holes, no gaps, no place for anything to hide. But I knew it would come anyway. Darkness fell, and I positioned myself on the bed, bat across my lap, flashlight in hand. I was ready. I was prepared. I would face this thing, whatever it was, and end this. The eyes appeared right on schedule. But not from the corner I'd cleared. They manifested behind a different stack of boxes, on the opposite side of the room. As if it knew I'd prepared, as if it was playing with me. My carefully constructed bravery crumbled, because this confirmed what I'd been trying to deny. This wasn't a trick of light or electronic device or fatigue-induced hallucination. This was intelligent. This was deliberate. The eyes moved for the first time, gliding slowly around the perimeter of the room, not rising higher or moving erratically like a person holding a light might. They maintained perfect height, perfect smoothness, circling the bed in a predatory patrol. The raspy breathing grew louder, joined by other sounds. The scrape of those two long fingers against the floor, the creak of boxes shifting under weight, the wet clicking of something in its throat. I couldn't move. Terror had frozen me more completely than before, and all I could do was follow those burning eyes with my own as they circled, closer with each pass. The flashlight lay useless in my trembling hand. The bat might as well have been a toothpick. When the eyes stopped directly at the foot of the bed, I saw it fully for the first time. The lamplight and shadows painted it in nightmare strokes. A thing that crouched on limbs bent wrong, its body suggesting a shape that hurt to look at directly. The eyes were set in something that might have been a face once, but had been stretched and distorted until all humanity was gone. Its mouth, if that gaping hole could be called a mouth, hung open, revealing teeth that went back and back and back, rings of them like a lamprey's maw. It watched me with an intelligence that was worse than mindless rage. This thing understood what it was doing. It was enjoying my terror. I broke, scrambled backward until my spine hit the wall, knocking over the lamp. Darkness swallowed the room, but those red eyes remained, brighter than ever, advancing toward the bed. The mattress depressed under sudden weight. The breathing was right there, inches from my face, hot and rank with decay. I couldn't even scream. My voice had abandoned me along with my courage and rationality. This was it. This was how I would die or go mad or both. Then light flooded the hallway outside. My sister's voice called my name, shrill with panic. She must have heard the crash. The weight vanished from the bed. The breathing stopped, and when she burst through the door, switching on the overhead light, the room was empty except for me, curled against the headboard, tears streaming down my face. I moved out the next day, found a long-term motel that took what little cash I had left. My sister didn't argue, didn't try to convince me to stay. She just helped me pack in silence, her movements quick and nervous, as if she wanted me out before nightfall. As I loaded the last box into my car, she touched my arm. Her grip was tight, desperate. She asked if I thought it was real, if I thought something was actually there, or if we were both losing our minds. I looked back at the house, at the second-floor window of the spare room. The curtains were drawn now, but I could swear I saw something moving behind them. 2 small points of red, barely visible in the afternoon light. I told her I didn't know. Maybe it was real. Maybe we'd both inherited some genetic predisposition to hallucinations under stress. Maybe the house had carbon monoxide issues or toxic mold affecting our brains. Maybe grief and divorce had broken something in us that saw monsters where there were none. But as I drove away, watching the house shrink in my rearview mirror, I knew the truth I couldn't say out loud, the terror that would keep me checking corners and avoiding dark rooms for the rest of my life. Those eyes had seen me. Really seen me, and in that final moment before my sister's interruption, in the weight on the bed and the breathing in my face, I'd felt something else beneath the fear. Recognition. Not that it knew me specifically, but that it knew what I was. Prey, food, entertainment, whatever humans are to things that live in the spaces between stacked boxes and forgotten corners. And the worst part, the thing that wakes me up gasping some nights even now in my small apartment with all the lights on. I think it let me go. Not because my sister interrupted, not because I escaped, but because it chose to release me. The way a cat might release a mouse just to watch it run, knowing it can always catch it again. Sometimes in the dead of night when sleep won't come, I wonder if it's still there, still crouching in that cluttered spare room, waiting for the next guest who needs a place to stay, still watching with those burning red eyes. Or worse, I wonder if it followed me, if it's patient enough to wait, hidden in the corners of my new life, biding its time until I'm comfortable again, until I forget to check the shadows. Because lately, I've been feeling it again, that primal sensation of being watched. And last night, just before dawn, I could have sworn I saw them. 2 points of red light, low and close to the floor, behind my bedroom door that I know I closed. This time, I'm not sure I'll run. Maybe because there's nowhere left to run to. Maybe because I'm too tired to keep running. Or maybe because some part of me has accepted what I should have accepted that first night in the spare room. The eyes don't just watch. Eventually, they come closer. And when they do, I don't think any door will be thick enough to keep them out. Story 7. The thing about night shifts is they blur time into something thick and viscous, hours stretching and contracting like a dying breath. By 2 a.m., reality already feels negotiable, optional even. That's what I told myself later, when the doubt started crawling in, when I needed an explanation that didn't require me to accept what my eyes had witnessed. The warehouse district spreads itself across the eastern edge of town like a graveyard of commerce. Concrete shells and rusted loading docks, streetlights flickering with electrical death throes every 30 seconds. Vance drove because his truck had working heat, and November had already sunk its teeth into the Ohio Valley. The cab smelled like coffee gone cold and the particular staleness that accumulates in vehicles driven too long without enough air. We'd been working inventory together for 6 months. Double shifts twice a week because the overtime paid for things like rent and the kind of forgetting that comes in bottles. The radio muttered low between us, some talk show host arguing with callers about things that mattered to someone, somewhere, but not to us. Not at that hour. Not with 12 hours of counting boxes and checking invoices turning our minds into static. The access road cuts through what used to be industrial parkland, back when the city still pretended it might recover. Now it's just cracked asphalt threading between empty lots overgrown with dead grass and chain-link fence. Trees line both sides, close enough that their branches form a tunnel overhead, bare limbs scraping against each other in the wind. The headlights carved a tunnel through darkness so complete it felt deliberate, curated. I was half asleep, or thought I was, watching the yellow line unspool beneath us like thread from a spool, when Vance's foot hit the brake. Not hard, not a panic stop, just a sudden slowing that pulled me forward against the seatbelt, made my neck crack as my head came up. The figure stood at the very edge of the light. It was a man. I'll say that because the shape suggested man, the proportions roughly human, though something about the stance felt rehearsed, deliberate. He stood perfectly still on the shoulder, maybe 15 feet ahead, positioned exactly where the headlights began their fade into darkness. The silhouette was sharp against the black, crisp as a paper cutout, but I couldn't make out features. Couldn't see a face or clothing details, just that human outline holding itself motionless in a way that living things don't. Vance made a sound, something between exhale and question. The truck rolled forward slowly, our momentum carrying us closer. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge our approach. And then, in the half second it took for our headlights to fully illuminate where it stood, it stepped forward. One step, into the light, and vanished. Not like stepping behind something, not like moving fast. It simply ceased to exist in the space between dark and illuminated, as if the light itself was an eraser, and the figure had been drawn in something that couldn't survive contact with visibility. Vance stopped the truck completely. The engine idled rough, that diesel rattle that sounds like mechanical breathing. Neither of us spoke for what might have been 3 seconds or 3 minutes. Time had done that thing again, becoming uncertain. Finally, Vance said, "Maybe we should go check." His voice had a practiced casualness that didn't match the way his hands gripped the steering wheel. I heard myself agreeing, though every instinct I possessed was screaming that we should drive, should put distance between ourselves and this stretch of road, should never speak of what we'd seen. We left the truck running, doors open, headlights still cutting that tunnel into darkness. The cold hit immediately, wind pushing through my jacket like I wasn't wearing one. Our boots crunched on gravel as we walked forward, shoulder to shoulder, neither of us wanting to be the one in front. The headlights threw our shadows long behind us, 2 dark shapes stretching back towards safety. There was nothing where the figure had stood. No footprints in the frost-dead grass, no disturbance in the gravel. The shoulder was empty, had always been empty, if you could believe your eyes. But I'd learned that night that eyes are just organs, collecting light and making suggestions to a brain that's already prone to revision and doubt. We stood there, cold seeping through our jeans, looking at nothing. The woods pressed close on both sides, and I became suddenly, intensely aware of how dark they were, how the trees could hide anything, how darkness isn't really absence but presence, a substance that displaces light and vision and certainty. Vance said maybe it was a trick of shadow, a deer or something, and his voice had that quality people use when they're trying to convince themselves more than anyone else. I nodded, made agreeing sounds, and we walked back to the truck without looking at each other, both of us understanding that we'd just participated in a mutual lie. The rest of the drive, neither of us spoke. The radio kept muttering its static companionship, but the cab felt different now, smaller and less secure. I kept watching the edges of the headlight beam, waiting for another silhouette to appear, for reality to fail again in that specific, undeniable way. When Vance dropped me at my apartment complex, he just said, "See you Thursday," with the same inflection he always used, as if nothing had happened, as if we hadn't just witnessed something that couldn't exist step into light and disappear. I watched his taillights recede, red eyes shrinking in the dark, and felt suddenly, profoundly alone. Sleep wouldn't come. I lay in bed watching shadows from passing cars slide across my ceiling, remembering the figure's absolute stillness. The way it had stood there, positioned so precisely at the threshold between visible and invisible. The deliberateness of that single step forward. By morning, I'd almost convinced myself it was fatigue, 12-hour shifts playing tricks on overtired minds. Almost. But then there was Thursday, and Friday, and every shift after. The figure appeared again 3 nights later. Different stretch of road, same position at the light's edge. This time Vance saw it first, his sharp intake of breath the only warning before I looked up, and there it was, motionless, impossibly still, waiting at the precise boundary where our headlights dissolved into darkness. We didn't stop, didn't slow. Vance kept driving, and we watched it step forward into illumination and vanish. Physics and logic and every rule of reality simply ceasing to apply for the half-second it took for nothing to happen. After that, it became routine, expected, a new law of our 2 a.m. universe. Every drive home, somewhere along that access road, the figure would appear. Always at the light's edge. Always that same deliberate step into visibility before disappearing. We stopped talking about it, stopped pretending we might investigate or find explanations. It was just another feature of the landscape now, like the flickering streetlights or the radio's static drift. But I started noticing changes. Small things at first. Vance seemed distant, distracted during shifts. He'd stop mid-inventory, staring at nothing, and I'd have to call his name twice before he'd respond. Once I caught him standing in the loading dock after midnight, just standing there in the open bay door, looking out at the parking lot like he was waiting for something to arrive. He stopped meeting my eyes when we spoke, started wearing sunglasses even during night shift, claiming the fluorescent lights bothered him. But I caught glimpses past the dark lenses sometimes, and his eyes had a quality I couldn't name, something hollow and far away, like he was looking at me from a great distance or through water. The figure changed too, or maybe I just started seeing it more clearly. The silhouette seemed to have more definition now, details emerging from the darkness. I could make out the suggestion of a coat, something long that hung past where knees should be. The head was wrong somehow, tilted at an angle that didn't match any posture I'd ever seen a human take. And the stillness. God, that absolute predatory stillness felt increasingly intentional, increasingly aware. I started seeing it other places. Not on the road, not at first, just glimpses in my peripheral vision during the day. A dark shape at the edge of my apartment's parking lot when I glanced out the window. A silhouette in the laundromat's window reflection, standing behind me, gone when I turned. The figure at the threshold of rooms I was about to enter, vanishing the instant I crossed from hallway to doorway. Vance stopped showing up for shifts in early December. No call, no message. Management said he'd quit without notice, just never came back. I tried his phone and got disconnected numbers. Went by his apartment and found it empty, lease terminated, no forwarding address. He'd simply erased himself, stepped out of existence as completely as that figure stepping into light. I work alone now, or with new people who don't know about the figure, don't understand why I grip the dashboard when driving home, why I close my eyes when we pass certain stretches of road. But it doesn't matter. Closing my eyes doesn't help. The figure is always there, waiting at the threshold. Last week I realized I'd been standing in the loading dock for hours, staring out at the parking lot, waiting for something without knowing what. Someone had to shake my shoulder to break whatever spell had settled over me. When they asked if I was okay, I started to answer, started to tell them about the figure, about Vance, about how reality has edges where things slip through. But I stopped, heard my voice in my head, and understood how it would sound. The worst part is the mirrors now. I catch my own reflection sometimes and there's a moment, just a fraction of a second, just enough to notice, where I'm standing perfectly still, positioned at the very edge of the light, tilting my head at an angle that doesn't match any posture a human should take. And I wonder, in those moments, if I'm still looking out at the world, or if I've already stepped forward, already crossed that threshold between visible and invisible, and I just haven't realized I'm gone yet. Tonight is Thursday, another night shift, another 2 a.m., drive home through the warehouse district, past the dead grass and chain-link fence and trees that scrape overhead. I can already feel it waiting out there, patient and still, standing at the precise edge where headlights fade into darkness. And I know, with a certainty that feels like ice spreading through my chest, that tonight I'm going to stop the truck, going to get out and walk forward, going to reach that boundary between light and shadow. Not because I want to understand what the figure is or why it appears or what happens to people who see it too many times, but because I'm starting to suspect I already know. Because I'm starting to understand that the figure isn't something we saw on the road that night. It's something we became in the moment we witnessed it, in the act of seeing something that couldn't exist and continuing to exist alongside it. We stepped into that impossibility together, Vance and I, and reality doesn't easily forgive that kind of transgression. The shift ends in 20 minutes. Soon I'll be in the truck, driving through darkness, watching the headlights carve their tunnel through the November night. And when the figure appears, because it will appear, it always appears now, I won't look away, won't close my eyes or pretend I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. I'll watch as it stands there at the threshold, perfectly still, tilted at that wrong angle, waiting with infinite patience. And when it takes that single step forward into the light and vanishes, I'll finally understand what I've been too afraid to accept. That it's not stepping forward at all. It's stepping back. Back into the darkness where I've been standing all along, waiting to be seen. Story 8. The phone's ring carved through the silence like a blade through flesh. Sharp, unexpected, wrong. 3:30 a.m., and according to the clock's red glare that had been burning into my eyelids for the past 2 hours. I'd been lying there in the dark, not quite asleep, not quite awake, suspended in that liminal space where thoughts become viscous and time loses meaning. The number on the screen made my chest constrict. I recognized those digits the way you recognize a scar, something that should have healed but never quite did. The restaurant's landline, the one that had been disconnected 3 months ago, exactly 2 weeks after we'd closed the place down for good, exactly 3 days after the funeral. My thumb hovered over the screen. The phone kept ringing, each tone drilling deeper into my skull. 4 rings. 5. The sound felt deliberately patient, as though whatever was on the other end could wait forever if necessary. I answered. Static poured through the speaker, not the clean white noise of a bad connection, but something organic, something that breathed and shifted. Underneath it, buried in the layers of distortion, I could hear something else. A voice, maybe. Male. The words were indistinguishable, lost in the static's tide, but the tone was unmistakable, pleading, desperate. Then nothing. The line went dead with a click that sounded too deliberate, too final. I sat there in the darkness, phone clutched in my hand, feeling my pulse hammer against my wrists. The apartment's familiar shapes had become foreign in the blue-tinged darkness. The dresser a crouching figure, the mirror on the wall a watching eye. My breathing sounded too loud in the silence that followed, each exhale a betrayal of my presence. The rational part of my brain, the part that still functioned despite the sleep deprivation and grief, suggested explanations. A glitch, a recycled number, someone's idea of a sick joke. But rationality has never been particularly effective at 3:30 in the morning, when the world feels thin and permeable, when the barriers between what is and what should be impossible seem gossamer thin. I didn't sleep again that night. The restaurant had been my father's life's work, a small Italian place called Ristorante Verità, wedged between a dry cleaner and a hardware store on the east side of town. He'd poured 30 years into those 4 walls, until the walls themselves seemed soaked with his presence. The smell of garlic and basil had been permanently embedded in his clothes, his skin, his hair. Even in the hospital those last few days, he'd smelled like rosemary. I'd spent my childhood in that kitchen, doing homework at the prep station while he worked, learning to recognize the precise moment when onions went from raw to translucent, when sauce shifted from good to perfect. He'd talk to himself while he cooked, or maybe he'd been talking to the food, I was never quite sure. A continuous murmur of Italian phrases and half-remembered songs, punctuated by the rhythmic thunk of his knife against the cutting board. After he was gone, I couldn't bring myself to keep it open. The health department had already been circling, and the building's owner was threatening to raise the rent again. It was easier to let it go. To disconnect the phone, shut off the lights, walk away from all those years of accumulated memory. Easier, but not easy. The second call came 3 nights later. Same time, 3:30 a.m. exactly. Same number. This time I was ready for it, had been lying awake waiting, my phone on the nightstand within easy reach. I'd told myself I wouldn't answer. I'd told myself it was just some technological hiccup, some meaningless glitch in the phone company's system. I answered on the second ring. The static was worse this time. Thicker, more invasive, like it was trying to push its way through the speaker and into the room. And underneath it, that voice again. Closer now. More distinct. Still male. Still urgent. But this time I could almost make out words. Almost. They hovered at the edge of comprehension, maddeningly familiar, like a name you can't quite remember. Hello? My voice came out rough, unused. Who is this? The static shifted, modulated, and for just a second, less than a second, I heard it clearly. One word, spoken in a voice that made ice crystallize in my veins. Help. Then the line went dead again. I sat there shaking, staring at the phone in my hand like it had bitten me. Because the voice, that single word, had sounded like him. Not exactly like him, but close enough. Close enough to make me wonder if I was losing my mind, if grief had finally corroded through the last of my sanity. I turned on every light in the apartment and spent the rest of the night researching phone number recycling policies, ghost calls, and the technical specifications of disconnected landlines. The internet offered no comfort, just endless rabbit holes of technical jargon and contradictory explanations. By the time dawn finally bled through the windows, my eyes burned and my hands trembled with exhaustion and too much coffee. I drove past the restaurant that afternoon. I told myself it was on the way to the grocery store, that I just happened to be in the neighborhood, but I knew better. The building looked abandoned already, the windows dark, a faded "for lease" sign taped to the inside of the glass. Someone had already covered the restaurant's name on the awning, painting over it with thick gray paint that had dripped down like tears. I parked across the street and sat there, engine running, staring at the place. The hardware store next door was open, customers coming and going with plastic bags full of purchases. Life continuing as normal, as if nothing had changed, as if a whole universe of memory and meaning hadn't just been erased. That's when I saw the light. Just a flicker, there and gone, in one of the restaurant's back windows. The kitchen window, the one that had always stuck, that my father had to bang on with his palm to open on hot summer nights. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. It was probably just a reflection. The angle of the sun hitting the glass. Something perfectly mundane and explainable. The light flickered again. Longer this time. A warm, yellowish glow that looked exactly like the light that used to spill from that kitchen when my father worked late, prepping for the next day's service. I drove away fast, my heart racing, not looking back. The third call came the next night. 3:30 a.m., the same number. But this time, I'd prepared. I'd set up my laptop beside the bed, recording software ready. If I was going crazy, at least I'd have evidence of it. At least I'd know. The phone rang. I hit record on the laptop, then answered the call. The static was almost gone. What replaced it was worse, a hollow, echoing quality, like the sound was traveling through some vast, empty space. And underneath it, sounds that made my skin crawl. Distant clanging, the hiss of something hot hitting something cold, a rhythmic thumping that could have been footsteps or could have been something else entirely. Then, breaking through all of it, "Why did you leave me here?" His voice. My father's voice. Not quite right, the intonation slightly off, the accent thicker than I remembered, but unmistakably his. Those words, spoken in that specific, heartbreaking way. "Dad?" The word came out strangled, barely audible. The sounds on the other end changed. That rhythmic thumping became faster, more urgent, closer, and underneath it, a sound that made my blood freeze. Laughter. Low and wet and wrong, like something that had learned to imitate human amusement, but had never quite understood what it meant. "You left me in the dark." The line went dead. I grabbed the laptop with shaking hands, my fingers fumbling across the keyboard to stop the recording. The file was there. Proof. Evidence. I could play it back, could confirm that I'd actually heard what I thought I'd heard, that I wasn't constructing delusions out of grief and insomnia. I clicked play. Static, just static. Thick and unchanging, with no voices underneath, no sounds of kitchens or footsteps or laughter. Just white noise, exactly like what you'd expect from a disconnected line. I played it 3 more times, the volume cranked up as high as it would go, headphones pressed so tight against my ears that they ached. Nothing. Just static. The sun came up eventually, the way it always does, indifferent to human terror and confusion, but the light felt thin that morning, unconvincing, like a stage set that might collapse at any moment to reveal the true darkness underneath. I started going back to the restaurant. Every day, sometimes multiple times a day. I'd park across the street and watch the windows, looking for that light. Looking for any sign that something was happening inside those abandoned walls. Mostly there was nothing. The building sat empty and dead, just another failed business in a city full of them. But sometimes, not often, but sometimes, I'd catch something. A shadow moving past a window. That light flickering in the kitchen. Once I could have sworn I saw a figure standing in the dining room, pressed against the glass, watching me watch the building. I stopped sleeping. Not intentionally. I tried, desperately, to sleep. But every time I closed my eyes, I'd hear that voice. Why did you leave me here? You left me in the dark, and underneath it, that wet laughter, that sound of something pretending to be human. My friends noticed. My boss noticed. The woman at the coffee shop I went to every morning started giving me concerned looks as she handed over my increasingly large orders. People kept asking if I was okay, and I kept lying to them, because what was I supposed to say? That I thought my dead father was calling me from a disconnected phone line? That I'd started seeing things that couldn't possibly be there? On the 7th day after the first call, I made a decision. I was going inside the restaurant. I waited until after midnight. The street was empty, the neighboring businesses long closed. I'd brought a flashlight, though I'm not sure why. If I was right about what was happening, light wouldn't help. If I was wrong, if this was all just some elaborate delusion, then the light would only illuminate the pathetic reality of my breakdown. The front door was locked, but I still had the key. My hand shook as I slid it into the lock, and for a long moment, I couldn't make myself turn it. This felt like a threshold in more than just the physical sense, like crossing it would change something fundamental, something that couldn't be unchanged. I turned the key. The door swung open with a creak that sounded too loud in the empty street. The smell hit me immediately, not the garlic and basil I'd expected, but something else. Something stale and wrong, like air that had been trapped too long in a sealed space, like a tomb. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the dining room. The tables were still there, chairs stacked on top of them. Dust had already begun to settle on every surface, thick enough to show where my feet disturbed it as I walked. The walls were bare. We'd taken down all the photographs, all the certificates and awards, all the small touches that had made the place feel lived in. It looked dead. More than empty. Genuinely dead. Like something that had once been alive and wasn't anymore. But from the kitchen I could hear something. Faint but unmistakable. That rhythmic thumping. The sound of metal on wood. The hiss of heat. My legs carried me forward even as every instinct screamed at me to run. The kitchen door was closed. Light leaked from underneath it. That same warm yellow glow I'd seen from outside. I pushed the door open. The kitchen was exactly as we'd left it. Stainless steel surfaces gleaming in the beam of my flashlight. Pots and pans hanging from their hooks. The prep station where I'd done my homework all those years ago, its surface scarred with decades of knife marks. But the sounds had stopped. The light was gone. Just my flashlight now cutting through the darkness, finding nothing. I stood there for a long time, breathing in that stale air, waiting for something to happen. Part of me wanted it to happen. Wanted confirmation that I wasn't crazy, that there was actually something here. But another part, A deeper part prayed for silence. My phone rang. The sound was impossibly loud in the empty kitchen. I pulled it from my pocket with numb fingers, already knowing what I'd see on the screen. The restaurant's number, 3:30 a.m. But I was standing in the restaurant. I was standing right next to where the phone had been, where the landline had hung on the wall before I'd had it disconnected. The space was empty now, just a small hole where the cable had come through, a pale rectangle on the wall where the phone's base had protected the paint from years of kitchen grease and smoke. I answered, raised the phone to my ear, and heard nothing, no static, no sounds, no voice, just silence. But not empty silence, occupied silence, the silence of someone listening, someone waiting. "I'm here," I said into that silence. My voice echoed in the empty kitchen, bouncing off the stainless steel surfaces. I came back. "What do you want?" The silence continued, but I could feel it now. A presence. Not in the room with me exactly. Somewhere else. Somewhere close, but impossibly far. Separated by something thinner than a phone line. Thicker than death. "You can leave anytime you want," the voice finally said. My father's voice, but not. Close but wrong. "But I can't. You made sure of that." "What are you talking about? I didn't." "You closed the door. You turned out the lights. You left me here in the dark." "You died," I whispered. "You got sick, and you died. I didn't do anything to you." The laughter came back then, that wet, wrong sound. "Are you sure?" And that's when I saw it, across the kitchen, hanging on the wall where it had always hung. My father's chef's knife, his favorite, the one he'd used every single day for 30 years, the one I'd taken home after the funeral, the one that was currently sitting in a drawer in my apartment, except it was also here, hanging on its magnetic strip, blade gleaming in my flashlight's beam. And as I watched, it fell, not dropped, fell, straight down, as if the magnetic force had simply given up. It clattered on the stainless steel counter, the sound impossibly loud. The phone in my hand was silent now. No voice, no breathing, just that occupied silence, that sense of something waiting. I ran, out of the kitchen, through the dining room, out the front door that I didn't remember opening. I ran to my car and sat there, engine running, doors locked, staring at the restaurant's dark windows. The light in the kitchen was on. I could see it clearly now, that warm yellow glow spilling from the back window. And in it, silhouetted against the light, a figure, tall, thin, moving with that particular economy of motion I'd watched for years, the way someone moves when they know a space so intimately that every gesture is automatic. My phone rang again. Same number. I didn't answer. I drove away instead, watching in the rearview mirror as the light in the kitchen flickered and died. That was 3 weeks ago. The calls keep coming. Every night. 3:30 a.m. Exactly. I don't answer anymore, but they keep coming anyway. The voicemail fills up with static, and that voice, asking the same question over and over. Why did you leave me here? I've started seeing him other places, or thinking I do. A figure in my apartment's parking lot at night. A shadow behind me in the grocery store. Once I saw him clearly, or thought I did, standing in the doorway of my bedroom, backlit by the bathroom light, watching me with eyes that didn't quite reflect light the way human eyes should. The restaurant is still empty, still for lease. But sometimes, late at night, if I drive past, I can see the light in the kitchen. And I wonder what he's doing in there. What he's cooking in a kitchen with no power, no gas, no food. What he's preparing for a restaurant with no customers, no future, no hope. I wonder if I'll ever understand what he meant, if I really did leave him in the dark somehow, if there was something I should have done differently, some ritual or farewell that I missed. Or if this is just what grief looks like. A distortion of reality so profound that the phone rings with impossible calls, and the dead cook meals for no one in locked and empty kitchens. The worst part is not knowing. Not knowing if I'm losing my mind, or if something actually answered when I closed that door for the last time. Not knowing if the voice on the phone is real, or just an echo of guilt and grief bouncing around in my skull. Not knowing if I should go back, if there's something I'm supposed to do, some price I'm supposed to pay. Last night the call came again. 3:30 a.m. The restaurant's number. And this time, before I could decide whether to answer, the voice left a message. Crystal clear. No static. Just his voice, my father's voice, saying 8 words. The lights are still on. I'm still here. I have the keys in my pocket. I've had them this whole time. Every night I take them out, feel their weight in my palm, and wonder if I'll go back. If I'll walk through that door again, turn off those impossible lights. Finish what I should have finished 3 months ago. But every night, I put the keys back. I lie in the dark. I wait for the phone to ring. And I wonder, if I go back to turn off the lights, will I be able to leave again? Or will I end up like him, trapped in the dark, making phone calls that no one will answer, asking questions that no one can explain? The sun is coming up now. I haven't slept. In 7 hours, it will be night again. In 7 hours and 30 minutes, the phone will ring. And I still don't know what I'm going to do. Story 9. The clubhouse smelled like rotting wood and standing water, a scent I'd known since childhood but never quite gotten used to. I sat on the warped bench inside, watching dust particles drift through the single shaft of afternoon light that managed to pierce the grimy window. The place hadn't changed in 15 years, still the same crooked structure in Elliot's backyard, still leaning slightly to the left as if contemplating collapse. Elliot had texted me to wait here while he grabbed something from inside his house. Something important, he'd said. Something he couldn't tell me about over the phone. The vagueness irritated me, but our friendship had survived worse than cryptic messages and afternoon inconveniences. We'd known each other since college, survived the transition from dorm rooms to real life, from shared pizzas to shared mortgages. If he needed me to sit in his childhood hideout while he retrieved whatever mysterious item demanded secrecy, I could humor him. The clubhouse sat maybe 30 feet from the back of his house, close enough that I could see the kitchen windows, the sliding glass door that opened onto a concrete patio scattered with dead leaves. The shutters on the kitchen window were half closed, tilted at an angle that made the house look drowsy. Beyond the fence, I could hear neighborhood sounds. A lawnmower's distant drone, somebody's dog barking with metronomic persistence, the whisper of wind through the oak trees that bordered the property. I checked my phone. No new messages. Elliot had gone inside 12 minutes ago. The bench creaked under me as I shifted my weight, and I noticed for the first time how isolated the clubhouse felt, despite its proximity to the house. The backyard had grown wild over the years. Elliot's parents had moved to Arizona, left him the property, and he'd clearly decided that yard maintenance ranked somewhere below watching paint dry on his list of priorities. Tall grass pressed against the clubhouse walls, and the oak trees had extended their reach, creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a murky, underwater quality. I stood up, thinking I'd walk to the house and see what was taking so long. That's when I saw the face. It appeared in the kitchen window, between the slats of those half-closed shutters. The angle was wrong somehow, too high, or maybe too low, and the lighting played tricks, casting shadows that hollowed out the features into something that resembled a face more than actually being one. But I recognized Elliot's shape, the set of his shoulders, the particular way he held his head slightly tilted to the right. A habit he'd developed after an ear infection in sophomore year left him with permanent hearing loss on that side. Except the face was gray, not pale, not sickly. Gray. The color of wet concrete, of overcast winter skies, of something drained completely of vitality. And the eyes, those were worse. They stared straight at me with an intensity that felt physical, like being pressed against a wall by invisible hands. No recognition in them, no humanity, just that blank, consuming stare through the shutters. My breath caught in my throat. The face didn't move, didn't blink, didn't shift even slightly. It simply existed there, watching me with those dead eyes, and some primitive part of my brain began screaming warnings I couldn't quite interpret. I wanted to look away, couldn't. The moment stretched like taffy, elastic and sickening. My heartbeat filled my ears, a wet, meaty sound that seemed too loud, too organic for the unnatural stillness of the backyard. The lawnmower had stopped. The dog had stopped barking. Even the wind had died, leaving only suffocating silence and that gray face in the window. Then the back door opened. Elliot emerged onto the patio carrying a cardboard box, looking utterly normal. Flushed cheeks, slightly out of breath, wearing the same flannel shirt and jeans he'd had on when I arrived. He called out that he'd found it, whatever it was, his voice cheerful and mundane, and completely at odds with the thing I'd just seen in the window. I snapped my gaze back to the shutters. Empty. Nothing there but shadows and afternoon light and the ordinary interior of a kitchen I'd eaten breakfast in dozens of times. Elliot approached the clubhouse with that characteristic lopsided grin, apparently oblivious to my paralysis. He asked if I was okay, said I looked like I'd seen a ghost, laughed at his own cliché. I managed to respond that I was fine, just felt dizzy for a moment, probably needed to drink more water. The lie came automatically, protective. Because what was I supposed to say? That I'd seen him, or something wearing his face, staring at me from his kitchen window while he was simultaneously walking across his yard? He accepted my explanation without question, set the box down, started talking about its contents. Old photographs, apparently, from our college days. He'd been seized by some nostalgic impulse to dig through his parents' stored belongings. Wanted to show me the evidence of how ridiculous we'd looked with our early 2000s haircuts and regrettable fashion choices. I nodded along, made appropriate responses, but my attention kept drifting back to that kitchen window. The shutters hung motionless now, innocent, revealing nothing. Had I imagined it? The rational part of my mind scrambled for explanations. A reflection, a trick of light. My own face somehow mirrored in the glass at an impossible angle. But none of these explanations felt right. They felt like the desperate rationalizations of a mind trying to reject what it had witnessed. Elliot spread photographs across the clubhouse floor, and I forced myself to focus on them. Here we were at a football game, faces painted blue and gold. There we stood outside our first apartment, holding the keys like trophies. The images should have been comforting, proof of continuity and shared history. Instead, they felt strange. Too staged, too deliberate, like evidence planted at a crime scene. He was talking about his job, some frustration with his boss, standard complaints I'd heard variations of before. But his voice sounded slightly off. The cadence was right, the words were right, even the inflections were Elliot's. But underneath, something felt wrong, like listening to a recording played at 99% of the correct speed. So close to normal that you couldn't quite identify the distortion, but knew with absolute certainty that it existed. I watched his hands as he gestured, suddenly hyper-aware of every detail. The scar on his left thumb from a kitchen accident, the calluses from his guitar playing, the particular way his fingers drummed against his knee when he was thinking. All correct, all perfectly, impeccably Elliot. But who had been in the window? The thought sent ice down my spine. I glanced at the kitchen again, and this time saw movement. Just Elliot's cat jumping onto the counter, ordinary and feline and completely mundane. Yet my nervous system remained on high alert, flooding my body with adrenaline, preparing me for dangers my conscious mind couldn't name. Elliot asked if I wanted a beer. Said he had some in the fridge, the kitchen fridge. I heard myself agree, watched him stand and head toward the house, disappearing through the back door. The moment he vanished inside, my eyes locked onto those shutters with the intensity of prey watching a predator. Nothing happened. Just ordinary afternoon light filtering through slats. Just the cat moving across the counter. Just the familiar interior of a house I'd visited countless times. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me back. Minutes passed. Too many minutes. How long does it take to grab 2 beers from a refrigerator? The silence pressed against my eardrums. I counted my heartbeats. 67, 68, 69. Somewhere in the neighborhood, the lawnmower started again, but it sounded distant now, muffled, as if coming from underwater or through thick walls. I stood up, ready to go check on him, then stopped. Because what if I went inside and found that gray-faced thing waiting for me? What if the real Elliot was still in there somewhere, and I was out here with what? A copy? An imposter? The thought was insane, belonged in late-night horror movies and paranoid delusions, yet it had hooked into my brain with barbed certainty. The back door opened again. Elliot emerged with 2 bottles, condensation already forming on the glass. He crossed the yard with familiar ease, handed me a beer, sat down with a sigh that sounded authentically tired. We drank in silence for a moment, and I studied him over the rim of my bottle. Was there something different about his eyes? They seemed darker than I remembered, or maybe deeper set. The shadows fell across his face in ways that made his features seem slightly rearranged, though I couldn't point to any specific change. It was like looking at a photograph that had been altered so subtly that you sensed the manipulation without being able to identify it. He mentioned that I'd been acting strange since I arrived, asked again if I was feeling all right, said I seemed distant, distracted, not quite myself. The irony of those words coming from his mouth made me want to laugh or scream or both. I deflected, claimed work stress, said I'd been sleeping poorly. He nodded with apparent understanding, shared his own complaints about insomnia, described lying awake at 3 a.m. listening to sounds in the house. Old pipes, he said, settling foundations, the ordinary creaks and groans of an aging structure. But the way he described it didn't sound ordinary. It sounded deliberate, purposeful, like something moving through the house with intent, testing boundaries, learning the space. The afternoon light was changing, taking on that golden-orange quality that signaled the approach of evening. Shadows lengthened across the backyard, reaching toward the clubhouse like dark fingers. I should have felt safer with the sun still up, but instead the approaching dusk filled me with inexplicable dread. Elliot suggested we head inside, said he'd order pizza, make an evening of this nostalgia trip. Every instinct in my body screamed against entering that house. I invented an excuse about needing to get home, prior commitments, early morning tomorrow. He looked disappointed but didn't push, helped me gather my things, walked me around the side of the house to where my car sat in the driveway. As I opened the car door, I glanced back at the house. In the front window, a different window, upper floor, I saw movement. Just for a second. A shape that might have been Elliot, standing perfectly still, watching us. But Elliot was beside me, his hand on my shoulder, saying something about getting together again soon. I looked at him, looked at the window. The shape was gone. He waved as I pulled out of the driveway, his expression friendly and normal, and completely wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. I drove 3 blocks before I had to pull over, hands shaking so badly I couldn't grip the steering wheel. My phone buzzed. A text from Elliot. "Thanks for coming over. Sorry if I seemed weird. Haven't been feeling like myself lately." I stared at those words until they stopped making sense. Just abstract symbols on a glowing screen. Haven't been feeling like myself. What did that mean? Was it a confession? A warning? Or just an innocuous statement from a friend going through a rough patch? I didn't respond. Didn't know how to. Instead, I sat in my parked car as evening descended, trying to convince myself that I'd imagined the whole thing. Trick of the light. Stress-induced hallucination. Overactive imagination primed by too many horror podcasts and true crime documentaries. But I kept seeing that gray face, those blank eyes, and I kept wondering, if that thing was in the window, then who had I been sitting with in the backyard? And if it was Elliot in the yard, then what was staring at me from his kitchen? Or worse, what if they were both Elliot and I was the one who didn't belong? My phone buzzed again. Another text. "You left your keys here, in the clubhouse. I'm putting them on the porch. Come back anytime to grab them." My keys were in my hand, right where they'd been all afternoon, right where they always were. I looked at the text again, read it 3 times. 4. The words didn't change. My keys were simultaneously in my hand and in Elliot's clubhouse, existing in 2 places at once, obeying impossible logic that made my head hurt to contemplate. I should drive back, confront him, demand an explanation. But what if I went back and found my keys actually were in the clubhouse? What if reality had shifted slightly, rearranged itself while I wasn't paying attention, and this version of the world was the correct one? The sun was setting now, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple and deep, threatening red. I started my car again, drove home on autopilot, locked my doors, closed my curtains. But even in the safety of my own apartment, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. That night, I dreamed of the clubhouse. In the dream, I was sitting on that warped bench again. But this time, when I looked at Elliot's house, every window was filled with gray faces. Dozens of them, all with those blank, consuming eyes, all staring at me with identical expressions of nothing. No malice, no curiosity, just emptiness wearing a familiar shape. And when I woke up, I found a single photograph on my nightstand that I didn't remember bringing home. Elliot and me in the clubhouse, taken just yesterday. In the photo, we're both smiling. But if you look very closely, and I've looked so many times I've lost count, you can see something in the background, in the window of the house. A third figure, gray and still, watching us from behind those half-closed shutters. I never went back to retrieve those keys I apparently left behind. The ones that are currently in my pocket. The ones that exist in 2 places at once, just like my friend who was somehow in the yard and the window simultaneously. Last week I got a message from Elliot. He wanted to hang out again, maybe grab dinner, catch up properly. He said he felt like something had been off between us, like I was avoiding him, and he wanted to clear the air. I haven't responded yet. I'm not sure I will, because late at night, when I can't sleep, I find myself wondering, how do you tell someone that you're not sure they're real anymore? How do you explain that the person you've known for 15 years might have been replaced by something else, or worse, might be in the process of being replaced, existing in a state of quantum uncertainty between human and other? And the worst thought, the one that keeps me awake as 3 a.m. bleeds into 4. What if I'm the one who changed? What if that afternoon in the clubhouse marked some fundamental shift in my perception, and now I'm seeing things as they actually are, have always been, and the horror isn't that Elliot is becoming something else, but that I'm finally noticing what he's always been? My phone is buzzing again. Another text from Elliot, or from whatever uses his name, or from the real Elliot while I'm the imposter, the glitch, the thing that doesn't quite fit. I don't need to read it to know what it says. It's asking me to come back to the clubhouse. It's saying there's something I need to see, something important, something it can't tell me about over the phone. Story 10. The floorboards creaked as I knelt beside my bed that Tuesday night, hands pressed together in the same automatic gesture I'd performed since childhood. The words came mechanically, muscle memory more than devotion, and I was already thinking about tomorrow's chemistry exam when I whispered the final amen. That's when I heard it breathe. The sound came from directly behind me, a wet, rattling inhalation that seemed to pull all warmth from the room. My spine locked. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, but something more primal kept me frozen, staring at the wall where shadows from my desk lamp danced and twisted. Then came the voice, high-pitched and gleeful, like broken glass scraping across a chalkboard. You'll never matter. I spun around so fast I knocked my elbow against the bed frame. Pain shot up my arm, but I barely noticed because I was staring at the thing perched on my dresser. It was small, maybe the size of a house cat, hunched over itself with impossibly long fingers that gripped the edge of the wood. Its skin looked wrong in the dim light, somewhere between gray and translucent, as if it were made of smoke that had somehow solidified. But it was the face that made my stomach drop. The mouth stretched too wide, splitting the face almost in half. filled with teeth that seemed to overlap each other in rows. And it was grinning. Before I could scream, before I could even draw breath, it vanished, not slowly fading or scurrying away, just gone. One moment it was there, the next the dresser sat empty except for my scattered textbooks and the half-finished energy drink I'd left there hours ago. I sat on the floor for what might have been minutes or hours, listening to my heart hammer against my ribs. The heating system clicked on, making me jump. Somewhere down the hall, my parents' television murmured through the wall. Everything normal, everything exactly as it should be. Except nothing felt normal anymore. I didn't sleep that night. Couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that jagged grin and heard those words echoing in the chambers of my skull. You'll never matter. By the time pale morning light began creeping through my blinds, I'd almost convinced myself it had been a hallucination. Stress from exams, maybe. I'd read about sleep deprivation causing visual distortions. That had to be it. The chemistry test was a blur. I sat in the third row, staring at molecular formulas that seemed to rearrange themselves on the page, and all I could think about was whether I'd actually seen what I thought I'd seen. Around me, pencils scratched against paper. Someone coughed. The fluorescent lights buzzed their eternal, maddening drone. That's when I noticed the smell. It started as something faint, almost undetectable beneath the usual classroom odors of dry erase markers and teenage body spray, but it grew stronger, more insistent. Rot and mildew and something else. Something that reminded me of the time a rat had died in our garage walls, and we'd had to live with the stench for a week before my father finally found it. I looked around. No one else seemed to notice. They kept writing, kept calculating, kept existing in their normal world while mine tilted on its axis. The smell intensified until my eyes watered. I raised my hand, started to ask if I could use the restroom, but the words died in my throat because I saw it again. It crouched on top of the periodic table chart hanging near the teacher's desk. Same gray translucent skin, same impossible grin. But this time, its eyes found mine, and I realized they were the worst part. Empty. Not black or white or any color really. Just hollow spaces where eyes should be. Like someone had cut holes through reality itself. Its mouth moved, and though it made no sound I could hear, I knew exactly what it was saying. The same words, over and over. You'll never matter. You'll never matter. You'll never matter. I blinked, and it was gone. My hands shook so badly I could barely hold my pencil. I looked around again, desperate for any sign that someone else had seen it, but everyone remained focused on their tests. The teacher sat at her desk, scrolling through something on her phone. Normal. Everything normal, except me. I failed the test. Couldn't focus enough to remember even the basics we'd spent weeks reviewing. When I turned it in, my paper was mostly blank, with a few random formulas I'd written down just to have something to submit. The creature appeared 6 more times that week. Once in the school cafeteria, hanging from the ceiling tiles directly above my usual table. Once reflected in my bathroom mirror when I washed my face before bed, standing behind me even though the room was empty when I spun around. Once in the backseat of the car when my mother drove me to the orthodontist, its breath fogging the window beside my head. Each time the same words, the same mocking, gleeful cruelty. You'll never matter. I stopped eating much. Food tasted like ash. My mother asked if I was feeling okay, pressed the back of her hand against my forehead, checking for fever. I told her I was fine, just tired from studying. The lie came easily. Everything was becoming easier to lie about. Sleep became impossible in any meaningful way. I'd doze for 20-minute stretches, only to jerk awake with my heart racing, certain I'd heard that rattling breath somewhere in the darkness of my room. I started leaving lights on. Then I started leaving all the lights on. My father complained about the electricity bill. My grades plummeted. Teachers started pulling me aside after class, asking questions I couldn't answer. Was everything okay at home? Was I struggling with the material? Did I need to talk to the school counselor? I nodded and mumbled appropriate responses and watched their mouths move while barely processing the words. because I was starting to see it everywhere. Not just the creature itself, but signs of it. Scratches on surfaces that I didn't remember being there before. Small, deliberate marks. 3 lines parallel to each other, as if something with long fingers had dragged them across wood or metal or plastic. I found them on my desk, my bedpost, the inside of my locker at school. When I tried to point them out to my best friend, he looked at me strangely and said he didn't see anything. That's when the real fear started. Not of the creature itself, but of what it meant if I was the only one who could see it. 2 weeks after that first night, I stopped praying. The decision felt both monumental and meaningless. If prayer had somehow summoned this thing, then not praying might make it leave, but I also couldn't shake the feeling that it wouldn't matter either way. That the creature would keep appearing, keep whispering its poison, regardless of what I did or didn't do. I was wrong about prayer not mattering. The night I skipped my bedtime ritual, the creature didn't just appear briefly and vanish. It stayed. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself to sleep, despite the anxiety churning in my gut. The house had settled into its night sounds, the refrigerator humming downstairs, the occasional car passing on the street outside, the wind pushing against the windows. Normal sounds, safe sounds. Then I heard the scratch of something moving across my floor. My entire body went rigid. I didn't want to look. Every cell in my body screamed at me not to look. But I couldn't help it. Slowly, incrementally, I turned my head toward the source of the sound. It sat in the corner of my room, perched on top of my laundry hamper. But it looked different now. Bigger, more solid. The translucent quality had faded, replaced by something that looked almost real, almost tangible. Its skin had taken on a mottled, diseased appearance, covered in what might have been scales or sores or both, and it was watching me with those empty, hollow eyes. We stared at each other for what felt like hours, neither of us moving, neither of us breaking the terrible tableau we'd formed. My chest ached from holding my breath, but I didn't dare exhale, didn't dare make any sound that might trigger it to move, to speak, to do whatever it was going to do. Finally, it tilted its head, the motion too fluid, too wrong for anything with bones and joints. Its mouth stretched even wider, and I could see now that it had no tongue, just a black void that went down and down into nothing. Why did you stop? The words came directly into my head, bypassing my ears entirely. They felt like ice water injected into my brain. I couldn't answer, couldn't form words, could barely form thoughts beyond the primal terror that flooded every synapse. You stopped praying. Do you think that will save you? It leaned forward, and I watched in horror as its fingers began to extend, stretching like taffy, reaching toward me across the distance between us. Those impossibly long digits moved with a spider's grace, casting shadows on the wall that seemed to writhe with their own life. Nothing will save you. Nothing ever could. Because you'll never matter. The fingers touched my foot through the blanket, and it felt like being touched by something that existed below zero, beyond cold, in some space where temperature became something else entirely. The sensation shot up my leg, through my spine, exploding in my skull like shattered ice. I screamed. The sound ripped from my throat with such force that it hurt, tearing at the delicate tissues. I thrashed backward, slamming against the headboard hard enough to rattle my teeth. The blanket tangled around my legs as I fought to get away, to put any distance between myself and those reaching fingers. The door burst open. Light flooded the room. My father stood there in his bathrobe, eyes wide with alarm. What's wrong? What happened? I looked at the corner where the creature had been, empty. Just my laundry hamper overflowing with dirty clothes that needed washing. Normal, mundane, real, but my foot still burned with cold. My father waited for an answer I couldn't give him. How could I explain? How could I make him understand when I barely understood myself? I told him I'd had a nightmare. He stayed with me until I stopped shaking, then went back to bed with a concerned backward glance. I sat there in the darkness long after he left, staring at that corner, waiting for it to reappear. It didn't. Not that night. But I knew it would be back. The following days blurred together into a watercolor of fear and exhaustion. I moved through school like a ghost, barely aware of my surroundings, constantly scanning shadows and corners for any sign of the creature. Other students began avoiding me. I'd catch them whispering when they thought I couldn't hear, see them exchange knowing looks when I walked past. My grades had gone from bad to catastrophic. I'd missed assignments, failed tests, stopped participating in class entirely. The school counselor finally called me in, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and a voice that dripped with professional concern. She asked careful questions about my home life, my mental state, whether I'd been experiencing thoughts of harming myself. I almost laughed. Harming myself? I was being haunted by something that shouldn't exist, watched by something that fed on my fear and insignificance. What harm could I possibly do to myself that would compare to the slow disintegration I was already experiencing? But I didn't say any of that. I said what she wanted to hear. Yes, I was stressed. Yes, I would try harder. Yes, I would reach out if I needed help. More lies. I was getting good at lying. That night I tried praying again. I don't know what I expected. Maybe for the creature to vanish, banished by some holy force I'd accidentally tapped into. Maybe for answers about what it was and why it had chosen me. Maybe just for some relief from the constant weight of dread that had settled over my life like a suffocating blanket. I knelt beside my bed, hands pressed together, and began the familiar words. They felt strange in my mouth now, foreign, like I was speaking a language I'd forgotten. But I pushed through, whispered my way to the end, added a desperate plea for whatever was happening to stop. Amen. Silence. I held my breath, waiting. The room remained still. No rattling breath, no scratching, no voice in my head telling me how worthless I was. Hope flickered in my chest, fragile and tentative. Maybe it had worked. Maybe I'd found the off switch, the way to make it all stop. Maybe I could go back to being normal, to caring about chemistry tests and college applications, and all the mundane concerns that seem so distant now. Then I felt the bed shift behind me, the mattress depressed under weight that shouldn't be there. Springs creaked. The sound of breathing filled the room, so close I could feel moisture on the back of my neck. Did you think prayer would protect you? The voice was different now, deeper, more solid, real in a way it hadn't been before. Did you think any of this matters? Your prayers, your fear, your desperate hope that something out there cares whether you exist? I couldn't move, every muscle locked. I stared at the wall, at the familiar posters and pictures I'd hung there years ago, at the normal life I'd had before all this started. Nothing matters. You don't matter. This moment doesn't matter. The crushing realization that you're utterly alone in a universe that doesn't even register your existence. That's the only truth. Something touched my shoulder. Not the ice-cold sensation from before, but something worse. Something warm, almost gentle. A parody of comfort. I am the answer to your prayers. I am what waits in the silence after amen. I am the whisper of truth that everyone tries to ignore. I forced myself to turn my head. The creature sat on my bed directly behind me, close enough that I could have reached out and touched it. But it looked different again, more defined, more present. Its features had sharpened, the vague smoke-like quality gone entirely. It looked almost real now, as solid and undeniable as my own hand, and it was still smiling that horrible, jagged smile. We're going to be together for a very long time, it said, until you finally understand, until you finally accept the truth of what you are. What truth? I managed to whisper. My voice cracked, barely audible even to my own ears. The creature leaned closer. Its breath smelled like something that had been buried and dug up again. That I'm not the monster here. I'm just the mirror. Then it vanished. I sit here now, 3 months later, writing this down because I need someone to know what happened. What's still happening? The creature never left. It appears less frequently now, but more tangibly each time. Sometimes I can see it out of the corner of my eye, following me through hallways at school. Sometimes I catch its reflection in windows or mirrors. Sometimes I wake up to find new scratches on my walls, my furniture, my skin. My parents took me to a doctor, then a psychiatrist, then another psychiatrist. I have prescriptions now, little pills that I'm supposed to take twice a day. They make everything feel muted and distant, like I'm watching my life through frosted glass. But they don't make the creature go away. Nothing makes it go away. I've stopped trying to convince anyone else that it's real. They look at me with such pity when I try to explain, such gentle concern that makes me want to scream. So I take my pills and go to my therapy sessions and nod when people tell me it will get better. But here's what keeps me awake at night. What gnaws at the edges of my mind? What if it's right? What if that thing, whatever it is just showing me something that was always there? What if everyone else just refuses to see it, distracted by the comfortable lies we tell ourselves about purpose and meaning and mattering? I prayed for something. I don't even remember what anymore. Guidance maybe, understanding, some sign that there was something bigger than myself paying attention, and something answered. The creature appeared at the moment I was most vulnerable, most open, most desperate for connection with something beyond myself. It filled the silence after my prayer with its truth, its terrible insistence on my own insignificance. Was it summoned by my prayer? Or was it always there, waiting for me to finally notice it? Was it drawn to my need, or was it simply revealing what had been hidden all along? I don't know. What I do know is that it's sitting in the corner of my room right now as I write this. I can see it in my peripheral vision, patient and still, waiting for me to acknowledge it. Its hollow eyes watch me form each word, and sometimes I think I can hear it laughing, that high-pitched broken glass sound that makes my teeth ache. You'll never matter, it whispers, and maybe it's right. Or maybe the real horror isn't the creature at all. Maybe it's the question I can't answer, the one that keeps me frozen and terrified. If I stopped seeing it tomorrow, if it vanished forever and never came back, would that prove it was never real? Or would it just prove that I'd finally started to believe it? Story 11. The app was called Spirit Box, and I downloaded it as a joke. My roommate had been going on about it for weeks before he moved out, showing me the screen with that evangelical fervor people get when they think they've found proof of something. The interface was simple, a black screen with a pulsing white circle, text appearing at the bottom whenever it detected what it claimed were paranormal voices. He'd wave his phone around our apartment like a metal detector, getting hits in the bathroom, near the windows, once memorably pointed directly at my face while I was trying to eat dinner. I'm deaf, have been since birth, so the idea of an app that hunts for sounds I'll never hear felt like the universe's private joke, and I wanted in on it. The apartment felt different after he left, bigger. The shadows and corners seemed to lean differently without his clutter breaking them up. I'd lived alone before, but this place had been ours for 2 years, and now the absence of another person's vibrations. Footsteps I'd feel through the floor, doors closing, the slight tremor of someone else existing in adjacent rooms, left the space feeling like a held breath. I opened Spirit Box on a Tuesday night, more out of boredom than belief. The instructions were simple enough. Walk slowly through your space. Keep the phone steady. Wait for contact. I felt ridiculous doing it, moving through my apartment with my phone extended like I was trying to get signal in a dead zone. The living room gave me nothing. The kitchen produced a single word: cold. I checked the thermostat, 72 degrees. The bathroom was where things got interesting. I'd stepped inside, phone first, when text bloomed across the screen. Here, just that, I stood there, feeling the tile cold under my socked feet, watching the word fade and wondering what algorithm decided to spit that out. Probably picking up vibrations from the building's pipes. Refrigerator hum from the apartment below. Anything but what it claimed to be. Then I pointed it at the closet in my bedroom. The response was immediate. Hi. I actually laughed. The app had personality, I'd give it that. But something about seeing that casual greeting supposedly emerging from my closet made my skin feel tight. I walked closer. The closet door was slightly ajar, the way I always left it because the latch didn't catch properly. Inside, my clothes hung in their usual disorder, shadows pooling between the hanging fabric. I stuck my phone into the gap. Nothing. Just the black screen and pulsing circle. Then, high again. Then, closer. My hand was steady. I'm not a believer in these things, but I'm not someone who ignores data either. And the app was clearly responding to something, even if that something was just faulty code designed to freak out the credulous. I pushed the door wider with my foot and leaned in, phone extended toward the back wall. The screen filled with text, words appearing faster than I could fully register them. See you, watching, here. I jerked back. The text stopped. The room felt normal. My heart was beating faster than I wanted to admit, and I made myself breathe slowly, deliberately. Just an app. Just code written by someone who understood how to trigger primal responses. I closed the closet door firmly, checked that it latched, and set my phone face down on the nightstand. Sleep didn't come easily. I kept thinking about that cascade of words, the way they'd seemed almost frantic. When I finally drifted off, I dreamed of someone standing in my closet with their mouth open, speaking words I couldn't hear, getting frustrated that I wasn't responding, speaking louder and louder into the darkness until they were screaming silently, furiously, at my turned back. I woke around 3 a.m. with the feeling that something had changed. The apartment felt different, denser. I lay there in the darkness. I don't sleep with lights on. Never saw the point when light and dark are functionally the same to me at night, and tried to identify what had shifted. Nothing I could see. Nothing I could feel. Just this creeping sense that the space around me had somehow contracted, like the walls had inhaled and forgotten to exhale. I reached for my phone to check the time, and that's when I felt it. Not felt like touch. Felt like knowing. Like information appearing directly in my mind without passing through any of my senses first. A voice that wasn't a voice because I don't hear voices, but unmistakably communication. Clear as text on a screen. Don't let your feet hang over the edge. I froze. My left foot was dangling off the side of the bed, toes pointed toward the floor. I hadn't noticed. The room was silent in the way rooms are silent to me, which is to say I had no idea if it was actually silent or full of sound. The thought made my chest tight. What could be making noise right now that I'd never know about? What could be moving, breathing, positioning itself in the darkness while I lay there deaf to its approach? Pull them up. Now. I yanked my foot back onto the bed so fast I kicked the blanket off. My heart was slamming against my ribs. I stared into the darkness under my bed frame. I have risers, maybe 8 inches of clearance, and saw nothing. Of course, I saw nothing. There was nothing to see, except I was now completely convinced that something was wrong with the space under my bed. The shadows there seemed thicker, more present. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, then immediately felt stupid, but leaned over anyway and shone the light into the gap. Empty. Dust. A stray sock. The floor. I sat back up. My hands were shaking. This was absurd. I was experiencing what exactly? Panic over an app and my own overactive imagination. I'd used Spirit Box for maybe 10 minutes total, and now I was having a full anxiety response in the middle of the night over nothing. I made myself lie back down, kept both feet firmly on the mattress, pulled the blanket up to my chest. The ceiling above me was textured in that way rental ceilings are, little peaks and valleys in the paint that probably had a name. I traced the patterns with my eyes and tried to think about normal things. Work tomorrow. The grocery list I needed to make. Whether I needed to call maintenance about the closet latch. It knows you can't hear it moving. The thought arrived like the others. That same not voice. And this time I sat straight up and turned on every light in the room. My bedroom blazed into being. Everything exactly where it should be. Closet door still closed. Window closed. Door to the hallway open like always. Nothing under the bed but dust and that sock. I opened my phone and stared at Spirit Box's icon. My thumb hovered over it. I should delete it. Obviously I should delete it. Instead, I opened it. The screen pulsed its white circle. I pointed it at the closet. Nothing. At the window. Nothing. under the bed, angling the phone down into that gap I'd just checked. Waiting. One word. I pulled the phone back up and the screen went blank again, just the pulse. My rational mind knew this was confirmation bias, pattern recognition gone haywire, my brain connecting dots that didn't exist. But my body knew something else. My body knew that every hair on my arms was standing up, and that the air in the room felt charged like it does before a storm, and that I needed to not be in this room right now. I grabbed my blanket and went to the living room couch. The couch felt safer for reasons I couldn't articulate. Closer to the door, maybe. More open space around it. I curled up with my blanket and tried to convince myself I was being ridiculous, but the feeling of wrongness followed me. The apartment's darkness seemed full of pockets now, places where something could be standing without me knowing. I'd never thought about that before, not really. I'd always just accepted that I lived in a silent world, and that was fine. It was my normal. Now my normal felt like a vulnerability. I must have fallen asleep eventually because I woke to weak gray light coming through the windows. Morning. My neck hurt from the couch's arm and my mouth tasted stale. The apartment looked exactly like it always did in daylight. Ordinary, slightly messy, completely unthreatening. I felt embarrassed. I'm a grown man who'd spent half the night scared of his own bedroom because of a phone app and some middle-of-the-night anxiety. I made coffee, took a shower, got dressed in the bathroom without incident, though I avoided looking at the mirror for too long. That childhood superstition about seeing something behind you rising up unbidden. Work was remote today, which meant sitting at my desk in the corner of the living room and trying to focus on code while my bedroom door sat in my peripheral vision like a question mark. Around noon, I gave in and went back in there. Daylight made everything safe again. I checked the closet, clothes, shoes, the back wall solid, and even got down on the floor to peer under the bed properly. Nothing. I felt the tension in my shoulders ease. Just an anxiety episode. Maybe I needed to talk to my doctor about upping my medication. Stress at work had been high. That made sense. I left the bedroom door open and went back to work. The afternoon passed normally. I had a video meeting where I watched people's mouths move and read the captions, contributed when prompted, felt grounded in the regular world of deadlines and deliverables. By the time evening arrived, I'd almost forgotten about the previous night. Almost. But when darkness started seeping back into the apartment, that feeling returned with it. I ate dinner standing up in the kitchen, unable to shake the sensation that sitting with my back to a room was a bad idea. When I finally settled on the couch with my laptop, I positioned myself so I could see the bedroom doorway. Nothing moved in there, nothing changed, but I couldn't make myself stop watching it. Around 9 p.m., my phone buzzed with a text. It was face down on the coffee table and I reached for it, grateful for the distraction. But when I flipped it over, there was no notification, just my home screen. Except Spirit Box was open. I hadn't opened it. I was sure I hadn't opened it. The screen showed its usual pulsing circle, but text was scrolling across the bottom, appearing and disappearing too fast to read. I caught fragments. Close now. Can't hide. Under the... I closed the app with shaking hands. Then I opened my settings and deleted it completely. The icon disappeared from my home screen. Relief washed through me, and with it a wave of something like sheepishness. There. Done. No more ghost hunting apps feeding my paranoia. My phone buzzed again. I looked down. Spirit Box's icon was back on my home screen. That's impossible. You can't reinstall an app without actively doing it. I deleted it again, watching it disappear. Waited. 10 seconds. 20. It stayed gone. I set the phone down and rubbed my eyes, hard enough to see stars. When I looked again, the icon was back. This time when I opened it, text was already there. It's not the app. I threw my phone across the room. It hit the wall and clattered to the floor. I sat there breathing hard, staring at it. The screen was still lit, facing up, that white circle pulsing like a heartbeat. From where I sat, I couldn't see if more text was appearing. You know it's not the app. The not voice again, that direct insertion of knowing. And worse, it was right. Deep down, beneath the rationalizations and the desperate grasp at normal explanations, some part of me had already accepted that something was genuinely wrong. The app hadn't created anything. It had just given me a way to see what was already there. The lights flickered. Just once, so brief I might have imagined it. But I didn't imagine the way the shadows in the corners seemed to pulse with it, expanding and contracting like something breathing. I stood up slowly. My legs felt weak. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, get out, go somewhere with people and lights and the kind of safety that comes from witnesses. But where would I go? To tell someone what, exactly? That a ghost hunting app had convinced me my apartment was haunted, that I was hearing voices despite being deaf. They'd think I was having a breakdown. Maybe I was having a breakdown. Look at the bedroom. I didn't want to. Everything in me resisted turning my head toward that open doorway. But the compulsion was overwhelming, that same quality of information as imperative the warnings had carried. I looked. The closet door was open. Not just ajar, fully open. The darkness inside looked absolute, untouched by the living room's light. As I stared, something about the quality of that darkness changed. It became dense, purposeful, less like absence of light and more like presence of something else. And I knew, with the same certainty as the warnings, that whatever was in there was watching me back. It's been waiting. My phone was still on the floor across the room. I could see the screen from here, see text appearing. Waited so long, waiting, wanting. The words scrolled faster, becoming a blur of repetition. How long had I lived here? 2 years. How long had my roommate lived here before I moved in? 3 years before that. How long had this thing been here, unable to make the hearing world acknowledge it, until someone deaf moved in and downloaded an app that could translate its existence into text? How long had it been screaming into the void? The closet's darkness rippled. I bolted for the front door, but something stopped me mid-step. Not physically, but mentally. That voice that wasn't exploding in my head with desperate urgency. Don't expose your feet. I looked down. I was wearing slippers, thin slippers. In my panic, I'd forgotten the warning from the night before. And now, frozen halfway between the couch and the door, I understood with perfect clarity that something was under every piece of furniture in this apartment. Under the couch, under the coffee table, under the TV stand, waiting in every shadow space, every gap between object and floor, for flesh to come within reach. The lights went out. Total darkness. Not just light switch darkness, but the complete absence of light. Like something had sealed the apartment off from every photon trying to enter. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. Couldn't see the windows that should have let in street light. Couldn't see anything. But I could feel the floor vibrating. Something was moving. Multiple somethings. All around me. I stood absolutely still, balanced on feet I could barely feel, my breath coming in short gasps. The vibrations grew stronger, closer. I felt air movement against my ankles, cold and deliberate, like breath, like something was circling just inches from my exposed skin, considering. It wants you to run. The thought was my own this time, rising from whatever part of the brain generates survival instincts. Running meant exposed feet, meant reaching down into dark spaces, meant becoming vulnerable in all the ways I'd been warned against. So I stood there, waiting, feeling the circling presence, the weight of attention from the direction of the bedroom, the wrongness pressing in from every direction. Then something wrapped around my left ankle. Not grabbed, wrapped. Like fingers, but wrong, too many of them, each one cold and slightly damp. I felt them tighten with a grip that was gentle almost, testing. The touch sent revulsion through my entire body, but I forced myself to stay still. Making noise wouldn't help. I couldn't hear if I was making noise anyway. Couldn't hear if anything else was making noise. Couldn't hear it moving up my leg. It was moving up my leg. The grip shifted, fingers crawling upward with deliberate slowness, and I broke. jerked my leg up and stumbled backward, hitting the wall behind me. More movement in the dark, vibrations through the floor converging on my position. The thing on my ankle pulled, not hard, but insistent, trying to drag me forward, toward the bedroom, toward that open closet. It wants to show you something. I grabbed for anything, finding the wall and pressing my back against it. The pulling grew stronger. I was sliding forward despite myself, my socked foot finding no purchase on the floor. The darkness stayed absolute. The grip stayed firm. And under it all, I swear I felt vibrations that might have been speech. Urgent, rapid, desperate sounds I would never hear, but could somehow sense. Could feel in my bones as intention, if not words. The pulling stopped. Just stopped. Mid-drag, and the fingers unwrapped from my ankle, with a touch that felt almost reluctant. The vibrations ceased. The air stilled. I stood there against the wall, my chest heaving, waiting for what came next. Light flooded back slowly, like a dimmer switch being turned up. Not from any source I could identify, but emerging from everywhere at once, until the apartment looked exactly as it had before. Normal. Empty. The closet door in the bedroom hung open still, but the darkness inside had resolved into ordinary shadows, clothes visible, nothing watching from within. My phone lay on the floor where I'd thrown it. The screen was dark. I walked over on shaking legs and picked it up. When I turned it on, Spirit Box was gone. Really gone. I searched my entire phone and found no trace of it. Not in my apps, not in my download history, not anywhere. But in my photos, there was a new image I hadn't taken. It was dark, the quality poor, but I could make out enough. The inside of a closet. My closet. And in the back corner, almost invisible in the shadows, a shape. Humanoid, but wrong. Crouched. The timestamp said it had been taken at 3:47 a.m. last night, while I'd been sleeping on the couch. The shape's eyes were open. It was looking at the camera. At the bottom of the photo, overlaid in white text like a caption, were 4 words. I just wanted help. I stared at that image for a long time. Then I looked at my bedroom, at the open closet, at the apartment that had never felt like mine, and suddenly felt like it had never been empty at all. The question isn't whether something is here. The question is what it wants, what it's always wanted, what it might do now that it knows I can almost understand it. My feet are cold. I'm sitting on my bed writing this, both feet pulled up onto the mattress, and I can feel vibrations through the floor that might be the building settling, or might be something pacing in the living room. Waiting. The closet door is closed now. I closed it myself. Checked the latch 3 times. But here's what I can't stop thinking about. That photo was taken from inside the closet looking out, which means something was in there with my clothes, in my space, close enough to touch the things I wear against my skin. And the caption. I just wanted help. With what? From what? Help to leave, or help to stay? Help to be heard, or help to do something I can't yet imagine? The floor is vibrating again. Stronger now. Closer. I think something is under the bed. Story 12. The realtor had mentioned the death almost as an afterthought, the way you might mention a leaky faucet or outdated wiring. The previous owner had collapsed on the front lawn while trimming hedges. Heart attack. Quick, probably painless. The grass had grown over whatever evidence might have remained, thick and uniform, as if nothing had ever disturbed it. I signed the papers 3 weeks later. The house itself seemed indifferent to its history. A modest ranch-style structure with cream-colored siding and brown shutters. It sat at the end of a cul-de-sac where the suburbs began their slow dissolution into farmland. The hallway that connected the bedrooms to the living areas stretched longer than it should have. A trick of the narrow width and the way the overhead light couldn't quite reach both ends at once. That hallway became the axis around which everything else began to tilt. I saw the cat on my 4th night there. I had been carrying a box of books from the garage, navigating the dim corridor with my shoulder against the wall for balance, when movement caught my eye. low to the ground, fluid and purposeful. A cat, gray-striped and substantial, padding toward the far bedroom with its tail held high. The image registered with such clarity that I nearly called out to it, some automatic greeting forming in my throat. But I owned no cat. Had never owned a cat. By the time I set the box down and turned back, the hallway stood empty. The bedroom door at the end remained closed, exactly as I had left it. I checked anyway, searching the room with a thoroughness that felt foolish even as I performed it. Nothing. No cat, no disturbed dust, no indication that anything living had passed through. The logical explanations lined themselves up dutifully. Fatigue from moving, a trick of shadow and light, the house settling in unfamiliar ways. I accepted them with the rational part of my mind while something deeper, more primitive, began taking notes. The first time slip happened 11 days after I moved in. I had been reaching for a coffee mug in the kitchen cabinet, my arm extended, fingers spread to grasp the handle. Mid-motion, something changed. The air thickened, became viscous, and my hand hung suspended in space. Not frozen exactly. I could still feel the intention to move, the neural signals firing, but disconnected from the flow of cause and effect. The fluorescent light above hummed at a pitch that seemed to drill into my skull. Then, with a sensation like a rubber band snapping back, time resumed. My hand completed its journey, closed around the mug, brought it down to the counter. The entire episode had lasted perhaps 3 seconds, though it felt simultaneously much longer and instantaneous. I stood there holding the empty mug, my pulse hammering in my ears, trying to convince myself I had simply spaced out. People did that. Petit mal seizures, microsleeps, neurological hiccups with perfectly mundane explanations. I made coffee anyway, though my hands shook enough to spill grounds across the counter. The cat appeared again that afternoon. This time I was walking down the hallway toward the bathroom, my mind occupied with work emails I needed to answer, when that same gray shape materialized at the periphery of my vision. It sat near the linen closet, grooming one paw with focused attention, utterly solid and real. Sunlight from the bedroom window caught the lighter fur around its neck, creating a suggestion of a collar or ruff. I stopped walking, stopped breathing. The cat continued its grooming, apparently unconcerned with my presence, and I found myself cataloging details with an intensity that felt both compulsive and necessary. The slight tatter in one ear, the way its whiskers caught the light, the rhythmic motion of its pink tongue against gray fur. Then I blinked, and it was gone. Not gradually, not as if it had walked away or hidden, simply absent, leaving behind the same empty hallway with its beige carpet and blank walls. I began avoiding that corridor when I could, taking the long route through the kitchen to reach the bedrooms. But the house's layout made this impractical, and eventually necessity overcame reluctance. Each passage became an exercise in controlled breathing and deliberate focus on the walls, the ceiling, anywhere but the spaces where a cat might or might not be sitting. The second time slip occurred during a storm. Thunder had been rolling across the sky for an hour, and I was standing at the bedroom window watching rain sheet across the glass. I reached out to adjust the blinds when my hand touched the cord and everything stopped. The rain hung motionless outside, individual drops suspended mid-fall like beads on invisible strings. Lightning froze in mid-fork across the purple-black sky, a white scar that didn't fade. And I stood there, my fingers wrapped around the plastic cord, feeling static electricity crawl across my skin in waves. It raised the hair on my arms, on the back of my neck, built in intensity until my teeth ached with it. Then the charge released. I felt it exit through my fingertips into the cord, and the world lurched back into motion. The rain fell. The thunder cracked. My heart attempted to hammer its way out of my chest. I pulled my hand back and stared at my fingertips. They looked normal, felt normal. No burns, no marks, nothing to indicate I had just been a conduit for something that had stopped time itself. That night, I slept on the couch in the living room, but sleep brought no relief. I woke in darkness to the sound of soft padding feet in the hallway, the rhythmic 4-beat pattern of an animal's gait, moving from one end of the corridor to the other, back and forth, back and forth. I lay rigid under my blanket, eyes wide, staring at the dark rectangle of the hallway entrance. The footsteps continued, never varying in pace, never approaching closer but never receding either. When dawn finally began to gray the windows, the sound simply stopped, as if someone had flipped a switch. I told myself it was the house settling, pipes expanding and contracting, any number of ordinary phenomena that older homes produced. But I had begun keeping a notebook, documenting each incident with timestamps and conditions. The list grew longer. The cat in the hallway near the water heater, sitting with its back to me. The cat at the end of the corridor, staring directly at me with eyes that reflected no light. The cat halfway into the wall beside the thermostat, its front half visible, its back half simply not there. The pattern bothered me more than the sightings themselves. Always the same hallway, always the same gray-striped cat. Never moving except that one first time, always static, like photographs inserted into reality. I began researching the previous owner. The obituary yielded basic facts. Survived by a sister in another state, preceded in death by his wife 10 years prior. The local library's newspaper archives offered a little more. He had lived in the house for 37 years, kept mostly to himself, worked as an accountant until retirement. No mention of pets, no mention of anything unusual. But the woman who ran the coffee shop 3 blocks away remembered him. When I mentioned the address, her expression shifted slightly. He used to come in every morning, she told me. Same order, same time. Had a cat he talked about constantly, showed her pictures on his phone. The cat had died about a year before he did. He'd been devastated. What color was the cat? I asked, knowing the answer before she spoke. Gray tabby, she said, with a torn ear. I stood in the hallway that evening, letting my eyes adjust to the dimness. The silence felt expectant, as if the house itself was holding its breath. I had stopped questioning my sanity in any productive way. Instead, I had begun to wonder if sanity was even the relevant metric. Perhaps the house remembered things. Perhaps certain events left impressions that could be replayed under the right conditions. Perhaps I was simply sensitive to these impressions in a way others weren't. Or perhaps I was losing my mind in incremental degrees, so gradually that I couldn't distinguish the descent from normal experience. The third time slip happened while I was standing there. One moment I was in the hallway, evening light slanting through the bedroom window behind me. The next, the quality of light changed. Brighter, harsher, the angle suggesting mid-afternoon. And the hallway wasn't empty. A figure stood at the far end back to me, wearing a cardigan and khaki pants. He was bending down, his hand extended, making soft clicking sounds with his tongue. Calling to something I couldn't see, I tried to move and found myself locked in place, a spectator to this scene that was and wasn't happening. The figure straightened, and I saw him in profile. An older man, thin, with white hair and a posture that suggested bone-deep weariness. He looked toward where I stood, and for an instant our eyes might have met. Then the light shifted again. The hallway was empty, and I was alone with my racing pulse and the growing certainty that the house wasn't haunted by a cat. It was haunted by a man who loved one. The distinction felt important, though I couldn't articulate why. Ghosts, I had always assumed, were tied to trauma or violent death. But what I was experiencing felt different. Softer, more like an echo than a scream. The man had walked this hallway countless times, calling to his companion, and perhaps those movements had worn a groove in reality itself. Perhaps grief was a strong enough force to leave permanent marks, or perhaps I was constructing elaborate explanations for a series of hallucinations that signaled the early stages of a neurological condition: epilepsy, brain tumor, schizophrenia. The possibilities were numerous and terrifying in their own right. I began spending less time at home. Work became a refuge, as did the library, the coffee shop, anywhere with other people whose presence served as anchors to consensus reality. But eventually, I had to return. Had to walk down that hallway to reach my bedroom. Had to pass through spaces where time occasionally skipped like a scratched record. The cat appeared more frequently now. sometimes multiple times in a single day. I had stopped reacting with surprise, had almost become accustomed to its presence the way you become accustomed to a persistent draft or a door that won't quite close properly. It never seemed threatening, just persistently there, occupying space in a way that defied explanation. On a Tuesday evening, 3 months after moving in, I stood in the hallway and spoke to the empty air. I told it, him, the cat, whatever was listening, that I understood, that I knew about loss and loneliness, and the way certain routines could become so ingrained that they persisted beyond reason. I wasn't asking for anything to stop or go away. I just wanted to acknowledge what I was experiencing, to make it somehow less solitary. The hallway remained silent. The cat didn't appear. Nothing changed. But that night, as I lay in bed, I heard footsteps in the corridor. Not the padding 4-beat rhythm of a cat, but the slow, measured tread of a person walking. They passed my door, continued toward the living room, and stopped. Then silence. Then the footsteps returning, passing my door again, heading back toward the far bedroom. The pattern repeated 3 times before ceasing. I didn't get up to investigate. Some instinct warned me that witnessing certain things directly might break whatever fragile membrane kept them contained in the realm of the almost real. So I listened, my eyes open in the darkness, while someone who might or might not exist paced the hallway of a house he might or might not have left. Morning came eventually, as it always does. I made coffee, showered, dressed for work. The hallway looked the same as it always did. Beige carpet, cream walls, the faint smell of dust and old wood. But when I walked down it toward the front door, I felt the air shift slightly, felt that now familiar thickening that preceded a time slip. I stopped walking and waited. The air grew heavy. My breath clouded despite the warm temperature. And at the end of the hallway, standing in the archway that led to the living room, a figure began to materialize. Not all at once, but in layers. First a suggestion of shape, then details accumulating like a photograph developing in reverse. The white hair, the cardigan, the expression of profound concentration. He was looking at something at his feet, something I still couldn't see but could now almost sense, a presence that existed just beyond my ability to perceive it directly. The man looked up, looked directly at me, and for a moment that stretched beyond its physical dimensions, we simply regarded each other across the corridor that separated us. His expression held no malice, no fear, just a sort of gentle curiosity mixed with something that might have been recognition. Then he smiled, bent down, and picked up something invisible, cradled it against his chest, turned and walked through the archway into the living room. Time snapped back, and I found myself standing alone in an empty hallway, my hands trembling and my mind trying to process what I had or hadn't just witnessed. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. I don't know if the house remembers things that happened, or if I'm creating elaborate hallucinations to cope with isolation. I don't know if the previous owner is somehow still here, playing out his routines in a dimension adjacent to my own, or if I'm experiencing symptoms of a condition that will eventually require medical intervention. What I do know is this. I still see the cat in the hallway. I still experience moments when time fractures and reforms. And sometimes, late at night, I hear footsteps pacing back and forth, accompanied by soft clicking sounds and whispered words I can't quite make out. I've stopped trying to rationalize it, stopped keeping the notebook, stopped researching medical conditions and paranormal phenomena. Instead, I simply live here, in this house at the end of the cul-de-sac, sharing space with whatever it is that shares space with me. The realtor had called it a good neighborhood. Quiet, she'd said. Nothing ever happens here. She was right, in a way. Nothing happens. The same things just happen over and over, layered on top of each other, until past and present become indistinguishable. Until you can't tell which version of the hallway you're walking through or which version of yourself is doing the walking. I saw the cat again this morning. It was sitting near the linen closet, grooming its paw, and when I walked past it, I could have sworn I felt warmth radiating from its fur. Could have sworn I heard the faint sound of purring. Tonight, I'll sleep in my bed. Tomorrow, I'll walk down that hallway again. And maybe I'll catch another glimpse of the man in the cardigan, still calling to his companion, still pacing the same route he walked for decades. Or maybe I won't. Maybe I'll experience another time slip. Feel that static electricity building until it discharges through my fingertips and leaves me wondering which side of the membrane I'm actually on. Either way, I'm beginning to think the question of what's real and what isn't might be less important than I originally believed. Because real or not, the cat is there. The man is there. And I am here, in this house whose former owner died on the lawn, bearing witness to something that refuses to be easily categorized or dismissed. The hallway stretches ahead of me, dim and ordinary, and full of presences I can almost perceive. I walk its length several times a day, and each time I wonder if this will be the moment when everything becomes clear, when the truth reveals itself in a way that can't be denied or explained away. But clarity never comes, just more sightings, more slips in time, more evidence that the boundaries between what was and what is remain permeable in ways I'm only beginning to understand. And somewhere in the middle of all this uncertainty, I've realized something. I'm not afraid anymore. Not of the cat, not of the man, not of the moments when reality shifts beneath my feet. Fear requires a clear enemy, and what I'm experiencing feels less like a threat than a puzzle whose pieces refuse to fit together in conventional ways. So I wait, and watch, and walk down that hallway day after day, never quite sure what I'll see or when time might decide to pause again, holding me suspended between one heartbeat and the next. The house remembers, or I'm unraveling, or perhaps both things are true simultaneously, existing in superposition until some future moment collapses them into a single definitive answer. Until then, I share my hallway with a ghost cat and the man who loved it, and I've learned to accept that some questions don't have answers, only the spaces where answers should be. Story 13. The apartment had been too quiet for 3 days. It wasn't the peaceful kind of quiet, the kind you sink into after a long week, grateful for the silence. This was different. This was the quiet that presses against your eardrums, that makes you hold your breath without realizing it, that transforms every small sound into something momentous. The holiday weekend had emptied the building of its usual residents, all of them fleeing to family gatherings or beach houses or anywhere that wasn't here. I had stayed behind, citing work deadlines that weren't really deadlines at all. The truth was simpler and more pathetic. I had nowhere else to go. The building was old, one of those pre-war structures that Manhattan real estate agents call charming and full of character, which really means the radiators clang like church bells and the floorboards announce your every movement to the neighbors you're trying to pretend don't exist. Except now there were no neighbors, just me and 5 floors of empty apartments, and that pressing, suffocating quiet. I had been trying to work when the lights went out. It was 2:17 a.m. according to my laptop before the screen went dark. One moment I was staring at a spreadsheet that had long since stopped making sense, and the next, I was sitting in absolute darkness. Not the darkness of a room at night. There's always some ambient light, some glow from street lamps or neighboring windows. This was complete, total, the kind of darkness that feels solid, that seems to have weight and texture. My first thought was that I had forgotten to pay the electric bill. My second thought, arriving with a cold finger of dread trailing down my spine, was that the rest of the building would still have power. But when I fumbled my way to the window and looked out, the entire street was black. The bodega across the way, which never closed, was dark. The traffic lights at the intersection were out. Even the usual constellation of lit windows in the surrounding buildings had been extinguished. A blackout then. A real one. The kind the city got sometimes during heat waves or storms, though tonight the weather had been mild, almost pleasant. I found my phone by feel, my fingers brushing across the desk until they encountered its familiar shape. The screen lit up, a small rectangle of painful brightness in the void, and I used it to navigate to the drawer where I kept candles for exactly this kind of emergency. The flame, when I finally got it lit, seemed almost offensively cheerful. It cast dancing shadows on the walls, made the familiar contours of my apartment look strange and theatrical. I set the candle on the coffee table and sat back down on the couch, telling myself this was fine. This was normal. Blackouts happened. The power would come back on. I just had to wait it out. But the quiet, that pressing, unnatural quiet, seemed to intensify in the candlelight. I found myself listening, really listening, in a way I hadn't in years. The building creaked and settled around me, its old bones shifting in ways that were probably perfectly normal but sounded in that moment deliberate, purposeful. I tried to focus on my phone, scrolling through news sites to see if there was any information about the outage, but the signal was weak and the pages loaded in painful, stuttering increments. The battery was at 43%. I should conserve it. I should probably try to sleep. But the thought of lying down in my bedroom, in that darkness, with the door open to the rest of the apartment, made my stomach clench with an anxiety I couldn't quite name. So I stayed on the couch, watching the candle burn, listening to the silence, and trying not to think about how alone I was. That's when I heard it. At first I thought it was my imagination, that peculiar trick the mind plays in absolute quiet, generating phantom sounds to fill the void. But no. There it was again. A sound like fabric dragging across wood, coming from somewhere deeper in the apartment, from the direction of the bedroom. I held my breath, listened. Nothing. Just my heart hammering against my ribs, just the faint hiss of the candle burning. Then, a whisper. Not a word. Not at first. Just the suggestion of breath being shaped into meaning. Too quiet to make out, but too distinct to dismiss. I felt every muscle in my body go rigid. The candlelight seemed to dim, though that was impossible. I stared into the darkness beyond its reach, into the black rectangle of the hallway that led to my bedroom and bathroom, and I saw, or thought I saw, something shift. A deeper darkness within the darkness, a shape without definition. I almost called out, almost asked if someone was there, but the question died in my throat. Because I knew, with a certainty that bypassed logic and lodged itself directly in some primal part of my brain, that I didn't want an answer. That asking would be a mistake. The whisper came again, closer now, and this time I could make out the words. You're not safe. 3 syllables, spoken in a voice that might have been male or female, young or old, human or something else entirely. A voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, that resonated not in my ears but somewhere deeper, in my chest, in my bones. I jerked upright, my hand automatically reaching for the phone beside me. The sudden movement made the candle flame dance wildly, shadows leaping and twisting across the walls like living things. I fumbled with the phone, my fingers slippery with sudden sweat, and managed to activate the flashlight. The bright LED beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the empty hallway. Empty. Nothing there. Just my familiar walls, my familiar doorways, everything exactly where it should be. But the air felt different. Thicker. Charged with something I couldn't name. I stood up, moving before I could talk myself out of it, and walked toward the hallway. My footsteps sounded too loud in the silence, each one a small announcement of my presence, my vulnerability. The phone's light wobbled as my hand shook, making the shadows dance and retreat and advance in nauseating rhythm. The bedroom was empty. Of course it was empty. What had I expected? I checked the bathroom, the kitchen, the closets, all empty, all exactly as I had left them, but the feeling persisted. That sense of wrongness, of presence, of being watched by something that scattered like smoke whenever I turned to look directly at it. I returned to the living room and stood in the middle of the space, turning in slow circles, shining the light into every corner. Nothing. But I couldn't shake the conviction that I wasn't alone, that something was here with me, just beyond the reach of the light, watching, waiting. The rational part of my brain tried to assert itself. Stress, lack of sleep, the isolation of the past 3 days, the power outage creating an atmosphere ripe for paranoia. I was scaring myself with nothing. There was no voice. I had imagined it. Or maybe it had been something from outside, some sound from the street that had traveled up through the walls in just the right way to sound like words. Yes, that made sense. That was reasonable. I sat back down, set the phone on the coffee table with the flashlight still on, and tried to calm my racing heart. The candle had burned down to a stub, the flame guttering in a pool of liquid wax. I should light another one. I should do something productive. But I found myself frozen, listening to the silence, waiting for something I couldn't name. The hours crawled past with agonizing slowness. 3 a.m. became 4, 4 became 5. The darkness outside my windows began gradually to lift. Not brightening, not yet, but thinning from absolute black to deep charcoal. The power remained out. My phone battery dwindled to 20%, then 15. I dimmed the flashlight to conserve it, and in the reduced light the apartment seemed to close in around me. I must have dozed off, because I jerked awake to the sound of footsteps, not the imagined whisper of fabric on wood, not some ambiguous noise that could be explained away. Real footsteps, heavy, fast, running toward me. They came from the bedroom, from the hallway, rapid thuds that grew louder with each fraction of a second. I scrambled to my feet, my scream catching in my throat, and the footsteps reached the hallway's end just as the bathroom door, which I had left open, slammed shut with a bang that shook the walls. Then silence. Absolute, crushing silence. I stood frozen in the gray pre-dawn light, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my whole body shaking. The phone had fallen from the coffee table, its light pointing uselessly at the ceiling. The candle had gone out. I don't know how long I stood there. Seconds, minutes. Time had become elastic, meaningless. Eventually, moving like someone in a dream, I retrieved the phone. Its battery was at 8%. I turned on the flashlight again and pointed it toward the bathroom. The door was closed. I could see it clearly now in the growing dawn light. Closed when I had left it open. Closed, though I was alone in the apartment. Alone. I had to be alone. I forced myself to walk toward it. Each step felt like wading through deep water, every instinct screaming at me to run, to get out, to flee this place. But where would I go? Out into the empty building, down the dark stairwell, into the powerless streets? My hand reached out. I wasn't sure I was controlling it anymore, and grasped the doorknob. It was ice cold, so cold it burned. I turned it slowly, feeling the mechanism click, and pushed. The door swung open. The bathroom was dark, darker than it should be, darker than the rest of the apartment even though it had the same lack of power, the same early morning gloom. I shone the phone's light inside, and the beam seemed to be absorbed by the shadows, losing intensity, barely penetrating the space. And there, at the base of the toilet, pooling around the base of the sink, spreading across the tile floor like spilled ink, was something that moved. Not shadows. Not exactly. It was darkness, yes, but darkness with texture and motion. It roiled and twisted, advancing and retreating in patterns that made my eyes hurt to follow. It looked almost like smoke, but thicker, more substantial, and it was rising. Slowly, so slowly, it began to climb, up the sides of the toilet, creeping along the wall, reaching toward the ceiling, reaching toward me. I stumbled backward, the scream finally breaking free from my chest, and slammed the door shut. I heard, or felt, or imagined, something impact the other side of the door, something that made no sound but sent vibrations through the wood under my palm. I ran then, grabbed my keys, my phone, nothing else, and ran. Down the stairs, my feet barely touching the steps, expecting at any moment to hear those footsteps behind me again, to feel something cold and dark wrap around my ankles and pull me down. The lobby was empty, the front door blessedly unlocked, and I burst out onto the street as the first rays of actual sunlight broke over the buildings to the east. The power was still out. The street was deserted except for a few early risers looking confused, checking their phones, trying to figure out what had happened. I stood on the sidewalk breathing hard, looking up at my building, at the window of my apartment. Was that a shadow moving behind the glass? Or just a reflection of the clouds? I stood there as the city woke up around me, as the sun climbed higher, as eventually, around 7 a.m., the traffic lights flickered back to life and power returned to the grid. I stood there until I saw other residents of my building begin to emerge, looking tired but unconcerned, talking about the outage, about the inconvenience, about nothing being wrong except a few hours without electricity. I should have gone back inside, should have checked the apartment in the daylight, proven to myself that there was nothing there, that I had been exhausted and stressed and my imagination had run wild in the darkness. But I couldn't, because I knew what I had heard, what I had seen. Or did I? The exhaustion was a physical weight now, pressing down on my shoulders, making my thoughts slow and sticky. When had I last slept properly? 2 days ago? 3? The isolation, the quiet, the stress I'd been under at work. It had all built up, hadn't it? Created the perfect conditions for a kind of waking nightmare. That made sense. That was logical. But if it was all in my head, why could I still hear it? Even now, standing in the bright morning sunlight with the city humming back to life around me, I could hear it. Not with my ears. Deeper than that. That whisper, recurring like a heartbeat, like a promise, like a warning. You're not safe. And the worst part, the part that kept me standing on that sidewalk long after the sun had burned away the last of the shadows, the part that keeps me awake now in different apartments, in different cities, in rooms where I leave every light burning, was that I didn't know if the voice was wrong. I don't know if I ever will. Story 14. The old parsonage smelled of mildew and centuries of accumulated dust, a scent that clung to the back of my throat like cobwebs. Beyond the warped window frames, headstones jutted from the earth at crooked angles, their inscriptions worn smooth by rain and time. My sister Vera and I had inherited this place from our grandfather 3 weeks ago, and we'd been foolish enough to stay here while sorting through his belongings. The isolation felt almost physical, a weight pressing down on the roof, seeping through the walls. That first night, I told myself the creaking was just the house settling, that the groans echoing through empty corridors were nothing more than old wood contracting in the October chill. But sound behaves differently in abandoned places. It travels through hollow spaces, amplifies in vacant rooms, and sometimes, I was beginning to suspect, it manifests from nothing at all. The event room occupied the entire eastern wing of the first floor. Grandfather had used it for parish gatherings decades ago, back when this place still functioned as something more than a monument to neglect. Now it stood empty, a cavernous space with water-stained wallpaper peeling in long strips and a floor that dipped toward the center like a sagging belly. We'd planned to clean it out last, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of forgotten furniture draped in yellowed sheets. I was trying to sleep when I first heard them. The sound cut through my half-consciousness like a blade. Heavy, deliberate footsteps crossing the event room directly below my bedroom. Not the random settling of old boards, but measured steps, boot heels striking wood with purposeful rhythm. Each footfall sent a small vibration through the floor joists, and I felt them as much as heard them. A steady percussion that raised the hair along my arms. I lay perfectly still, my breath caught somewhere between my lungs and throat. The footsteps moved from one end of the room to the other, unhurried, almost methodical. They paused near what I estimated was the center of the space, and in that silence I could hear my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. Then they resumed, crossing back the way they'd come. The rational part of my mind cycled through explanations even as my body remained frozen beneath the thin blanket. An intruder. Someone from town who knew the house was occupied again, a vagrant seeking shelter. But something felt wrong about those explanations, something my instincts rejected before my conscious mind could articulate why. The footsteps were too regular, too purposeful. They weren't the tentative steps of someone exploring unfamiliar territory, or the rushed movements of a thief. They were the footsteps of someone who belonged there, someone walking a familiar route. I forced myself upright and fumbled for my phone on the nightstand, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline. The screen's blue glow hurt my eyes as I checked the time. 2:47 a.m. The footsteps continued below, and I realized with a fresh surge of fear that they'd been going for several minutes now. Back and forth, tracing the same path repeatedly. My room was at the end of a long hallway, and Vera's was near the stairs. I needed to get to her, to confirm that I wasn't experiencing some kind of auditory hallucination brought on by exhaustion or the stress of the past few weeks. The door's hinges protested as I eased it open, the sound absurdly loud in the darkness. I stepped into the hallway and the temperature dropped noticeably, not the gradual cool of night air, but an immediate, unnatural chill that raised goosebumps across my skin. The footsteps stopped. The sudden silence was worse than the sound had been. I stood in the hallway, one hand pressed against the wall for balance, and listened to the absence of noise. It felt expectant somehow, as if the house itself was holding its breath. Waiting. I moved toward Vera's room, each of my own footsteps sounding like thunder in my ears. Her door was ajar, and I could see the faint outline of her form in bed, unmoving. Either she was asleep or doing what I had done, lying still and pretending not to hear. My hand was inches from her door when the footsteps resumed. This time they were faster, urgent, and they weren't in the event room anymore. They were in the hallway. They were coming up the stairs. I didn't think. I lunged into Vera's room and shook her shoulder roughly. She jerked awake with a gasp, her eyes wide and disoriented in the darkness. I pressed a finger to my lips and pointed toward the hallway. She must have seen something in my face because she didn't speak, just stared past me toward the open door. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and stopped. We waited, not breathing, not moving. The silence stretched so thin I thought it might shatter. Then, slowly, the footsteps began again. Not approaching Vera's room, but moving away, back down the hallway toward my bedroom. They entered my room, continued to the far wall, and stopped. Vera finally spoke, her voice barely a whisper. She asked if I'd heard it too, and I nodded, watching the hallway as if something might materialize in the darkness. We debated in hushed tones whether to investigate or wait until morning, whether to call the police or arm ourselves with something from the kitchen. Her face was pale in the dim light filtering through her window, and I wondered if I looked as frightened as she did. The footsteps started again, and this time they seemed to multiply. Not 2 feet, but 4, 6. A cacophony of heavy boots marching back and forth above us, below us, all around us. The sound was impossible, overlapping, and I felt a scream building in my chest even as I tried to rationalize what we were hearing. Old pipes, animals in the walls, the house settling in some catastrophic way we didn't understand. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, so complete that my ears rang with the absence of sound. Vera and I sat on her bed until dawn began to gray the windows, neither of us willing to venture into the hallway alone, neither of us able to make sense of what we'd experienced. When morning finally came, exhaustion and daylight made us brave enough to investigate. We moved through the house together, checking every room, every closet, every possible hiding place. We found nothing. No signs of entry, no disturbances, no evidence that anyone had been in the house except us. But when we opened the door to the event room, we stopped. The floor was covered in leaves. Not a few scattered leaves that might have blown in through a crack, but hundreds of them, maybe thousands, spread across the entire floor in a thick carpet of brown and gold. They were oak leaves, still holding some of their autumn color, and they were fresh, damp, pliable, smelling of earth and decay. The windows were closed, the doors were locked. There was no rational explanation for how they'd gotten inside. Vera bent down and picked one up, turning it over in her fingers as if expecting it to dissolve or transform into something else. She suggested that they must have been there before, that we'd somehow missed them in our initial walkthrough of the house. But I remembered that floor. It had been dusty, water-stained, covered in the detritus of decades, but it had been empty of leaves. We stood there for a long time, staring at that impossible carpet of autumn foliage. The morning sun slanted through the grimy windows, illuminating dust motes that danced above the leaves like spirits. Something had been in this room last night, walking back and forth with heavy boots. Something had left these leaves as evidence of its presence, or as a message we couldn't decode. I wanted to leave right then, to pack our things and never return to this place. But Vera was always the practical one. She pointed out that we couldn't just abandon the house, that we had responsibilities to settle the estate, that we couldn't let fear drive us away from what was rightfully ours. Her arguments made sense in the clear light of morning, and I reluctantly agreed to stay. We spent the day cleaning out the event room, sweeping the leaves into garbage bags and scrubbing the floor until our backs ached. The physical labor should have been reassuring, a return to normalcy, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The sensation crawled across my skin like insects, and I found myself constantly glancing at the corners of the room, at the shadows that gathered despite the sunlight streaming through the windows. That evening, Vera suggested we sleep in the same room. Neither of us wanted to admit how frightened we were, but the unspoken agreement hung between us. We dragged a spare mattress into her room and tried to distract ourselves with old photo albums we'd found in grandfather's study, but the words on the pages might as well have been in a foreign language. My mind kept returning to those footsteps, to the impossible leaves. Around midnight, too wired to sleep, I made the mistake of Googling the house's history on my phone. The parsonage had been built in 1847, and over the years it had seen its share of tragedy. A fire in 1889 that claimed 3 rooms, a scandal in the 1920s involving a reverend who disappeared under mysterious circumstances, and dozens of funerals held in the event room before the church moved to a larger facility in town. The graveyard had been in use for over 2 centuries, and somewhere in the back of my mind, a terrible thought began to form. I didn't share what I'd found with Vera. Some knowledge feels too heavy to distribute, too corrosive to speak aloud. Instead, I put my phone away and stared at the ceiling, watching shadows shift and dance in the dim glow of the nightlight we'd plugged in like children afraid of the dark. The footsteps returned at 2:47 a.m. exactly. This time they were in the graveyard. I heard them through the window, crunching across gravel paths between the headstones. And when I finally worked up the courage to look outside, I saw nothing but moonlight casting long shadows across the weathered stones. The footsteps continued, circling the graveyard, always just out of sight. And I understood with sudden, absolute certainty that whatever was making those sounds wasn't bound by the rules of physical space. Vera heard them too. I could tell by the way she'd gone rigid beside me, her breathing shallow and quick. We didn't discuss what we were hearing. What was there to say? That we were listening to something impossible? That the boundary between the living and whatever lay beyond was thinner here than it should be? The footsteps moved back toward the house, growing louder, and I heard the front door creak open despite the fact that I'd locked it myself before bed. The sound of boots on hardwood echoed through the first floor, and I knew that they were heading for the event room again. This time, driven by some compulsion I didn't fully understand, I got up. Vera grabbed my arm, her grip painfully tight, and told me not to go, but I shook her off. I needed to see. I needed to understand what was happening in this house, even if the truth destroyed me. I made my way down the stairs, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might crack my ribs. The event room door was open, and pale moonlight spilled across the floor. I stepped inside and saw them immediately. The leaves had returned, but this time they weren't scattered randomly across the floor. They were arranged in a pattern, concentric circles radiating out from the center of the room, each leaf placed with deliberate precision. And in the very center, pressed into the wood by what must have been tremendous weight, was a single boot print. I knelt beside it, my hand hovering over the impression without quite touching it. The print was old-fashioned, larger than any modern boot, and the wood around it had darkened as if stained by something more than mere pressure. The circles of leaves seemed to pulse in my peripheral vision, and I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. That's when I heard the breathing. Not my own ragged gasps, but something else. Slow, deliberate breaths coming from somewhere in the room. Somewhere close. I spun around, searching the shadows, but saw nothing except the furniture draped in its ghostly sheets and the wallpaper hanging in strips like shed skin. The breathing continued, measured and patient, and I realized it was coming from beneath me, from the floor itself, from whatever lay beneath this old parsonage, in the earth where generations of the dead had been laid to rest. I ran. I burst out of the event room and up the stairs, my feet barely touching the steps, and threw myself back into Vera's room. She was sitting up in bed, her face bloodless in the dim light, and when I tried to tell her what I'd seen, the words tangled in my throat. We huddled together as the breathing grew louder, as it filled the house like fog, and I understood that we were not alone in this place. We had never been alone. By morning, the leaves were gone again. The boot print remained. We packed our things in silence, moving through the house with the efficiency of people who'd made a decision without needing to discuss it. We would leave this place to whatever haunted it, to whatever walked these floors with heavy boots and scattered autumn leaves in patterns we couldn't comprehend. Some inheritances aren't worth claiming. But as we loaded the last box into the car, and I took one final look at the parsonage, I saw something that made my blood run cold. In the event room window, barely visible in the morning glare, was a figure. It stood perfectly still, watching us, and though I couldn't make out any features, I knew with absolute certainty that it wore boots. Vera didn't see it. She was already in the car, engine running, ready to put as much distance between us and this place as possible. I didn't tell her what I'd seen. Instead, I climbed into the passenger seat and watched the parsonage recede in the side mirror. That figure still standing in the window, still impatient. We never went back. The house stands empty now, waiting beside its graveyard for the next foolish relative to claim it. Sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if the footsteps still echo through those empty rooms. I wonder if the leaves still appear in intricate patterns on the event room floor. I wonder if something still walks those halls, searching for something it lost long ago. And sometimes, in the darkest hours before dawn, I hear breathing that doesn't belong to me. Slow, deliberate breaths that seem to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I tell myself it's just my imagination, a lingering effect of those terrible nights in the parsonage. But deep down, in the part of myself I don't like to examine too closely, I know the truth. Whatever was in that house, whatever walked those floors and arranged those leaves with such careful precision, it didn't stay in the parsonage. It followed us home. Story 15. The first knock came on a Tuesday, 3 weeks after we'd cleared out the old man's house. I was alone, sorting through the last boxes in what used to be his sunroom, that glass-walled sanctuary where he'd spent his final months watching the birch trees shed their leaves. The afternoon light slanted through the windows at that particular October angle that makes everything look like it's already a memory. I'd just placed his reading glasses in a donation box when the sound erupted from the far corner, where the glass met the wooden frame. 3 sharp raps, deliberate, demanding. My hands went still on the cardboard flap. The sound had been too precise, too forceful to be a branch, too rhythmic to be the house settling. I stood there, pulse thrumming in my temples, listening to the silence that followed. The trees outside hung motionless in the windless afternoon. Nothing moved. Nothing explained it. I walked to the corner, my footsteps hollow on the tile floor, and pressed my palm against the glass where the sound had originated. Cold. Solid. Empty beyond, except for the birches standing sentinel in their autumn nakedness. I checked the frame, the seals, the baseboard. Everything intact. Everything logical. Everything offering no explanation for what I'd heard. That night, I told my wife about it while she chopped vegetables for dinner. She paused mid-slice, the knife catching the overhead light, and said that old houses made sounds, that grief did strange things to perception, that I should get more sleep. Her voice carried that careful tone people use when they're worried you might be fragile. I didn't mention that the house was only 15 years old, that the sound hadn't been a creak or a groan, but something that felt almost intentional. I nodded instead, accepting her explanation because I wanted to believe it more than she did. But belief is a luxury afforded to those who haven't heard what I heard. The second knock found me 4 days later, Sunday evening, standing outside the bathroom door while my son showered. He'd been in there 20 minutes, and I needed to remind him we had dinner plans. The water was running, that white noise cascade that fills a house with the illusion of presence. I raised my hand to knock, and the door knocked back. 3 times. From the inside, hard enough that the wood shuddered in its frame against my knuckles. My hand jerked away as if burned. Through the door, the water continued its oblivious rushing. No voice, no acknowledgement. Just the shower's monotonous percussion, and my heart suddenly hammering in my chest like something trying to escape. I found my voice, though it came out strangled. I called his name, asked if he was okay. The water shut off immediately, and his voice came through muffled but confused, asking what I wanted. I stood there, words evaporating on my tongue, because how do you explain that a door just responded to your presence with its own announcement? How do you describe the feeling of wood vibrating under your touch in a pattern that your rational mind absolutely refuses to categorize as coincidence? I told him to hurry up. That was all. He emerged 10 minutes later, hair dripping, oblivious, asking what was for dinner. I watched him walk past me toward his bedroom, this young man who used to be a boy, who used to be afraid of sounds in the dark, and I wondered when we'd traded places. My wife found me standing in the hallway long after he'd gone. She touched my shoulder, and I flinched. Her eyes searched my face with an expression I'd seen before, years ago, when I'd worked too many double shifts and started seeing shapes in my peripheral vision that dissolved when I turned to look at them. She suggested I call my doctor. She suggested maybe I was working too hard. She suggested everything except what I was thinking, which was that something was trying to get my attention and it was getting louder. I laughed it off, made a joke about haunted bathrooms. She didn't laugh back. The third knock came on Thursday, near midnight. We were in bed, that half-asleep state where consciousness blurs at the edges and reality becomes negotiable. I was drifting, thoughts fragmenting into proto-dreams, when my wife suddenly gripped my arm. Her fingers dug into my bicep with urgent pressure. She'd heard it too. 3 knocks on the sliding glass door that led to our bedroom balcony. Solid, unmistakable. The kind of sound that announces a person, not a thing. We lay there in the darkness, both frozen, both pretending the other hadn't noticed the sudden rigidity in our breathing. The digital clock on the nightstand glowed 11:47 p.m. in accusatory red numbers. Beyond our gauze curtains, the balcony stood empty under a thumbnail moon. My wife whispered that it might be a bird. Her voice shook. Birds don't knock in patterns of 3, I wanted to say. But I didn't, because acknowledging the pattern would mean acknowledging that something deliberate was happening, something that followed me from room to room, from door to door, announcing itself with increasing insistence. I got up. I had to. She made a small sound of protest, but I was already moving toward the curtain, my bare feet silent on the carpet. My hand trembled as I reached for the fabric. The rational part of my brain recited explanations. Expansion and contraction, air pressure differentials, settling foundations. The irrational part, the part that was rapidly gaining territory, knew better. I pulled the curtain aside. Nothing. The balcony stretched empty under the weak moonlight. The glass door reflected my own pale face back at me. Eyes too wide, jaw too tight. Beyond my ghostly reflection, the neighborhood slept in typical suburban oblivion. No figure, no bird, no branch close enough to reach the glass. Just the ordinary darkness of an ordinary night refusing to explain itself. I checked the lock. Secure. I pressed my ear to the glass, listening for anything outside. Only silence, thick and expectant. My breath fogged the glass, obscuring my reflection, and for a moment I saw something else in the condensation. A shape, a suggestion of a form. But when I blinked, it was just moisture evaporating, just tricks of light and tired eyes. Back in bed, my wife curled against me, and I felt her heart racing through her thin nightshirt. Neither of us mentioned it the next morning. Some things become more real when spoken aloud. So we protected ourselves with silence, with the routine of coffee and breakfast and getting ready for work. But I caught her looking at the slider when she thought I wasn't watching, and I knew she was counting just like I was. 1, 2, 3. 3 locations, 3 knocks each. 3 weeks since the old man died. The pattern was impossible to ignore now, branded into my consciousness like a mathematical formula that kept solving to the same uncomfortable answer. I spent Friday at work unable to concentrate, my mind circling back to the sounds, to their deliberate spacing, their identical intensity. During my lunch break, I sat in my car and tried to think of what connected them. The sunroom where my father spent his last days, the bathroom my son used, the bedroom I shared with my wife. 3 spaces, 3 people still living, 1 person gone. 3 knocks each time, as if something was counting down. Saturday morning, my wife suggested I visit my aunt. She said it casually, over scrambled eggs, but her eyes held that same careful concern. My aunt lived alone now, in the old neighborhood where I'd grown up, in a house that smelled like dust and menthol, and the particular loneliness of someone who'd outlived their ability to fully care for themselves. I visited once a month, usually, but I'd skipped the last 2. Too busy with the funeral arrangements, too busy boxing up my father's life, too busy to think about the fact that my aunt was his sister, that she was the last one left from that generation, that time was ticking away her options, just like it had ticked away his. I told my wife I'd go tomorrow. She nodded, satisfied, and I wondered if she'd heard something I hadn't, some whisper in the pattern that explained why she was so insistent. I didn't have to wait until tomorrow. The 4th knock came at 3:48 a.m. Sunday morning. I jerked awake with my heart already pounding, that instant adrenaline spike that means your body knew before your mind did. The darkness in our bedroom felt thick, almost textured, like something you could reach out and touch. Next to me, my wife slept on, her breathing deep and regular. The house hummed with the white noise of climate control and settling walls. Then it came again. 3 sharp raps directly on the wall above our headboard. I sat up so fast the room spun. The sound had been close, impossibly close, as if someone stood on the other side of the drywall with their knuckles pressed against it. But the other side was just dead space, the gap between our bedroom and the next room, filled with insulation and darkness and nothing that could knock. My wife stirred but didn't wake. I stared at the wall, at the blank expanse of pale paint visible in the weak light from our alarm clock. Nothing moved, nothing explained. The silence after the knocking felt expectant, waited, like the pause between question and answer. I couldn't stay in bed. My body moved before my mind could catch up, throwing off covers, finding my feet on the floor. I left the bedroom without turning on lights, navigating our house by memory and the faint glow of standby lights on appliances. The living room, the kitchen, the hallway, everything exactly as it should be. Everything except the feeling crawling up my spine that I was being guided, herded towards some realization I wasn't ready to face. I ended up in the sunroom, where it had started. The birch trees outside stood skeletal against the pre-dawn sky. The glass walls reflected the interior back at me, turning the space into a chamber of mirrors and shadows. I stood in the center, where my father's chair used to be, and tried to understand what was being asked of me. 4 locations, 4 sets of knocks, 3 plus 1. My father's space, my son's space, my wife's space, my space. The living and the dead all getting their turn to be announced, to be marked, to be counted. The pattern felt complete now, closed, like a circuit finally finding ground. My phone was in my hand before I consciously decided to pick it up. I scrolled through my contacts to my aunt's number, my finger hovering over her name. 3:52 a.m. Too early to call, too early to do anything except stand in the dark and feel the weight of something I couldn't name pressing down on my shoulders. I called anyway. It rang 4 times, of course it did, before her voice answered, thick with sleep and confusion. She asked who it was, what was wrong, if someone had died. I opened my mouth to say I just wanted to check on her, to say I'd had a bad dream, to say anything that made sense in the ordinary world we both pretended to inhabit. Instead, I asked when I'd last visited her. The silence on the other end stretched long enough that I thought the connection had dropped. Then she said it had been a while. Her voice had changed, gone thin and distant. She said she'd been meaning to call me. She said there were things she needed to tell me about my father, about those last days before he died, about conversations they'd had that I should know about. She said she'd been knocking on her bedroom wall every night for 3 weeks, hoping someone would hear her. My blood went cold. The phone felt slick in my suddenly sweating palm. I asked her what she meant, though I already knew, could already feel the shape of the answer forming in the space between us. She lived alone, she said. No one on the other side of that wall. Just empty house next door, abandoned for months. But she kept hearing it. 3 knocks. Every night. Always at 3:48 a.m. Always from the wall that faced east, toward where I lived, toward the direction of my father's house. She thought she was losing her mind. She thought it was grief, or medication, or the particular madness of living alone with nothing but memories and regrets. But she kept knocking back, hoping somehow, some way, someone would understand. Someone would know she needed them. Someone would come. The pattern inverted itself in my mind like a photograph developing in reverse. Not something knocking toward me, but someone knocking away from me, sending signals I'd been too stubborn or too scared to properly decode. My father's sunroom, where he'd watched the world recede. My son's bathroom, where he'd hidden when my father was dying. My wife's bedroom door, where she'd stood so many nights waiting for me to come to bed after sitting with the old man. My wall, my side, my responsibility. And at the center of it all, my aunt, knocking in the dark, waiting for someone to remember she existed. I told her I'd be there in an hour. She started to protest. Too early, too much trouble, but I cut her off. I'd been a skeptic all my life, had built my identity around rational explanations and logical frameworks. But logic couldn't explain the pattern. Reason couldn't map the connection between those knocks and this phone call, between her isolation and my father's death, between the things we ignore and the ways they demand to be seen. I hung up and stood in the sunroom as dawn began to gray the eastern sky. The birch trees gradually solidified from shadows into substance. In the growing light, I could see where my father's chair had left indentations in the floor, ghost marks that would probably never fully disappear. Behind me, I heard it one more time. 3 soft knocks, barely audible, coming from the wall, from the glass, from somewhere just beyond the membrane that separated the living from the lost. Not demanding now. Almost gentle. Almost grateful. I didn't turn around. Didn't need to. Some sounds aren't meant to be seen. Only heard. Only answered. I walked out of the sunroom and toward my car keys. Toward my aunt's house. Toward whatever waited in the space between pattern and coincidence. Between skepticism and belief. The knocking had stopped, but the counting continued, and I finally understood what was being tallied. Not hauntings, not spirits, just the accumulated weight of negligence, of good intentions constantly deferred, of visits promised but never made, of phone calls thought about but never placed. The supernatural required no explanation when the natural was already damned enough. We make our own hauntings, brick by brick, from the things we choose not to do, the people we choose not to see. As I drove through the empty pre-dawn streets toward my aunt's house, I couldn't stop thinking about those knocks. Couldn't stop hearing them echo in the cavity of my chest where my certainty used to live. 3 knocks on her wall every night, she'd said. 3 weeks of isolation. 3 spaces in my life that had been marked and counted. The arithmetic was simple, really. Inevitable. I just hadn't wanted to solve for it. When I pulled up to her house, every light was on, blazing against the dying darkness like a beacon or a warning. The door stood slightly ajar. I sat in my car for a moment, engine ticking in the sudden silence, and stared at that open door, wondering what I'd find inside, wondering if I was too late or just in time, wondering if the pattern was complete or if it was still counting, still marking, still demanding its answer. The sky brightened. The street remained empty. Somewhere in the house I knew, my aunt was waiting. I got out of the car and walked toward that open door, toward whatever revelation or ruin waited beyond it. Behind me, I swore I heard it one last time. 3 knocks, faint as memory, distant as regret. But when I turned to look, there was only the morning, ordinary and terrible and mine. Some questions don't want to be answered. They just want to be acknowledged. The knocking had taught me that much at least. Whether what waited inside was natural or supernatural, madness or meaning, didn't matter anymore. I'd finally learned to listen, and listening, I stepped through that open door into the next part of the pattern, knowing that some numbers keep counting long after you think the equation is solved, that some knocks echo forever in the spaces between what we do and what we should have done. The house swallowed me into its lit interior, and the door, whether by my hand or something else's, slowly closed behind me with a soft, final click that sounded exactly like the end of counting, or the beginning. Story 16. The smell hit me first when I opened my apartment door. Something sweetly rotten, like fruit left too long in the summer heat. I'd been gone 3 weeks, roaming through New Orleans with college friends, drunk on hurricanes and the peculiar electricity that city pumps into your veins. We'd laughed our way through voodoo shops on Bourbon Street, bought gris-gris bags we didn't believe in, pressed our noses against glass cases of dried herbs and rattlesnake bones. The Museum of Death had been the grand finale, a temple of morbidity where we'd stared at crime scene photos and execution equipment with the false bravado of people who think themselves immune to darkness. I should have felt that immunity crack when the taxi driver refused my fare outside the museum, when the hotel fire alarm shrieked at 3 a.m. for no discernible reason, when my phone died permanently despite being nearly new. Small things, ignorable things, the kind of coincidences that pile up like dead leaves until you're standing knee-deep in them and wondering how you got there. But I didn't notice. Not then. The apartment smelled wrong, and I stood in the doorway longer than necessary, keys still dangling from the lock. Nothing looked disturbed. My books remained alphabetized on their shelf. My coffee maker sat exactly where I'd left it on the counter. The pile of mail beneath the door slot seemed reasonable for 3 weeks of absence. Yet something in my chest pulled tight, the way it does when you walk into a room and know, without seeing evidence, that someone has been there. I blamed the trip. Too much stimulation, too much death imagery, too much cheap liquor. My brain was simply recalibrating to normal life, shaking off the sediment of strangeness that clung to everything in that fever dream city. I unpacked methodically, trying to establish routine, trying to convince my jangling nerves that home meant safety. My mother called that evening, her voice bright and familiar through the phone's speaker as I microwaved something that claimed to be pasta. We discussed ordinary things in ordinary ways. Her garden, my job, the neighbor's new dog. Everything correct, everything normal. When we said goodbye, I felt the tension in my shoulders ease slightly. That night, I heard her voice again. I'd been asleep perhaps an hour when it drifted through the apartment, soft and close, like she was standing just outside my bedroom door. The voice called out a name I hadn't heard in 15 years, not since elementary school, not since I'd grown too old for baby nicknames. Buggy, my childhood name, given because I'd been obsessed with insects, collecting them in jars, studying their segmented bodies with magnifying glasses. She'd called me that until middle school, when I'd asked her to stop with all the wounded dignity of a 12-year-old desperate to be taken seriously. I lay frozen in bed, my pulse a drumbeat in my ears. The voice came again, patient and sweet, exactly like her but somehow flattened, like a recording played back at slightly wrong speed. Buggy, honey, are you awake? My rational mind supplied explanations. A dream bleeding into wakefulness, audio hallucination brought on by exhaustion, maybe even a neighbor with a similar voice, their words distorted through walls and doors. I didn't turn on the light. I didn't get up to check. I simply lay there until sleep claimed me again, restless and thin. Morning brought harsh sunlight and the usual sounds of traffic. and I convinced myself I'd imagined it. The human brain, I reasoned, is remarkably creative at 3 in the morning, particularly when jet-lagged and overstimulated. I went to work, filed reports, responded to emails, did all the mechanical things that prove you're a functioning adult. But she called again the next night, and the night after that. Always around 3, always just outside my bedroom door or in the hallway, or once, horrifyingly, right beside my bed, though I saw nothing when I finally worked up the courage to look. The voice never varied its request. It just called my name, that ridiculous childhood name, with a patience that suggested it could wait forever. I stopped sleeping well. Dark crescents bloomed beneath my eyes, and my hands developed a tremor that made holding coffee cups an adventure. Colleagues asked if I was feeling all right, their faces creased with concern I couldn't adequately address. How do you explain that your mother's voice is haunting your apartment without sounding unhinged? How do you clarify that you'd called her multiple times during daylight hours, confirming she was safely in her home 2 states away, while something wearing her voice prowled your hallways at night? The bad luck intensified. My car battery died in the work parking lot, then died again, 2 days after replacement. The refrigerator stopped working, leaking water across the kitchen floor. I cut my hand opening a can, then developed an infection that required antibiotics. A pipe burst in the bathroom ceiling, and the landlord's repair crew tracked mud through every room. Each incident felt targeted, personal, as though something was systematically dismantling the infrastructure of my life. I bought sage to burn, feeling foolish even as I did it. I drew salt lines across doorways like I'd seen in movies, then vacuumed them up before anyone could visit and confirm my descent into madness. Nothing helped. The voice came regardless, sometimes whispering, sometimes loud enough that I was certain the neighbors must hear it too. One evening, my downstairs neighbor knocked on my door. He was an older man, retired, the kind who kept to himself except for occasional polite nods in the hallway. He stood on my threshold looking uncomfortable, shifting his weight from foot to foot. He mentioned hearing someone calling out at night, always around 3, always the same word he couldn't quite make out. He asked, with careful diplomacy, if everything was all right, if maybe I was having relationship troubles or needed someone to talk to. The implication was clear in his watery blue eyes. He thought I was either fighting with someone or losing my grip entirely. I thanked him and assured him everything was fine, that I'd been having vivid dreams, nothing to worry about. He nodded slowly, unconvinced, and left with a final warning to let him know if I needed anything. So others heard it too. That fact should have brought relief, confirmation I wasn't hallucinating, proof the phenomenon had external reality. Instead, it terrified me further. If others could hear it, what else might they see? What might emerge from my apartment to knock on their doors, wearing my mother's face? I called her again that afternoon, some desperate part of me needing to confirm she was still real, still herself, still 2 states away living her normal life. She answered on the second ring, and we talked about nothing important while I listened carefully to her voice, comparing it to the thing that called me at night. They were the same, note for note, inflection for inflection. But the nighttime voice had something else beneath it, something that made my skin crawl even as it mimicked maternal affection perfectly. Before we hung up, she asked if I'd enjoyed my trip to New Orleans. The question was casual, but something in her tone made me pause. When I confirmed I had, she hummed thoughtfully, and mentioned she'd always thought that city had strange energy, that some places hold on to darkness differently than others. She didn't elaborate, and I didn't push. But the conversation left me unsettled in ways I couldn't articulate. That night, the voice called me from the kitchen. I'd been lying awake, dreading 3 o'clock with the dedication of someone who knows sleep won't come anyway. But this time it arrived early at 2:15, and it was closer than it had ever been. I could hear footsteps accompanying it, the soft pad of bare feet across linoleum. "Buggy, I made you something. Come see." Terror locked my limbs in place. This was new. This was different. It had never tried to engage me beyond calling my name, never invited interaction. I stayed rigid in bed, covers pulled to my chin like a child hiding from monsters, while the voice continued its patient encouragement. "Don't you want to see what I made? I know how you used to love my cooking." The footsteps moved back toward the living room, and I heard the couch springs creak as though someone had settled onto them. Then silence, thick and expectant. I didn't go look. I couldn't have moved if the building had caught fire. I lay there until dawn painted gray light across my ceiling, and only then did I work up the courage to investigate. The kitchen was empty. The living room was empty, but the couch cushion held an indentation, still slightly warm when I pressed my shaking hand against it. I called in sick to work, something I never did, and spent the day researching apartments. I couldn't explain my urgency to the real estate agent who showed me units, couldn't articulate why I needed to move immediately, why location and price and amenities mattered less than simply being somewhere else. She probably thought I was fleeing an abusive relationship, and I let her think it. That explanation was easier than the truth. I found a place across town, a bland studio in a building with good security and neighbors on all sides. I signed the lease that afternoon, paid extra for immediate occupancy, and began packing before I could second-guess the decision. The voice came twice more before moving day, once from the bathroom while I showered, calling my name through the steam until I thought I'd lose my mind, once from my own bedroom while I sat in the living room, as though it had decided to wait for me in there, patient as a spider in its web. I didn't sleep in the apartment again. I stayed with a coworker who asked no questions when I showed up with a duffel bag and desperate eyes, who simply made up the couch and told me I could stay as long as needed. The move happened quickly. I hired professionals to pack and transport everything, because I couldn't bear to spend extra hours in that apartment, couldn't risk being there alone when 3 o'clock came around. The movers commented on how eager I seemed to leave, laughing about it good-naturedly, and I laughed along while something cold slithered through my intestines. The new place felt safe immediately. The walls were thin enough that I could hear my neighbors' televisions, their footsteps, their ordinary lives carrying on with comforting mundanity. I unpacked slowly, methodically establishing my space, claiming it with familiar objects and routines. That first night, I lay awake until 3:30, waiting. Nothing came. No voice called out. No footsteps padded through the studio. Just the hum of the refrigerator and distant traffic and all the normal sounds of a building full of sleeping people. The relief was so intense it brought tears to my eyes. Days passed, then weeks. My sleep schedule normalized. The tremor in my hands faded. My coworkers stopped asking if I was all right, and I stopped flinching at unexpected sounds. The bad luck seemed to have broken along with the lease. No more bizarre mechanical failures, no more cuts and infections, no more cascading disasters. I convinced myself it had been stress-related, a psychological break triggered by too much morbid tourism and too much alcohol. The human mind is fragile, I reasoned, and I'd simply pushed mine too hard. Moving had given me a fresh start, a mental reset, a chance to recover from whatever temporary madness had gripped me. 2 months after the move, my mother came to visit. I picked her up from the airport, and she looked exactly as she always did. Same haircut, same perfume, same reading glasses hanging from a chain around her neck. We had lunch at a restaurant near my apartment, discussed her flight and her garden, and whether I was eating enough vegetables. Everything normal, everything right. As we walked to my car afterward, she linked her arm through mine in that familiar maternal way and leaned close. Her voice was warm and affectionate, pitched low so only I could hear it among the parking lot noise. "I'm so glad you moved, Buggy. That old place wasn't good for you." My blood turned to ice. I stopped walking, turned to look at her directly, searching her face for any sign of wrongness, any indication this wasn't her. She looked back at me with mild confusion, her expression open and guileless. When I asked her why she'd called me that, what she'd just said, she blinked in surprise and claimed she'd only commented on the weather. Had I not heard her properly? She seemed genuinely puzzled by my reaction, worried even, and I let it drop because what else could I do? We drove to my apartment in silence while my mind raced through possibilities, none of them comforting. She could have been lying, but to what purpose? She could have forgotten what she'd said, but that seemed impossible. It had been seconds ago. Or perhaps I'd imagined it, my trauma reasserting itself, the hallucinations returning. Or perhaps something followed me after all. Perhaps it had simply been waiting, patient as only inhuman things can be patient, biding its time. That night, after she'd left for her hotel, I lay in my new bed in my new apartment and stared at the ceiling. I listened to my neighbors moving about in their units, finding comfort in their proximity. I listened to traffic on the street outside. I listened to all the ordinary sounds that meant I was safe and sane and living a normal life. And just before sleep took me, so soft I might have imagined it, I heard footsteps padding across my kitchen floor. Familiar footsteps. Patient footsteps. The kind that could wait forever, because whatever was making them had already proven it didn't need my old apartment to find me. It just needed me. But that's impossible, of course. I'm sure I imagined it. Just like I'm sure that the voice calling my name right now, at 3:15 in the morning, is simply a dream bleeding into wakefulness. Just like I'm sure that the warm indentation appearing on my couch cushion is caused by uneven springs, not by something settling into weight. I'm sure of all these things. I have to be. Story 17. The night walk started 3 weeks after the funeral, when sleep became something I could only chase, never catch. My apartment felt different in those early October days, smaller somehow, the walls pressing closer whenever I tried to settle into the silence. The grief counselor had suggested exercise, fresh air, routine. What she hadn't mentioned was how the darkness would feel like a living thing, how the empty streets at 2 a.m. would become the only place where the tightness in my chest loosened enough to breathe. Brennan joined me on the fourth night, appearing at the end of my driveway without explanation, hands shoved deep in his jacket pockets. We'd been friends since middle school, and he had that rare quality of knowing when words would help and when they'd just clutter the air. That night, he simply fell into step beside me, and we walked. The neighborhood looked different after midnight. Street lamps cast pools of sickly yellow light that seemed to stop just short of the shadows between houses. Our footsteps echoed on the empty sidewalks, creating a rhythm that felt almost meditative. For the first time since everything happened, my thoughts began to untangle themselves from the knot of grief that had taken residence behind my ribs. We were heading back on Everett Road, about 6 blocks from home, when the air changed. It happened gradually enough that I almost missed it. A subtle shift in temperature, a heaviness that settled over us like a damp wool blanket. The streetlights ahead seemed dimmer suddenly, their glow struggling against a darkness that felt too thick, too present. My breath caught in my throat, and beside me, I felt Brennan's pace falter. The smell hit us next, sharp and organic like wet fur and something older, something that had been buried and dug up again. It made my eyes water and my stomach clench. That's when I saw it. At first, my mind tried to rationalize the shape at the edge of the nearest pool of light. A dog, maybe. Someone's pet that had gotten loose. But dogs don't move like that. Don't hold themselves with that kind of wrong geometry, limbs bending at angles that made my vision blur when I tried to focus on them. The thing was low to the ground, roughly the size of a large dog, but its silhouette was all wrong. The head was too elongated, tapering to a point that could have been a snout or something else entirely. And there were what looked like protrusions, horns maybe, or ears, that curved back from its skull. It didn't move. It just watched us. Or at least that's what it felt like. I couldn't see eyes, couldn't make out any features beyond that disturbing outline, but the weight of attention was unmistakable. The sensation crawled across my skin like insects, raising goosebumps despite the layers I wore. Brennan grabbed my arm, fingers digging in hard enough to hurt. When I glanced at him, his face had gone pale, mouth slightly open. So he saw it too. That small confirmation sent ice through my veins because part of me, the rational part that had been holding on by thread since the funeral, had desperately wanted this to be a hallucination, a symptom of grief and sleep deprivation manifesting as shadows. We stood frozen for what felt like hours but was probably only seconds. The thing remained motionless, and the air grew colder, each breath forming clouds that hung too long before dissipating. Then, without any visible movement, it was gone. Not running away, not retreating into shadows, just absent, as if it had never been there at all. Neither of us spoke about it. We walked the remaining blocks in silence, our pace significantly faster, both of us checking over our shoulders every few steps. When we reached my place, Brennan mumbled something about needing to get home and practically jogged away. I told myself it was nothing. Grief playing tricks, the mind conjuring phantoms. I'd been sleeping 3, maybe 4 hours a night. The brain does strange things when deprived of rest, creates patterns in randomness, finds threats in shadows, builds monsters from mundane shapes. But I knew what I'd seen. More importantly, I knew what I'd felt. The second encounter happened 5 nights later. Brennan hadn't answered my texts about walking, so I went alone, telling myself I needed to reclaim the routine, that hiding from shadows would only give them more power. The autumn air bit at my exposed skin as I rounded the corner onto Ashland Avenue. This was a different route, deliberately chosen to avoid Everett Road. The houses here were older, set further back from the street, their yards overgrown with the season's decay. Dead leaves clattered across the pavement, driven by wind that seemed to come from every direction at once. I felt it before I saw anything. That same heavy presence. That sensation of being observed with an intensity that went beyond mere attention. It felt hungry somehow, though I couldn't have explained what that meant. My body understood before my mind caught up, muscles tensing, heart rate accelerating, some primitive part of my brain screaming at me to run. It stood under a broken streetlight, its massive form barely visible in the darkness between 2 ancient oak trees. 7 feet tall, maybe more. It was hard to judge when the proportions seemed so fundamentally wrong. The figure was humanoid in the loosest sense, with a torso and limbs and something approximating a head, but the details wavered when I tried to focus on them. It was as if my eyes couldn't quite process what they were seeing, sliding off the specifics, leaving only impressions. Height, darkness, presence. The thing didn't move, but I felt its attention lock onto me with physical force. My legs refused to work, feet rooted to the sidewalk as if I'd grown into the concrete. The air thrummed with a low frequency I felt more than heard, vibrating in my chest cavity, making my teeth ache. Time stretched. I don't know how long I stood there, caught in whatever this was, but eventually the paralysis broke. I stumbled backward, nearly falling, then turned and ran. My lungs burned, legs pumping, the sound of my own ragged breathing loud in my ears. I didn't look back. Couldn't. Some instinct older than conscious thought told me that looking back would be very, very bad. When I burst through my apartment door, slamming it behind me and throwing every lock, I was shaking so hard my hands could barely manage the deadbolt. I stood in the dark entryway, back pressed against the door, listening. Listening for what? I couldn't say. Footsteps? Breathing? The sound of something that shouldn't exist trying to find a way in. The apartment was silent. Empty. Safe. Except it didn't feel safe anymore. I checked every room, turning on all the lights, looking in closets and behind doors like a child checking for monsters. Nothing. Of course nothing. What had I expected to find? But as I stood in my living room, surrounded by the familiar furniture and possessions that should have brought comfort, I felt it. That same presence. That sensation of being watched. It was faint, distant, but definitely there, as if something stood just on the other side of the walls, patient and still. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. By the third night, exhaustion had me stumbling through simple tasks, my thoughts fuzzy and slow. When I finally collapsed into bed, sleep came hard and fast, dragging me under before I could protest. The growl woke me around 3 a.m. At first I thought I'd dreamed it, a remnant of nightmare bleeding into waking. But then, it came again, low and guttural, resonating from somewhere inside the apartment. The bathroom. The sound was coming from the bathroom. I sat up slowly, every muscle tense, ears straining in the darkness. The growl continued, rising and falling, not quite animal but not mechanical either. It sounded organic, alive, and deeply, fundamentally wrong, like vocal cords that had never been meant to make sound trying to form noises they'd heard but couldn't properly replicate. My phone was on the nightstand. I grabbed it, fingers fumbling to activate the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating my bedroom with harsh white light that somehow made the shadows seem deeper. The bathroom door was closed. I hadn't closed it. I never closed it. The growling stopped. In the sudden silence, I could hear my own heartbeat, rapid and erratic, pounding in my ears. Should I open the door? Call someone? Brennan? The police? And tell them what? That I heard growling from my bathroom? Minutes passed. The silence stretched, became almost worse than the sound. Finally, I forced myself to stand, to cross the room on legs that felt like water. The bathroom door handle was cold under my palm. I turned it slowly, pushing the door open. Empty. The small space was completely empty, just my sink and toilet and shower with its cheap plastic curtain. The window above the toilet was locked from the inside. Nothing could have gotten in. Nothing could have gotten out. But the smell lingered, that same wet fur and old earth scent from the street. I started researching the next day, diving into folklore and demonology with the desperation of someone who needs answers more than they need to question their own sanity. Protection rituals, cleansing ceremonies, prayers from a dozen different traditions. I bought sage, salt, iron nails. I drew symbols on my doorways copied from books I only half understood. Nothing helped. If anything, it got worse. The presence grew stronger, more oppressive, as if my attempts to ward it off only drew its attention more firmly. The growling became a nightly occurrence, sometimes from the bathroom, sometimes from the closet, once from directly under my bed. I'd check, and there'd be nothing. Always nothing visible. Brennan finally came by after I'd stopped answering his messages. He took one look at me, unwashed, hollow-eyed, my apartment covered in salt lines and wilting sage, and the concern on his face was almost worse than the fear I'd seen that first night. He tried to convince me that I was dealing with grief, that the lack of sleep was making me see things that weren't there. His words were gentle, careful, wrapped in the kind of tone people use with the unstable. And maybe he was right. Maybe I was losing it, spiraling into some kind of breakdown that manifested as supernatural terror. But then why had he seen it too that first night? I asked him about it, and he got quiet, wouldn't meet my eyes. He claimed he'd only seen shadows, that we'd both been spooked by nothing, that the power of suggestion had made us see a shape that wasn't really there. I wanted to believe him. God, I wanted to believe that this was all in my head, that medication and therapy could make it stop. But every night, when the growling started, when that presence pressed against the walls of my apartment like something trying to push its way through, I knew. Something had noticed me on those night walks. Something had followed me home. And it wasn't leaving. Tonight, I'm sitting on my couch at 2:47 a.m., all the lights on, typing this on my phone because I need to document what's happening. Need some record in case what? I don't know. The growling started an hour ago and hasn't stopped. It's louder now, more insistent, and there's another sound underneath it. Scratching maybe, or whispering. The words are almost recognizable, almost forming patterns my brain wants to interpret as language. The presence is so strong I can barely breathe. It fills the apartment, presses against my skin, seeps into my lungs with each inhale. The temperature has dropped. I can see my breath, watch it curl and dissipate in air that shouldn't be this cold. And I just realized something that's making my hands shake so badly I can barely type. The presence doesn't feel like it's trying to get in anymore. It feels like it's been inside the whole time. The grief counselor was right about one thing. I needed to process what I'd lost, needed to face what happened. But she'd asked the wrong questions. She'd asked how I felt about the death, about the funeral, about moving forward. She never asked what came back with me from the cemetery. She never asked what I might have brought home when I walked away from the grave. The growling is right behind me now. I can feel breath that isn't breath on the back of my neck. The lights are flickering. My phone battery is at 3% even though I just charged it. I need to turn around. Some part of me knows I need to see what's there, need to finally look directly at whatever this is instead of catching glimpses in peripheral vision and shadows. But I'm so afraid that when I turn around, I'll see nothing. Or worse. I'll see my own reflection and finally understand that the thing I've been running from, the presence that followed me home, isn't something external at all. The lights just went out. I'm turning around now. Story 18. The fog rolled in like it always did on Thursday nights, thick and cold, carrying the smell of rotting kelp and something else I couldn't quite place. Something metallic, almost like old pennies left in salt water. I stood on the rocky outcrop behind my rental cottage, hands shoved deep in my jacket pockets, watching the abandoned lighthouse at Beacon's End materialize through the mist, like a ghost remembering how to be solid. The locals had warned me about the place when I first arrived 3 weeks ago. The old woman at the general store had stopped mid-transaction, her arthritic fingers frozen over the register keys, when I mentioned I'd be staying in the cottage with the view of the lighthouse. She'd looked at me with watery gray eyes that held something between pity and accusation, then simply said that some nights it was better to keep the curtains drawn and the lights off. Her husband, stocking shelves in the back, had dropped a can of soup. The metallic clatter had echoed through the store like a warning bell. I'd dismissed it then. I was a writer seeking isolation, running from a failed marriage and a career that had stalled somewhere between promising and forgotten. Ghost stories and superstitious locals were exactly the atmospheric nonsense I needed to ignore, while I wrestled with my manuscript. But that was before I saw the light. The first time it happened was 11 days ago. I'd been standing exactly where I stood now, unable to sleep, nursing a glass of whiskey and staring into the fog. The lighthouse had been decommissioned in 1973, its lantern room long since stripped of equipment, the tower itself a hollow shell that the Historical Society kept threatening to restore, but never quite got around to funding. Yet on that night, through the dense fog, I'd seen it. A beam of light cutting through the darkness, rotating slowly, methodically, just as it must have done 50 years ago. I'd convinced myself it was a trick of the moonlight, some atmospheric phenomenon caused by the fog and my exhausted brain. But then it had started flashing. Long, short, long. Patterns. Deliberate patterns. Morse code. I hadn't thought about Morse code since Boy Scouts, decades buried under adult responsibilities and forgotten enthusiasms. But somehow my brain had retained enough to recognize it as language. Not enough to read it, not then, but enough to know it was trying to communicate. The beam had stopped after maybe 5 minutes, and the lighthouse had returned to its skeletal silhouette against the night sky. I'd finished my whiskey in one burning gulp and gone to bed, where I dreamed of drowning in fog that filled my lungs like wet concrete. The next morning, I'd told myself to forget it. Hallucination brought on by stress and alcohol and isolation. But that night, Thursday again, the fog had returned right on schedule, and so had the light. This time I'd been ready. I'd spent the day in the town library, hunched over their ancient computer, teaching myself Morse code from websites that looked like they'd been designed in 1997. My fingers had cramped from writing down the patterns. My eyes had burned from staring at dots and dashes until they swam across the screen. When the light began that second Thursday, I'd stood with a notebook and pen, my heart hammering against my ribs like something trying to break out. I'd transcribed the flashes, my hand shaking so badly the letters came out jagged and wrong. It took me an hour to decode the message. Stop writing. I'd laughed then, a sound that came out too high and too sharp in the darkness. Of course. My subconscious manifesting my writer's block as a supernatural warning, the ultimate cliché. I was more disappointed than frightened, honestly. If my mind was going to crack, couldn't it at least be original about it? but I hadn't stopped writing. In fact, I'd written more in the following week than I had in the previous month, driven by a spiteful energy that felt like pressing on a bruise. If my own brain wanted to sabotage me with gothic lighthouse fantasies, I'd show it who was in control. Tonight was the third Thursday. The fog had arrived exactly on time, as if following some cosmic schedule I hadn't been consulted about. And as I stood there, the beam flickered to life again, its rotation somehow both lazy and purposeful, like a predator that knows its prey has nowhere to run. I didn't need my notebook this time. I'd practiced enough that the patterns came to me almost instinctively, each flash translating in my mind before the next one began. Don't call her. My breath caught. The beam continued to rotate, and I stood frozen, trying to make sense of the words. Call who? My ex-wife? We hadn't spoken in 3 months, not since the lawyers had finished dividing our life into neat, equitable portions. I had no intention of calling her. The message made no sense. Unless... A cold understanding seeped into my bones, colder than the fog, colder than the October wind coming off the water. I'd been thinking about calling her. Just this morning, I'd held my phone, her name still at the top of my favorites list despite everything, my thumb hovering over the screen. I'd been thinking about it, but I hadn't decided. Not really. Not yet. The light continued its patient rotation, and I realized with a horror that made my scalp prickle that the message wasn't responding to what I'd done, it was responding to what I was going to do. I stumbled back to the cottage, my legs unsteady on the rocks, my breath coming in short gasps that had nothing to do with the physical exertion. Inside, I locked the door, a useless gesture against whatever this was, but human habits die hard, and stood in my dark kitchen, the lighthouse beam occasionally sweeping across my windows like a searching eye. I didn't call her. I couldn't. Not now. Not with the lighthouse's words burning in my mind. To do so would be to admit something I wasn't ready to acknowledge. Instead, I poured another whiskey, then another, drinking until my hands stopped shaking and my thoughts blurred at the edges. The week that followed was a special kind of torture. I tried to continue my routine, tried to pretend that everything was normal, but the lighthouse had gotten inside my head and was rearranging the furniture. Every decision, no matter how small, became suspect. When I chose eggs for breakfast instead of cereal, I wondered if I was acting of my own free will or following some predetermined script. When I decided to walk into town instead of driving, I felt like an actor who'd forgotten he was performing, moving through choreography written by someone else. The worst part was the uncertainty. What if the lighthouse was wrong? What if I simply refused to call my ex-wife, proved the message false, demonstrated that my future was still my own to determine? But then, if the lighthouse had never been wrong before, and I had no evidence that it had, then my refusal to call her wasn't actually defiance. It was just another line in the script. I began to see the implications spiraling out like cracks in ice. If the lighthouse could predict my decisions, then those decisions weren't really decisions at all. They were inevitabilities disguised as choices. Free will became a comforting lie we tell ourselves as we march along predetermined paths, convinced we're choosing each step. Thursday arrived again, with the reliability of a metronome. The fog rolled in. I stood at my window this time, unable to force myself out into the darkness, watching the lighthouse from behind glass that suddenly felt very thin and very fragile. The beam began its rotation. I didn't want to watch. Every rational cell in my body screamed at me to close the curtains, turn on every light in the cottage, play music loud enough to drown out my thoughts. But I watched anyway, because of course I did, because I was always going to watch, because the lighthouse already knew I would. The message came faster this time, as if growing impatient. Leave before Sunday. My heart stuttered. 3 days. The lighthouse was giving me 3 days to leave, and I didn't know why. The ambiguity was worse than any explicit threat. Leave or what? What happened on Sunday? What was I supposed to be avoiding? I spent Friday packing. I told myself it was precautionary, that I was simply preparing options, maintaining flexibility, but my hands moved with mechanical efficiency, folding clothes, organizing papers, And I realized I'd already decided. Of course I had. The lighthouse had told me I would. Saturday dawned gray and cold, the kind of day where the fog never quite lifts, just thins slightly before thickening again. I drove into town, ostensibly for supplies, but really for human contact, for voices and movement and the illusion of normalcy. The general store woman looked at me with those same pitying eyes, and I almost asked her what she knew, what everyone in this town knew about the lighthouse that they'd decided not to tell the outsider. But the words stuck in my throat like fish bones. On my way back, I passed the Historical Society building, and on impulse, or was it, I pulled over. The building was small, barely more than a converted house, and inside, an elderly man with liver-spotted hands and thick glasses peered at me over the desk. I asked about the lighthouse. He seemed unsurprised by the question, as if he'd been waiting for me to ask. His voice was soft and papery as he told me about the last lighthouse keeper, a man whose name he didn't mention, who'd lived there alone for 15 years before they'd automated the light. This keeper had become obsessed with patterns, the man said, with the idea that everything happened in cycles, that the future could be read in the repetitions of the past. He'd filled notebooks with predictions, with attempts to decode what he called the pattern of patterns. When they'd finally closed the lighthouse, they'd found him in the lantern room, the man said, his notebook spread around him, his last entry incomplete. Not dead, the man clarified quickly, seeing the question in my eyes. Just gone. Vanished, like he'd stepped through a door that the rest of them couldn't see. I wanted to ask more, but the man's eyes had gone distant, and I sensed I'd gotten all I would get. As I left, he called after me, his voice carrying across the dusty space. Some people spend so long trying to read their future that they forget to live in their present. Back at the cottage, I stood at the window, watching the afternoon light fade into evening, the fog beginning its nightly resurrection. My car was packed. My laptop was in its bag. I could leave right now, drive through the night, be somewhere else by morning, put miles between myself and this place and whatever the lighthouse was trying to tell me. But I didn't move, because I needed to know, because Sunday was coming whether I left or stayed, and I had to understand what I was running from, or what I was supposed to be running toward. Night fell. The fog rolled in. The beam began to rotate. I watched, my notebook forgotten, the patterns burning themselves directly into my mind. Stay. One word. Simple. Contradictory. Maddening. 3 days ago, it had told me to leave before Sunday. Now it was telling me to stay. Which message was the truth? Which future was I supposed to follow? Or were they both true somehow in that quantum way where all possibilities exist, until observation collapses them into single reality? I thought about the lighthouse keeper, alone in his tower, trying to decode patterns that had no solution, or too many solutions, or solutions that changed depending on how you looked at them. I thought about him stepping through an invisible door, choosing to exist in the place between futures, rather than commit to any single one. The beam continued to rotate, patient and eternal, and I realized what I'd been trying not to understand. It wasn't showing me one future. It was showing me all of them. Every message was true because every possibility was real, until I chose. Until I collapsed the wave function of my own existence into a single strand. The lighthouse wasn't controlling my choices. It was reflecting them back at me, showing me that every decision I might make was already made, already happening, in the infinite branches of probability. Call her, don't call her, leave, stay, all of it true, all of it false, all of it happening simultaneously in the fog of potential. Sunday morning arrived with unexpected sunshine, the fog burned away by a determined sun. I stood in my cottage, surrounded by packed bags and an unpacked life, and realized I couldn't remember if I'd slept. The lighthouse stood silent in the clear light, just a weathered tower of brick and history, empty and ordinary. My phone sat on the kitchen counter, her name still at the top of my favorites. My keys hung by the door. The road stretched in both directions, every mile a choice, every choice a commitment to one future out of infinite. I picked up my notebook and flipped through the messages I'd recorded over the past weeks. They contradicted each other, overlapped, branched and merged like a river delta flowing backward. In trying to tell me my future, the lighthouse had shown me something more unsettling, that there was no single future to tell. There was only the terror of choosing, of collapsing infinite possibility into singular reality, of killing all the other versions of myself that might have been. The lighthouse keeper had understood this, I thought. He'd seen all the futures stacked up like transparencies, had tried to find the pattern that would let him navigate between them rather than commit to just one. And maybe he'd succeeded. Maybe that's what gone really meant. Not vanished, but dispersed, existing in all timelines simultaneously, never having to choose. I walked out to the rocky outcrop one last time, letting the October sun warm my face. From here, the lighthouse looked almost benign, a relic of a time when people believed in singular truths and straight lines from cause to effect. Tonight, there would be fog again. Thursday always brought fog, and I would be here to see it, or I wouldn't. I would call her, or I wouldn't. I would leave, or I would stay. I would keep writing, or I would stop. All of it was true. All of it was already happening. And in the lantern room of the lighthouse, invisible in the daylight but always there, the beam waited to rotate again, to spell out messages for decisions I hadn't made yet, for futures I was always going to choose, for the moment when I would finally understand that the terror wasn't in the lighthouse's predictions. The terror was in the knowing that it didn't matter which path I chose, because I'd already chosen all of them. The fog was coming. It always did. Story 19. The static came first, always. A hiss like sand pouring through an hourglass, except the grains were made of broken glass and whispered secrets. Then the voice would emerge, smooth as oil on water, speaking names and addresses that shouldn't exist on any frequency I could access. I've been running the night shift at WKRX for 6 years now, the 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. graveyard slot that pays just enough to keep my one-bedroom apartment and my collection of vintage receivers humming. Most nights blur together into a soup of call-in requests, weather updates, and the occasional drunk trying to dedicate a song to an ex-wife. But 3 months ago, something changed in the electromagnetic spectrum around me, and I can't unhear it. It started on a Tuesday in July. The air conditioning had died again, leaving the booth sweltering despite the midnight hour. Sweat pooled in the small of my back as I queued up another track, some forgettable pop song that the station manager insisted belonged in the rotation. I was reaching for my water bottle when the equipment flickered, just for a second, and in that gap between one breath and the next, I heard it. Not on the main board. The sound leaked from my personal receiver, the one I keep tucked under the desk for scanning frequencies during the long, empty hours. I'd been sweeping through the FM band, a habit born of boredom more than curiosity, when the needle caught on something that shouldn't have been there. 94. 7 megahertz. Dead air according to the FCC allocation charts I'd memorized years ago during my broadcast engineering certification. But it wasn't dead. The voice that emerged from the static spoke with the kind of clarity that professional announcers spend years trying to achieve. Neutral accent, perfect diction, yet somehow wrong in a way I couldn't immediately identify. It announced a name, Dominic Alvarez, and an address on the east side of the city, near the old industrial district where the warehouses crouched like sleeping beasts. Then it described something, a collision at the intersection of 14th and Berkshire, a blue sedan and a delivery truck, minor injuries, resolved by emergency services at approximately 6:47 a.m. I checked my watch, 2:17 a.m. exactly. The transmission cut off as abruptly as it had appeared, leaving only the familiar white noise of an empty frequency. I sat there, my hand frozen on the receiver's dial, trying to rationalize what I'd heard. A prank, maybe. Someone with a pirate transmitter amusing themselves by broadcasting fake emergencies. It happened more often than civilians realized. Amateur radio enthusiasts, pushing the boundaries of legality for entertainment. I didn't write it down, didn't mention it to anyone. The rest of my shift passed normally, or as normally as any night spent talking to insomniacs and third-shift workers through a microphone can pass. By the time dawn bruised the horizon and I drove home through streets still slick with overnight condensation, I'd almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Almost. The accident was mentioned on the morning news. Dominic Alvarez, age 32, involved in a minor collision at 14th and Berkshire at 6:43 a.m. A blue Honda Civic and a delivery truck. No serious injuries. The timestamp was 4 minutes earlier than the voice had predicted, but close enough to strip the breath from my lungs as I stood in my kitchen, coffee mug suspended halfway to my lips. Coincidence, I told myself. Had to be. The voice had probably been describing an accident that had already happened, some delayed emergency broadcast I'd picked up through atmospheric skip or equipment malfunction. The timing was just my exhausted brain playing tricks, conflating the order of events. But the next night, at 2:17 a.m. precisely, it happened again. This time the voice spoke about a woman named Teresa Gutierrez. It described her car breaking down on Route 9, near mile marker 47, and the arrival of a tow truck at 7:32 a.m. I wrote it down this time, my hand shaking slightly as I recorded the details in the margins of my playlist. When morning came, I called the highway patrol on a disposable cell phone I kept in my glove compartment, asked about incidents on Route 9, said I was a concerned citizen who'd noticed a stranded vehicle. The dispatcher told me they'd just received a call about a breakdown near mile marker 47, Teresa Gutierrez. Tow truck en route, estimated arrival 7:30 a.m. I didn't sleep that day. Couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that voice, smooth and certain, announcing futures that shouldn't be knowable. I researched 94. 7 merits until my eyes burned from screen glare. The frequency sat in a guard band, a buffer zone between commercial stations meant to prevent interference. Nobody should be transmitting there. Nobody could be. Not without triggering FCC detection equipment and facing massive fines. Yet every night at exactly 2:17 a.m., the transmission came through. I started keeping detailed logs. The voice would announce a name, always someone I didn't know, always someone in the city. It would describe a mundane event, a fender bender, a burst pipe, a small electrical fire, and provide a timestamp for when emergency services would respond. And every single prediction came true with unsettling accuracy, usually within a few minutes of the stated time. After 2 weeks, I tried to trace the source. I drove around the city during my off hours with a directional antenna, trying to triangulate the origin of the signal. But 94. Termerits remained stubbornly silent during the day. Only in the dead hours before dawn, only at that precise moment when the world held its breath between yesterday and tomorrow, did the voice emerge. The isolation of my shift made it impossible to verify my findings with anyone else. The station ran automated programming after I left, and my coworkers on the earlier shifts thought I was joking when I mentioned unusual frequencies. One of them, a kid fresh out of community college who did the evening show, suggested I was spending too much time alone in the booth, that the solitude was getting to me. He said it with a laugh, but I saw the concern in his eyes, the way he glanced at the station manager as if considering whether to mention my strange questions. I stopped asking. Instead, I became meticulous in my documentation. I filled 3 notebooks with transcriptions, timestamps, verification data pulled from public records and news reports. Every prediction matched reality. Every single one. The coincidences piled up like bodies in a mass grave, too numerous to be chance, too impossible to be real. The voice never made mistakes. It never wavered. It simply announced its information in that perfectly modulated tone and vanished back into the static, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts and the tick of the studio clock marking off the seconds until the next broadcast. I started arriving at the station earlier, leaving later, checking and rechecking my equipment for signs of malfunction or tampering. The receivers were clean, the connections secure, everything functioned exactly as it should, which somehow made it worse. If the equipment was broken, I could fix it. If someone was pranking me, I could catch them. But this defied every rational explanation I could construct. The paranoia crept in gradually, like water seeping through a foundation crack. I began to notice patterns that probably weren't there. The way certain callers would phone in just before the 2:17 transmission, as if they knew something was coming. The static on the line during dead air moments, wondering if someone was listening to me listen to them. The sensation of being observed through the studio windows, even though I was 3 stories up, and the only thing outside was darkness and distance. I stopped opening my mail, stopped answering my personal phone. The only people who knew my schedule were the station staff and anyone determined enough to stake out the building, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was doing exactly that. When I drove home, I took different routes each morning, watching my mirrors for repeated vehicles, for any sign that my interest in the mysterious frequency had attracted unwanted attention. My friends noticed the change, the few I had anyway. They asked if I was sleeping enough, eating right, maybe working too much. I gave them vague reassurances and stopped returning their messages. How could I explain that I'd stumbled onto something impossible? That every night I documented proof that someone, or something, could see 4 or 5 hours into the future? They'd think I'd lost my mind. Maybe I had. The dream started in the 3rd week. Not nightmares exactly, but close enough. I'd find myself standing in the station booth, except the equipment would be different, older, vacuum tubes instead of solid-state electronics. The clock would still read 2:17, but outside the windows the city would be transformed. Structures I didn't recognize, streets laid out in unfamiliar patterns, as if I were looking at the same location but in a different time. And I'd hear the voice, not from the receiver but from everywhere at once, speaking through the walls and the floor and my own bones. It would announce my name, give my address, describe something that hadn't happened yet. I'd wake up gasping, sheets soaked with sweat, unable to remember what the voice had predicted about my future. On the 43rd night, I'd started counting, a compulsion I couldn't resist. The voice changed its pattern. Instead of announcing someone else's incident, it spoke about the station itself. It described a power fluctuation in the building, a brief outage affecting the 3rd floor, occurring at 5:08 a.m. Then it gave a detail that turned my blood to ice water. It mentioned me by name. Not my radio name, the cheerful pseudonym I used on air. My real name, the one on my driver's license and lease agreement, the one I'd been careful never to use during broadcasts. The voice knew who I was. I sat frozen in my chair, staring at the receiver as if it were a coiled snake. The transmission ended, replaced by static, but I couldn't move, couldn't think. Someone out there, broadcasting on an impossible frequency, not only knew about future events but knew about me specifically, knew I was listening, had perhaps been waiting for me to listen. At 5:08 a.m. the lights went out. The emergency systems kicked in immediately, backup power routing to essential equipment, but for 3 seconds the booth was completely dark. In that darkness, I heard something underneath the mechanical hum of generators spinning up, a sound like breathing, close enough to feel on the back of my neck. When the lights returned, I was alone. The equipment functioned normally, but the receiver under my desk had changed position, turned to face me directly, its dial still fixed on 94.7 MHz. I didn't touch it, didn't move it back. I finished my shift in a daze, going through the motions of playing music and reading advertisements, my mind churning through possibilities that all led to the same impossible conclusion. The transmission wasn't just predicting the future. It was interacting with it, with me. Perhaps had been this entire time. The next night, I brought a recording device from home. Professional grade, the kind investigators use for evidence collection. I positioned it next to the receiver, checked the levels twice, and waited for 2:17 a.m., with my heart hammering against my ribs. The voice came through right on schedule. This time it described a minor gas leak at an apartment complex across town, gave an address, a timeline for evacuation and repair. Standard procedure. Nothing unusual except for the fact that it hadn't happened yet and wouldn't for another 4 hours. But at the end of the transmission, just before the signal dissolved back into static, the voice added something new. It spoke directly into the recording device, not through the receiver, but from the air itself, the walls, the electromagnetic spectrum that filled the space between atoms. It asked if I was paying attention. The recording captured nothing but static. I played it back 3 times, adjusting levels, filtering frequencies, trying to isolate any evidence of what I'd heard. But the device had registered only background noise and my own ragged breathing. Either the voice existed in a range that conventional equipment couldn't capture, or it existed only in my perception, a hallucination born from sleep deprivation and obsessive documentation. I wanted it to be a hallucination. God, how I wanted that simple explanation. But the predictions kept coming true. The gas leak happened exactly as described, down to the minute. Emergency services arrived at the specified time, evacuated residents, sealed the leak, declared the building safe. I verified it through 3 different news sources and a phone call to the utility company, pretending to be a journalist following up on the incident. Reality kept confirming what my rational mind insisted was impossible. The station manager called me into his office on a Friday afternoon. He'd noticed my performance slipping, he said. Missed cues, dead air stretches, complaints from advertisers about distracted delivery. He asked if everything was all right at home, if I needed time off, suggested I speak with a professional about stress management. His concern felt genuine, which somehow made it worse. I assured him I was fine, just tired, promised to do better. I couldn't tell him about the frequency. Couldn't explain that I'd discovered something that shouldn't exist, that I was being watched by a presence that could see through time itself. He'd fire me on the spot, probably call a mental health crisis line. So I smiled and nodded and went back to work, carrying my terrible knowledge alone. The voice started appearing in other places. Not actually appearing. I never heard it outside the station booth at 2:17 a.m., but I became aware of its presence, in the white noise of traffic, in the hum of my refrigerator, in the silence between heartbeats. As if having once tuned into that frequency, I could never fully tune it out again. It had changed something in me, adjusted my perception permanently to detect a signal most people couldn't perceive. I researched temporal physics, quantum mechanics, theories about information traveling backward through time. Most of it was beyond my understanding, equations and concepts that required advanced degrees to properly grasp. But I found references to retrocausality, to experiments suggesting that future events could influence present conditions, that time might not flow in the strictly linear direction we perceive. None of it explained the voice. None of it explained how someone could broadcast specific, verifiable information about events that hadn't occurred yet. The science was theoretical, mathematical, safely contained within academic journals and laboratory experiments. This was real, happening every night, documented in notebooks that I now kept hidden under my mattress like guilty secrets. On the 67th night, the voice spoke my address. It described my apartment, the layout, the cracked tile in the bathroom, the water stain on the bedroom ceiling that looked like a map of somewhere I'd never been. It mentioned the notebooks under the mattress, counted them correctly. Then it announced that I would receive a visitor at 4:33 p.m. that afternoon, someone who would ask questions I couldn't safely answer. I didn't go home that day. Couldn't. Instead, I drove to a diner on the outskirts of the city and sat in a booth by the window, drinking coffee until my hands shook from caffeine and fear. I watched the parking lot, the street beyond, looking for anyone who might be searching for me. When 4:33 p.m. came and went, I felt a moment of relief so intense it was almost physically painful. Maybe the voice had finally been wrong. Maybe whatever prediction algorithm or supernatural knowledge it operated on had encountered a variable it couldn't account for. Maybe my choice to avoid my apartment had broken the chain of predetermined events. But when I returned home after midnight, I found a note slipped under my door. It was typed, impersonal, unsigned. It contained a single question. Why are you listening? My hands shook as I held the paper, reading the words over and over. Someone had been there at 4:33 p.m., just as predicted. Someone knew I'd been avoiding the encounter. The voice had been right again, and my attempt to change the outcome had failed before I'd even tried. I stopped trying to explain it after that. Stopped researching, stopped documenting, stopped telling myself there had to be a rational explanation. Instead, I simply accepted the phenomenon the way one accepts gravity or breathing, a fundamental property of reality that existed whether I understood it or not. The voice continued its nightly broadcasts. I continued listening. We existed in a strange equilibrium. the mysterious transmission and I, bound together by a frequency that shouldn't exist. Sometimes I wondered if I'd created it somehow, if my years of scanning empty channels had opened a door in the electromagnetic spectrum that was better left closed. Other times I suspected it had always been there, waiting for someone to tune in, and I'd simply been unfortunate enough to find the right frequency at the right moment. The city moved around me as it always had, its population unaware that their futures were being broadcast every night to a solitary listener in a radio booth. Accidents happened on schedule, emergencies unfolded exactly as predicted, and I, the only witness to this impossible knowledge, slowly learned to live with the weight of knowing what would happen hours before it occurred. Tonight is the 91st night. I sit in the booth, watching the clock approach 2:17 a.m., my hand resting on the receiver dial. Outside, the city sleeps, unaware. The equipment hums its familiar song. Static whispers through the speakers, waiting to resolve into that too-perfect voice. I've started to recognize a pattern in the predictions. The incidents are getting closer to the station, tighter circles drawn around my location. Whatever's broadcasting seems to be narrowing its focus, converging on something. On me, perhaps, or on this moment. The clock ticks to 2:16:58. I hold my breath. The static intensifies, building like pressure behind my eyes, and then the voice emerges, smooth as always, undeniable as gravity. It speaks my name again, gives my location with precision down to the floor and room number. Then it describes what I'm about to do at 2:19 a.m. 3 minutes from now. An action I haven't considered, wouldn't have thought to take. But even as the words flow through the speaker, I feel the inevitability of them settling over me like a weight I can't shrug off. The voice tells me I'm going to stand up, walk to the window, and finally see what's been watching me all this time, broadcasting from a now that's always ahead of mine, waiting patiently for me to catch up to where I've already been. The transmission ends. I check the clock. 2:17:47. I have 1 minute and 13 seconds to decide if the future is truly fixed, or if this time finally I can prove the voice wrong. My legs tense, muscles preparing to move. I tell myself I won't stand up, won't go to the window, won't look out into the darkness that I suddenly, desperately do not want to see into. But I'm already rising from my chair. The window waits, and beyond it, something that knows my name. Something that's been announcing my movements before I make them, drawing me forward through time like following a script already written. My reflection stares back at me from the glass, pale and hollow-eyed, and behind it, the city spreads out in pools of amber light and shadow. I take a step forward, then another. The clock reads 2:18:52. My hand touches the glass, cold against my palm, and I understand with terrible clarity that I've been here before. Not in memory, but in the transmission. The voice describing this exact moment at some point in the past I can no longer remember, creating a loop that has no beginning and no end. I am both the listener and the broadcast, the prediction and the predicted. And tomorrow night at 2:17 a.m., the voice will speak again, announcing something I'm about to do, something I haven't done yet but somehow already have. The city holds its breath. I lean closer to the window, searching the darkness for what I know must be there, what has always been there, watching and waiting and speaking futures into being. The clock strikes 2:19, and I see. Story 20. The camera cost me $17 at the pawn shop on 8th Street, wedged between a trumpet with a dented bell and a box of yellowed paperbacks. I'd walked past that shop for 3 years without ever going inside, but something about the window display that Tuesday afternoon pulled me through the door. The camera sat on a velvet cushion that might have been red once, its boxy white body catching the autumn light in a way that made my fingers itch to hold it. The owner, a man whose face seemed perpetually caught between expressions, told me it worked fine. He demonstrated by taking a photo of the empty counter, the mechanical whir and chemical smell filling the cramped space. The photo slid out with that satisfying mechanical sound, and we watched it develop together in the dusty silence. Just the counter, nothing else. He shrugged and quoted me the price, and I should have left it there. That evening, I took the camera to Riverside Park, where the October trees were shedding their leaves in slow, orange spirals. The light was perfect, that golden hour photographers dream about, and I wanted to capture the footbridge arching over the creek. I framed the shot carefully, making sure to get the reflection in the water, the way the light filtered through the remaining leaves. The shutter clicked, the photo emerged, and in the center of the bridge, exactly where I'd been standing, there was a woman. I'd been alone. Completely, certainly alone. The park was empty save for a jogger on the far trail, too distant to matter. But there she was, in the photo, rendered in that distinctive instant film quality, standing with her back to the camera, hands gripping the bridge's wooden rail. Her coat was dark blue, almost black in the shadows. Her hair hung loose and blonde past her shoulders. At the bottom of the photo, in small white numbers, 10:27, 5 days away. My first thought was that someone had tampered with the camera, loaded it with pre-exposed film as some kind of prank. But that made no sense. Who would do that? And why? I examined the photo from every angle, held it up to the fading light, searching for signs of double exposure or manipulation. The image was seamless. The woman cast a shadow. Her coat moved in a breeze I could almost feel through the paper. I took 3 more photos that evening. The playground equipment, empty swings swaying slightly. In the photo, a figure sitting on the middle swing hunched forward, gender indistinguishable. Date, 11:02. The parking lot, my car the only one there. In the photo, a sedan I didn't recognize parked 3 spaces down, a man visible through the driver's window, face obscured by shadow. Date, 10:31. The park entrance sign. In the photo, someone standing beside it, partially hidden by the post. Date, 11:05. I drove home with the photos fanned across my passenger seat like tarot cards predicting futures I didn't want to see. Sleep that night came in fragments. I kept returning to the images, laid out on my kitchen table under the harsh fluorescent light. The more I studied them, the more details emerged. The woman on the bridge had a small tear in her coat at the shoulder. The figure on the swing wore shoes without laces. The man in the car had his hands positioned on the steering wheel at 10:02, like he was waiting for something. Wednesday and Thursday passed in a fog. I went to work at the insurance office, processed claims, ate lunch at my desk, drove home through traffic that seemed heavier than usual, more aggressive. Every time I passed someone on the street, I found myself studying their faces, their clothes, comparing them to the shadowy figures in my photos. None matched, or maybe they all did. My certainty about anything felt like it was dissolving at the edges. Friday arrived. October 27th. The date on the bridge photo. I told myself I wouldn't go to the park. I told myself that for 9 hours, sitting in my apartment as the light changed outside my windows, as the sounds of the city rose and fell. But at 5:30, when the sun was beginning its descent, I found myself in my car, driving the familiar route, parking in the same spot I'd used Tuesday evening. The park looked the same. Different light, different quality to the air. Cooler, heavier with the promise of rain, but fundamentally unchanged. I walked the path to the footbridge, my footsteps loud on the gravel, my breath visible in small clouds. The creek burbled below, swollen from recent rains. Red and orange leaves floated on its surface like tiny boats fleeing some disaster. I stood at the spot where I'd taken the photo, checked my watch. 5:47. The woman in the picture had been positioned near the center of the bridge, so I walked there, gripped the rail where her hands had been, felt the wood smooth and cold under my palms. "Do you know what time it is?" The voice came from behind me, and I spun around so fast I nearly lost my balance. She was there. The woman. Dark blue coat, blonde hair, same height, same build. But her face, I searched it desperately for recognition, for any sign that she knew why we were both here, that she understood the impossibility of this moment. She looked confused by my staring, asked again about the time, her voice carrying a hint of impatience now, or maybe concern. I told her it was almost 6. She thanked me and walked away toward the parking lot, her footsteps receding until they were swallowed by distance and wind. I stood there for 20 minutes, maybe longer, as the light faded and the cold seeped through my jacket. She hadn't recognized me, hadn't seemed to find anything unusual about being on the bridge. When I finally managed to move, my legs felt disconnected from my body, like I was puppeting myself through familiar motions that no longer made sense. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about her face. Not because it was distinctive. It wasn't, particularly. She could have been any woman in her 30s or 40s, pleasant but unremarkable. What haunted me was the complete absence of awareness in her expression. She'd been there because the photo said she would be there, but she didn't know that, had no memory of being compelled or transported or whatever verb applied to this situation. Saturday brought rain, heavy and persistent. I stayed inside, curtains drawn, studying the remaining photos. The playground swing, dated November the 2nd. The parking lot sedan, October 31st. Halloween tomorrow. The park entrance figure, November 5th. 3 more predictions. 3 more impossible meetings waiting to happen. I should have destroyed the camera, thrown it in the trash, smashed it with a hammer, driven to the river and watched it sink beneath the dark water. Instead, I loaded it with the remaining film from the package. The pawnshop owner had thrown in a spare cartridge and began photographing my apartment. The results made my hands shake. My living room, empty when I took the shot. In the photo, someone sitting in my armchair, the one positioned to face the window. Date, 11:08. My bedroom door, closed. In the photo, open, a silhouette visible in the doorway. Date, 11:12. My kitchen sink. In the photo, the faucet running, a glass overflowing, water streaming onto the counter. Date, 11:10. But the worst was the bathroom mirror. I'd photographed my reflection, wanting to see if the camera would do something different with a mirror, if the rules changed somehow. The flash bleached out most details, but the image that emerged showed me staring back at myself from the mirror's surface. Behind my reflection, barely visible, was another figure, standing in the shower, visible only as a dark shape against the white tile. Date, 11:15, 2 weeks away. Someone would be in my apartment, in my bathroom, while I stood at the sink, watching me, waiting. Sunday night, Halloween, I sat in my car in the park parking lot from 10 p.m. until midnight. The sedan appeared at 11:23, pulling into the exact spot the photo had shown. The driver sat motionless for 37 minutes, hands on the wheel, face obscured by darkness and the angle of the streetlight. Then, without warning, he got out, walked to the trail entrance, stood there for several minutes as if listening to something I couldn't hear, and left. His car's taillights vanished around the corner before I could think to follow. The next day at work, my supervisor asked if I was feeling well. I'd apparently sent several emails that made no sense, fragments of thoughts and half-finished sentences. I had no memory of writing them. She suggested I take some personal days, said it with that particular tone of concern that really means please don't come back until you've solved whatever this is. Thursday, November 2nd, the playground swing. I arrived at 4 in the afternoon, positioned myself on a bench with a clear view of the equipment. The park was busier than it had been. Several dog walkers, a couple having an intense whispered argument near the fountain, someone practicing Tai Chi on the lawn. Normal people doing normal things, unaware that reality was breaking down in small, specific ways. The figure appeared at 4:47, approaching from the parking lot. Coat pulled tight, hood up despite the relatively warm weather, hands buried in pockets. They walked directly to the middle swing and sat, began moving back and forth in small arcs, feet dragging through the wood chips beneath. I watched for 15 minutes before approaching, my heart hammering so hard it felt like it might crack my ribs. Up close, I still couldn't determine gender or age. The hood shadowed most of their face, and they kept their gaze fixed downward. When I asked if they were okay, they didn't respond, didn't even acknowledge my presence. I tried again, reached out to touch their shoulder. They stood and walked away. Same direction they'd come from, same measured pace. At the parking lot, they got into a blue sedan and drove off. I tried to see the license plate, but my eyes wouldn't focus properly. Every time I thought I'd locked onto a number or letter, it seemed to shift, rearrange itself into something else. That night, I photographed my front door from the inside. The image showed it standing open, the hallway beyond visible. Date, 11/18. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the photo. November 5th arrived too quickly. The figure at the park entrance appeared exactly when the photo had predicted, stood beside the sign in that same partially hidden position. By now, I'd stopped being surprised. The pattern was too consistent, too precise. These people, if they were people, and I was becoming less certain of that, materialized at the predicted times and places, performed their appointed actions, and departed without any apparent awareness of the strangeness of their own behavior. I began taking photos constantly, my apartment from every angle, the street outside my building, the coffee shop where I'd started spending mornings because sleeping had become impossible. Each photo revealed new figures, new dates, new meetings that would happen whether I wanted them to or not. My calendar was filling with appointments I hadn't made, encounters with people who wouldn't remember me afterwards. November 8th came. I sat in my armchair at the time the photo indicated, waited for whoever or whatever was supposed to appear. Nothing happened. No figure materialized in my living room, but as I sat there, as the minutes ticked past the predicted time, I felt something. A presence, maybe, or the absence of one. The air in the room felt different, thicker, like water instead of atmosphere. I sat completely still, afraid to move, afraid to confirm or deny what my senses were trying to tell me. My phone rang. The number was my own. I stared at the screen, watched my own number flash and pulse, and when I finally answered, there was nothing. Not silence. That would have been something. This was the sound of space itself, vast and empty and wrong. November 10th. The kitchen faucet ran exactly as the photo had shown, water pouring into an overflowing glass, though I had no memory of turning on the tap or filling the glass. I discovered it when I woke from a half-sleep on my couch, found the kitchen flooded, water spreading across the linoleum in a thin, perfectly even sheet. November 12th. My bedroom door stood open when it should have been closed. The silhouette the photo promised never quite materialized. But the feeling of being watched was so intense I spent the night in my car, parked under a streetlight, doors locked, camera on the passenger seat beside me like a loaded gun. November 15th. Today. The bathroom figure. I've been standing at this sink for 40 minutes now, watching my reflection, waiting for the moment when I'll see what the photo predicted. The figure in the shower. The presence that's supposed to be there, standing behind the curtain, watching me through the plastic while I brush my teeth or wash my face or perform whatever mundane task I was doing when I took that photo. The camera sits on the counter beside me. I've loaded the last of my film. One photo left. Part of me knows I should take it. Point the camera at the mirror again. Capture another moment from some future I'm hurtling toward whether I want to or not. Maybe this photo will show me something that explains everything. Maybe it will show me empty space. Proof that this is ending. That the pattern is breaking. But I'm afraid. Not of what the photo might show. I'm past that kind of fear now. I'm afraid of what happens when I run out of film. When there are no more futures to predict, no more meetings to anticipate. Will the world go back to normal? Or have these photographs been showing me what was always going to happen, what was always there, and without them I'll be stumbling blind through a reality I can no longer predict or prepare for? The bathroom light flickers, just once, so brief I might have imagined it. I pick up the camera, frame the shot. My finger hovers over the button. In the mirror, my reflection waits. Behind me, the shower curtain hangs still and white and impenetrable. I press the button. The flash fills the room with light so bright it leaves after images dancing across my vision. The photo slides out, begins its slow development, colors bleeding into existence like secrets being reluctantly told. I watch the image emerge, watch myself materialize in the mirror, the bathroom taking shape around me. And there, in the shower, the figure becomes visible. It's me, standing behind the curtain, staring out. But not this me. A different version, from some other now, or some other timeline, or some other possibility that branched off from a choice I didn't even know I'd made. He's holding something. A camera. The same white instant camera, raised to his eye, pointing at the mirror, pointing at me. At the bottom of the photo, in those same white numbers, today's date, this moment, right now. I turn around slowly, my body moving through space that feels like it's filled with something other than air. The shower curtain is closed, has been closed this whole time, but I can see the outline of someone standing behind it now, can see the shape of them through the plastic, the way they're positioned, the object they're holding up to where their face should be. I think about the woman on the bridge, the figure on the swing, the man in the car. I think about how none of them seemed to know they were keeping appointments made by photographs taken days before, how they moved through their moments and left without any awareness that they'd been summoned there by something impossible. I think about how many photos I've taken in the past 2 weeks, how many dates are still coming, how many versions of myself might be walking through this apartment in November, December, January, unaware that they're following a script written by a $17 camera and its stuttering white flash. My hand reaches for the shower curtain. In my peripheral vision, the photo on the counter is still developing, still revealing details I haven't processed yet. More figures maybe, more dates, more futures bleeding into the present like watercolors running together on wet paper. I grip the plastic, feel its texture, real and solid and undeniable. And in the moment before I pull it back, I realize I can't remember how I got here. Can't remember deciding to come into the bathroom, to stand at this sink, to wait for this moment. The last thing I clearly recall is Tuesday afternoon, 3 weeks ago, walking into a pawn shop on 8th Street because something in the window caught my eye. Everything since then feels like a photograph slowly developing, an image emerging from chemicals and light and time, and I'm no longer certain which side of the lens I'm on. The curtain slides open. The shower is empty. But in the mirror behind me, I can see him perfectly now. Standing where I'm standing. Staring at me with my own eyes, my own face, my own expression of growing, terrible understanding. He raises the camera. The flash goes off. The flash. And I am... Story 21. The fluorescent lights hummed their perpetual hymn as I made my rounds through the cryogenic storage facility. Midnight had come and gone an hour ago, and the silence pressed against my eardrums like water at depth. This was the part of the shift I'd grown to dread, not because of anything that had happened, but because of the waiting. The anticipation of something breaking the monotony felt worse than any actual emergency ever could. I'd been working the night shift at the Lazarus Cryonics Center for 8 months. The pay was decent, the work minimal, and the solitude suited me fine. Or at least that's what I told myself. The truth was more complicated. I'd taken this job to escape people, to hide in the sterile quiet, where the only company was the frozen and the dreaming. The facility housed 247 pods arranged in neat rows across 3 underground levels. My job was simple: monitor the systems, check the readouts, ensure the temperature never fluctuated, and document any anomalies. In 8 months, the most exciting thing that had happened was a sensor malfunction that resolved itself before I could even file a report. That night started no different from any other. I was on level 2, tablet in hand, when I noticed Pod 247's status panel glowing amber instead of the usual steady blue. My pulse quickened. Amber meant a system query, usually nothing serious, but it still required investigation. I approached the pod, my footsteps echoing off the concrete walls in a way that suddenly seemed too loud. The panel's digital display flickered, and then I saw it. The word, "Wake," where sleep should have been. My hand froze halfway to the touchscreen. I blinked, certain I'd misread. The logs showed Pod 247 had been decommissioned 3 months ago, its occupant transferred to another facility. It should have been empty. It was empty. The internal camera feed showed nothing but darkness and frost patterns on the glass. I reached for the panel to reset it, but before my fingers made contact, the display changed again. One letter at a time, slowly, deliberately, W-A-K-E. Then impossibly the glass began to fog. Not from the outside, where my breath might have condensed against the cold surface, but from within. A thin mist spread across the interior of the viewing window, blooming like spilled milk in water. I stepped back, my tablet slipping from my grip and clattering to the floor. The sound seemed to travel forever in that underground chamber. I told myself it was a pressure differential, a malfunction in the environmental controls. The facility was old, built in the early 2010s when cryonics was still more hope than science. Systems failed all the time. This was just another glitch, another thing to document in my report. But then the condensation began to move. At first I thought it was just the moisture spreading across the glass, following the natural patterns of cold metal and thermal dynamics. But as I watched, the fog coalesced into shapes that looked almost intentional. Lines formed and reformed, and for a moment, just a moment, I could have sworn I saw letters. My throat tightened. I forced myself to look away, to focus on retrieving my tablet from the floor. When I straightened up and glanced back at the pod, the glass was clear again. The panel read sleep in its usual steady font. The amber light had shifted back to blue. I stood there for several minutes, my breath coming in short, controlled bursts, waiting for something else to happen. Nothing did. The pod sat silent and dark, just another cylindrical chamber in a long row of identical units. Eventually, I convinced myself I'd imagined it. A trick of the light, fatigue playing games with my perception. I'd been pulling too many doubles, drinking too much coffee, sleeping too little. I documented the amber alert as a momentary sensor error and continued my rounds. But I couldn't shake the image of that fog spreading across the glass, or the way the letters had seemed to spell something before dissolving. I kept glancing over my shoulder as I walked, certain I'd see the panel glowing amber again, certain I'd find the pod humming to life behind me. An hour later, I was in the break room trying to warm my hands around a cup of coffee when the facility's intercom crackled to life. The automated voice announced a temperature fluctuation in Zone 2B, the section where Pod 247 was located. My hands began to shake, sloshing coffee onto the metal table. I told myself it was coincidence. Zone 2B had 12 pods. The alert could be about any of them. But I knew, with a certainty that settled like ice in my gut, that it was about Pod 247. The walk back to Level 2 felt longer than it should have. The corridors seemed to stretch, the walls pressing in closer with each step. The hum of the ventilation system sounded different, lower, more rhythmic, almost like breathing. I tried to rationalize it, to explain it away, but my rational mind was losing ground to something more primitive, something that recognized danger in the dark. Pod 247's panel was amber again. Not just amber, it was pulsing, a slow, steady rhythm that matched the pounding of my heart. The display showed a temperature spike inside the pod, climbing degree by degree, even though the pod was supposed to be empty, even though there was nothing inside to generate heat. I pulled up the internal camera feed on my tablet, zooming in on the pod's interior. Frost covered every surface, undisturbed, empty. But the temperature reading continued to climb. -40, -35, -30. Then I heard it. A sound like nails on glass, faint but unmistakable, coming from inside the pod. My skin prickled, every instinct screaming at me to run, to call someone, to do anything but stand there. But I couldn't move. I could only watch as the glass fogged again, faster this time, completely obscuring the interior. And then the condensation began to write. Letters formed slowly, deliberately, traced by something I couldn't see. My vision tunneled, my breathing shallow as I read the words. You remember my legs nearly buckled. Those weren't random letters, weren't some hallucination brought on by exhaustion. They were words, a message. But I'd never told anyone what I was trying to forget, never spoken aloud the thoughts that kept me awake at night, the reason I'd taken this job in the first place. The glass cleared for a moment, and I saw my own reflection staring back at me, pale, wide-eyed, terrified. But behind my reflection, deeper in the glass, I saw something else, a shape, a shadow. The suggestion of a figure pressed against the interior of the pod, as if someone were standing on the other side of a frosted window watching me. I stumbled backward, my heel catching on something. I barely caught myself against the adjacent pod, my hand slapping against cold metal with a sound that echoed through the entire level. When I looked back at pod 247, the glass was clear. The panel read sleep. The temperature gauge showed normal levels. But I knew what I'd seen. I should have left then, should have called my supervisor, reported a major malfunction, let someone else deal with it. But I couldn't leave. Something held me there, rooted to that spot, staring at the pod as if it might suddenly reveal all its secrets if I just watched long enough. The facility's emergency lighting kicked in, bathing everything in a dim red glow. Standard protocol for after midnight, energy conservation. But in that crimson light, the pods looked different. Wrong. Like caskets arranged in a morgue, waiting for their occupants to wake. I forced myself to walk away, to head back to the monitoring station where I could watch all the pods from a safe distance, where I could convince myself that everything was fine, that I was just tired, just stressed, just imagining things. But as I turned to leave, I heard it again. That sound like nails on glass, but louder now, more insistent. And beneath it, something else, a voice, muffled and distant, as if someone were speaking from very far away or through water. It was saying my name, not the name on my employee badge, not the name I'd used for the past 8 months. My real name, the one I'd left behind, the one nobody here knew. I ran. The corridors blurred past me, my footsteps thundering in my ears, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't stop until I reached the monitoring station, slamming the door behind me and engaging the lock. My hands shook as I pulled up the security feeds, cycling through every camera on level 2. Pod 247 sat silent and dark, its status panel glowing a steady blue. Everything looked normal, peaceful, empty. I spent the rest of my shift in that monitoring station, watching the feeds, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. As dawn approached and the day shift arrived, I filed a brief report about a possible sensor malfunction in pod 247 and left without speaking to anyone. I told myself I'd never go back to level 2. But 3 nights later, I found myself standing in front of pod 247 again, drawn there by something I couldn't name. The panel was blue, the glass was clear. The camera feed showed nothing but frost and shadows. Yet as I stood there in the red emergency lighting, I saw the fog begin to spread across the glass once more. And this time, the words that appeared weren't a statement, but a question. Do you want to remember? I don't know how long I stood there, staring at those words, feeling something cold and vast pressing against the boundaries of my mind. The pod was empty. I knew it was empty. But something was there nonetheless, something that knew me, something that remembered what I'd tried to forget. The glass cleared. My reflection stared back at me, but I barely recognized the face I saw. Behind it, deeper in the glass, the shadow was there again, clearer now, taking shape, and I realized, with a horror that froze me to the spot, that the shadow had my face. Not as I was now, but as I'd been before. Before I'd changed my name, before I'd taken this job, before I'd chosen to become someone else. The shadow pressed its hand against the glass from the inside, and I found my own hand rising to meet it, palm to palm, separated only by a thin barrier of frosted glass. The temperature in the corridor dropped. My breath came out in visible clouds. The panel flickered between wake and sleep, unable to decide, caught between 2 states. In that moment, I understood. The pod wasn't empty. It never had been. But what it contained wasn't a body waiting to be revived. It was a memory. My memory. The parts of myself I'd tried to freeze, to lock away, to forget. And now, after 8 months of silence and solitude, of hiding in the dark with the frozen and the dreaming, those memories had begun to wake. The glass fogged completely, obscuring everything, and in that white void, I saw words forming one last time. We're still here. The panel switched to wake and stayed there. glowing amber in the red emergency lights. I pulled my hand away from the glass, my palm burning cold where it had touched the surface. I should have run, should have quit, should have disappeared into another anonymous job in another anonymous place. But I didn't. Instead, I found myself visiting Pod 247 every night, watching the glass fog and clear, reading the messages that appeared in the condensation. Sometimes they were fragments of conversations I'd tried to forget. Sometimes they were names of people I'd left behind. Sometimes they were just my own thoughts, reflected back at me with a clarity I'd spent months trying to blur. And sometimes, in the darkest hours before dawn, when the facility was silent and still, I would press my hand against the glass and feel another hand pressing back from the inside, matching me palm to palm, finger to finger. I never learned if the pod was truly empty or if something had always been there, waiting. I never discovered if the messages were real or just projections of my own fractured mind, desperate for connection, for acknowledgement, for someone to remember who I used to be. All I know is that every night I return to level 2. Every night I stand before Pod 247. And every night the glass fogs from within and words appear in the condensation. Words I never said aloud. Words only I could know. And somewhere in that space between memory and reality, between sleeping and waking, I wonder if I'm the one standing outside the pod, or if I've been inside all along, dreaming of a life where I'm still free, still whole, still awake. The panel glows amber in the darkness, pulsing with a rhythm that matches my heartbeat. Wake, sleep, wake, sleep. I no longer know which state is which. Story 22. The overhead lights died 3 hours into the overnight run to Portland, and nobody complained. That should have been my first warning. I'd taken the late bus because it was cheaper, $63 instead of $90, and because I needed to believe that saving $27 mattered anymore. The station had been nearly empty at 11 p.m., just a handful of us standing under those fluorescent tubes that make everyone look like they're already dead. The driver had checked our tickets without meeting anyone's eyes, his uniform crisp despite the late hour, and we'd filed aboard in that particular silence that descends on strangers who know they'll be breathing each other's air until dawn. Now, as the darkness pressed against the windows, I found myself counting the other passengers. 7, including me. The old woman in the second row had been knitting something shapeless and gray since we'd pulled out of the station. Behind her, a businessman in a rumpled suit hunched over his laptop, the screen's glow painting his face in shades of corpse light. Across the aisle from me, a college-aged girl with headphones had her forehead pressed against the window, watching the nothing that rushed past. 3 more passengers sat scattered in the rear, too far back to see clearly in the darkness, just shapes and the occasional shift of movement. The highway stretched out before us, a ribbon of asphalt through dense forest. No other vehicles shared our route. The white lines disappeared beneath our wheels with hypnotic regularity, and the engine's drone wrapped around everything like a cocoon of sound. I'd expected the interstate, but the driver had taken some alternate route, probably a shortcut, I'd told myself. The trees grew thick on either side, their branches occasionally scraping the top of the bus with sounds like fingernails on metal. I caught myself watching the driver in the rearview mirror. He sat perfectly still, hands at 10 and 2, his cap pulled low. Professional. Focused. Exactly what you'd want. But there was something in his stillness that made my shoulders tight. He never glanced at the mirror to check on his passengers, never adjusted his posture. In 3 hours, I hadn't seen him blink. The GPS mounted on the dashboard pulled my attention. Its screen glowed an unnatural blue, showing a route that didn't match the road we traveled. According to the device, we should have been passing a rest stop, there, marked clearly, just ahead. But the forest continued unbroken on both sides. Then, as we rounded a curve, I saw it. A rest stop materialized exactly where the GPS said it would be. Perfect. Too perfect. The building sat pristine under sodium vapor lights, its facade gleaming, a mirror image of itself reflected in the massive windows that lined its front. But those weren't windows, I realized as we passed. They were actual mirrors, floor-to-ceiling mirrors positioned to face the road. I watched our bus slide across their surface, the reflection sharp and clear. Except the driver's seat appeared empty. My breath caught. I blinked hard, told myself the angle was wrong, that the lighting created an optical illusion. But in those mirrors, the bus had been driven by nothing. Just an empty seat and a steering wheel turning by itself. Nobody else reacted. The knitting woman's needles continued their click-click rhythm. The businessman's fingers tapped at his keyboard. The girl never lifted her forehead from the window. I pulled out my phone to check the route, but the screen showed no signal. Of course, we were in the middle of nowhere. I switched to the map app, waited for it to load from cache. According to my phone, the highway we were supposed to be on was 12 miles to the east. This road didn't exist on any map. The GPS chimed. Another rest stop ahead. My stomach twisted. Sure enough, a motel appeared around the next bend. Same architectural style as the rest stop. Clean, modern, impossible. A neon sign flickered. Vacancy. Every room visible from the road had mirrors instead of windows. Our bus appeared in each reflection as we passed, and in every single one, the driver's seat was empty. The wheel turned by itself. The headlights cut through the darkness with no one commanding them. I forced myself to look away from the mirrors and focus on the man himself. He sat there, solid and present, hands gripping the wheel, the cap, the uniform, the absolute stillness of his posture. I watched his chest, trying to see if he was breathing. The motion was too subtle to detect, or maybe there was no motion at all. The old woman in the second row dropped a ball of yarn. It rolled down the aisle, unraveling as it went. She didn't retrieve it, didn't even look down. Her needles kept clicking, knitting air now, the yarn pooling at my feet in a gray puddle. Something was wrong with the other passengers too. The businessman's laptop screen showed only static, but his fingers kept typing. The girl's headphones weren't connected to anything. The wire dangled loose, swaying with the bus's movement. When I looked toward the back, those three shapes had become difficult to focus on, as if they were slightly out of phase with reality. Another GPS chime, another mirrored structure. This time a gas station, its pumps gleaming, its windows reflecting our bus with that same impossible absence where the driver should be. I counted the passengers in the reflection. 7 figures, but only 6 passengers behind me. I was the 7th. My hands gripped the armrests. The vinyl was too cold, wrong somehow, as if the material itself was refusing to warm to my touch. I tried to stand, to move closer to the front, to see the driver's face properly, but my legs wouldn't obey. The seat held me within gravity that had nothing to do with physics. The forest outside had changed. The trees stood in perfect rows now, evenly spaced, like they'd been planted. Their trunks were smooth and uniform, too uniform, and between them, I caught glimpses of other buses, traveling parallel to ours on roads that shouldn't exist. Each one lit from within, each one carrying passengers who sat in identical stillness. The GPS showed another structure ahead. This time, my reflection appeared in the screen itself, but wrong. In the GPS's surface, my face was different, older, hollowed out. My eyes stared at nothing, and my mouth hung slightly open. I looked exactly like the other passengers. I forced my attention to the driver again. He'd never adjusted the mirror, never checked on us, never moved except to turn the wheel at precisely the right moments. I watched his hands, looking for the small tremors of muscle tension, the tiny shifts of grip that came with hours of driving. There were none. His hands held the wheel with a pressure that never varied, never relaxed. The clicking of the knitting needles had taken on a rhythm that matched the white lines disappearing under the bus. Click, 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 click. When I looked, the old woman's fingers moved too fast, too regular, like a machine caught in a loop. The businessman's typing followed the same tempo. The girl's head bobbed against the window in time with some song that couldn't be playing. Another mirrored rest stop appeared. then another motel, then a diner, its windows reflecting our bus and its absent driver. The structures came faster now, one after another, all featuring those impossible mirrors. And in each reflection, I could see the truth with increasing clarity. The driver's seat was empty, because there was no driver. There never had been. The bus was driving itself. But that couldn't be right, because I could see him sitting there. The uniform, the cap, the hands on the wheel. I could see him, couldn't I? I tried to remember boarding. Had I actually watched the driver check my ticket? Or had the ticket simply been taken? Had anyone spoken? Had he made any sound at all? The memory felt slippery, like trying to hold water. I could remember the uniform, the crisp lines of it. I could remember the cap pulled low. But when I tried to picture a face, there was only shadow. The GPS chimed again, but this time it showed something different. The route it displayed formed a loop, a perfect circle, with our current position marked by a blinking dot that traveled the circumference endlessly. We'd been on this road for hours, passing the same mirrored structures over and over, and the GPS knew it. The GPS had always known. I looked down at my hands. They'd taken on a waxy quality in the darkness, the skin too smooth, too perfect. When I tried to flex my fingers, they responded, but the movement felt mechanical, predetermined, like I was watching someone else's hands operate. The yarn at my feet had formed a pattern. In the dim light, I could make out shapes in its tangles, roads and buildings, a miniature version of the route we traveled. The mirrored structures appeared in gray wool, and where our bus should be, there was a gap in the weaving, an absence shaped like a vehicle. One of the passengers in the back stood up. I heard the movement but couldn't turn my head enough to see clearly. Footsteps came down the aisle, heavy and regular. They stopped next to my seat. I could sense someone standing there, could feel the displacement of air. But when I tried to look, my eyes slid away, unable to focus. The presence leaned close, and I felt breath that was too cold, too steady, against my ear. It whispered something, not words exactly, but the shape of a question. When did you notice? The footsteps retreated. The presence returned to the back of the bus. Everything continued as before. Through the window, another mirrored structure approached. This one was different, larger, more complex. A hotel, multiple stories tall, its entire facade covered in reflective surfaces. As we drew closer, I could see our bus repeated across every window. Dozens of reflections, hundreds maybe. And in every single one, the driver's seat was empty. But in one reflection, just one, on the third floor, fourth window from the left, I saw something else. In that single mirror, the driver's seat wasn't empty. Someone sat there, gripping the wheel. I pressed my face against the window, straining to see more clearly as we passed. The person in that one reflection was me. My hands on the wheel, my cap pulled low, my uniform crisp and perfect. I watched myself drive past, and the me in the reflection turned to look directly at the me in the bus. Our eyes met, and the me behind the wheel smiled, a slow, knowing smile that understood something I didn't. Then we were past the hotel, swallowed again by the forest of two uniform trees. The GPS chimed. The route continued its loop. The knitting needles clicked their mechanical rhythm. The businessman typed his message to nowhere. The girl pressed her forehead against the window, watching reflections slide by. And I sat in my seat, feeling the cold vinyl beneath my hands, watching the empty driver's seat pilot us through the darkness and wondering, not for the first time I realized, but for the 1,000th time, the 1,000,000th time, when exactly I had boarded this bus. The white lines disappeared beneath us, one after another, regular as heartbeats, regular as the breath I could no longer be certain I was taking. The engine droned on, and somewhere in its mechanical voice I could almost hear words. You've always been here. You'll always be here. We all are. Outside, another mirrored structure appeared on the horizon. The GPS chimed its cheerful notification. The bus drove on toward Portland. or toward whatever we'd all agreed to call Portland, in those last moments when we'd still believed we had a choice. And in the rearview mirror that the driver never checked, I could see all 7 passengers sitting perfectly still, eyes forward, as we traveled the route we'd traveled before, and would travel again, through the night that never ended, past reflections that told the only truth any of us could bear to see. Story 23. The listing had called it rustic charm meets modern comfort, which should have been my first warning. But after 3 months of sleeping on my brother's couch in Portland, anywhere with 4 walls and a door that locked felt like paradise. The old grain silo stood alone in eastern Washington wheat country, its curved metal walls painted a faded red that looked almost brown in the autumn light. The conversion had been recent. New windows cut into the cylindrical structure, a wooden deck wrapping around the base, solar panels bolting onto the domed roof like metallic barnacles. I arrived just before sunset, the sky bleeding orange across endless fields of harvested stubble. The air smelled clean, almost sterile, with that particular emptiness of rural places after the growing season ends. The key was in a lockbox by the door, just as the host had promised in her single, terse message. No greeting, no instructions beyond the Wi-Fi password, and a note about the breaker box location. The interior surprised me. Someone had poured real money into the renovation. Polished concrete floors, a spiral staircase leading to a lofted bedroom, a kitchen with appliances that actually matched. But there were things they couldn't change, fundamental qualities of the space that no amount of IKEA furniture could mask. The walls curved in every direction, creating odd pockets of shadow that shifted as I moved. The ceiling soared 30 feet overhead, the metal dome capturing and amplifying every sound into a hollow echo. And despite the modern fixtures, there was something about the air itself, thick, almost grainy, like the space retained a memory of what it had once held. I spent the first evening settling in, unpacking my laptop and the single duffel bag that contained everything I'd salvaged from my old life. The Wi-Fi worked well enough for me to check email and confirm my remote work schedule started Monday. 3 months here, maybe 6 if the contract got extended, long enough to save money, to figure out what came next, to stop feeling like I was treading water in the middle of an ocean with no shore in sight. The temperature dropped fast after dark. I'd been warned about that. The desert's revenge, locals called it, how the heat fled the moment the sun disappeared. I adjusted the thermostat, heard the baseboard heaters tick and hum to life. That's when I first noticed the smell. Sweet, cloying, like honey left too long in the sun or fruit on the edge of fermentation. It wasn't unpleasant at first, just unexpected, and I found myself sniffing the air like an animal trying to identify a threat. I checked the kitchen trash, empty, looked under the sink, opened cabinets, even pulled the refrigerator away from the wall. Nothing. The smell seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, diffused through the entire space like it was seeping from the walls themselves. I tried opening a window, but the cold air rushing in only seemed to make it stronger. There was a quality to the scent that made my teeth ache, made my stomach clench with a nausea that felt oddly distant, like it was happening to someone else's body. I closed the window, cranked up the heat higher, and told myself it was probably just old grain residue, decades of wheat dust embedded in places the renovation couldn't reach. Old buildings had smells. That was normal. By midnight, I'd almost gotten used to it. Almost. I lay in the lofted bed, staring up at the curved metal ceiling just a few feet above my head, listening to the building settle and creak around me. The heaters ticked. The metal expanded and contracted with temperature changes. Wind pressed against the exterior with a low, sustained moan that vibrated through the entire structure. Normal sounds. Explicable sounds. I woke at 3:17 according to my phone, though I had no memory of falling asleep. The smell had intensified, thick enough now that I could almost taste it coating the back of my throat, and there was something else. A sound. So faint I thought at first I'd imagined it. A sliding, scratching whisper, like something being dragged across metal. I sat up slowly, my head nearly touching the ceiling of the loft. The sound came again, definitely real this time, coming from below. I peered over the edge of the loft and immediately felt my breath catch. The walls were wrong. In the darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the LED clock on the microwave, I could see patterns in the dust and grime. The renovation had been thorough, but not perfect. Traces of the silo's industrial past still clung to the metal in fine, powdery layers. And those layers were moving, not falling, moving. Sliding down the curved walls in thin streams that didn't obey gravity's straight pull, but instead followed deliberate paths, converging and diverging like water finding a channel. I watched, paralyzed, as the streams formed shapes, lines, angles, arrows, all of them pointing toward the floor in the back corner of the space, where the shadows pooled deepest. I must have made some sound, a gasp, a choke, because the movement stopped instantly. The dust hung in the air for a moment, suspended impossibly, before settling back against the metal like it had never moved at all. I counted my heartbeats, 30, 50. When I reached 100 and nothing else happened, I convinced myself it had been a trick of the light, exhaustion playing games with my perception. I was tired, stressed. My brain was pattern-seeking where no patterns existed. I didn't sleep again that night. Morning brought harsh sunlight through the windows and a return to something like rationality. I made coffee, answered emails, fell into the comfortable rhythm of work tasks that required no imagination. The smell had faded with the rising temperature, leaving only the faintest sweetness in the air, easy to ignore. I avoided looking at the walls, at the corner where the arrows had pointed, at anything that might resurrect the irrational terror of the night before. By evening, I'd almost convinced myself I'd dreamed it. Almost. The temperature dropped. The smell returned. This time I was ready for it, had left the windows open all day despite the waste of heating costs. But as darkness fell and the cold seeped in, I watched the dust begin its slow migration again. The arrows were clearer tonight, more defined, formed from streams of powder that moved with eerie synchronization. They all pointed to the same spot, a section of floor I'd barely noticed before, where the polished concrete gave way to what looked like a metal plate, seamless and flush with the ground. I descended the spiral stairs without deciding to, my feet carrying me forward, while some rational part of my brain screamed warnings I chose not to hear. The metal plate was perhaps 4 feet in diameter, a perfect circle of riveted steel that felt several degrees colder than the surrounding concrete. I ran my hand over its surface and felt the faint outline of something beneath the smooth finish. Edges, a handle, a mechanism covered over with paint and sealant, a hatch. The realization came with absolute certainty, accompanied by a wave of that sickly sweet smell so intense, I had to press my sleeve against my nose and mouth. This was what remained of the silo's original infrastructure, access to the underground storage chambers, the deep pits where grain had been kept cool and dry. The renovation had covered it, sealed it, tried to erase its existence. But it was still there, just beneath this thin veneer of modernity. Something scraped below the plate, a dry, rattling sound, like branches against glass, or nails on metal, or... I stepped back so fast I nearly fell, my heel catching on the edge of the concrete. The sound stopped, the smell intensified, and in the silence that followed, I swear I heard something else. Breathing. Slow, labored, wet breathing that came from beneath the floor. I spent the next hour tearing through the Airbnb listing, the host's profile, any information I could find about the property. The silo had been converted 18 months ago by a woman named Evelyn, no last name provided, who lived somewhere in Seattle and managed several rural rentals. The reviews were sparse but positive, mainly from photographers and writers seeking solitude. No one mentioned smells. No one mentioned strange sounds. No one mentioned feeling like they were being watched by something that lived in the walls. I found a county records website and searched the property address. The silo had been built in 1947, operated commercially until 1981, then sat abandoned for decades before Evelyn bought it. There was a gap in the records between 1981 and 1983. Nothing unusual, just the empty years when the place fell into disuse. Except for one detail buried in a farming cooperative newsletter I found through a genealogy site. In the spring of 1983, workers had been hired to secure and seal underground storage chambers due to structural concerns. Secure and seal, not demolish, not fill in, seal. That night, I didn't even pretend I was going to sleep. I sat in a chair facing the metal plate, my laptop glowing beside me, every light in the silo blazing. The temperature dropped, the smell came, the dust formed its arrows, and beneath the plate, something moved. It started with vibrations, subtle tremors that made the coffee in my mug ripple and dance. Then came sounds. That sliding, scratching whisper amplified now, accompanied by wet, organic noises that made my skin crawl. The breathing grew louder, more distinct, and with it came a new smell beneath the sweetness. Decay, rot, the particular stench of organic matter breaking down in darkness. The plate shifted, just a fraction of an inch, but I saw it clearly. Watched the sealed edges separate as something pushed from below. Not hard, not violent, just a steady, patient pressure, testing the barrier that had held it for 42 years. I should have run, should have grabbed my keys and driven through the night back to Portland, back to civilization, back to places where metal stayed still and dust obeyed the laws of physics. Instead, I found myself moving closer, drawn by some compulsion I couldn't name, until I was kneeling beside the plate with my ear nearly touching its freezing surface. The breathing stopped. In the silence, I heard something else. A voice, or the memory of a voice, or perhaps just the wind finding some cruel architectural accident that shaped it into syllables. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, resonating through the silo's curved walls until the entire structure became a monstrous speaker. It wasn't words exactly, more like the shape of words, the hollow spaces they leave behind. But I understood it anyway, felt its meaning settle into my bones like radiation. Finally, finally, finally. I jerked back, scrambling away from the plate on hands and knees, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The lights flickered, once, twice, and in the strobing darkness, I saw the dust on the walls rearrange itself into new patterns. Not arrows this time. Letters, words. How long the lights steadied. The words dissolved back into random grime and shadow. But I'd seen them clearly, undeniably, and some part of me understood that I'd crossed a threshold from which there was no return. This wasn't exhaustion, wasn't stress, wasn't any trick of perception my rational mind could explain away. Something was down there, something that knew I was here, something that had been waiting. I tried calling Evelyn, no answer. Tried the local sheriff's office and got a deputy who listened to my stammered explanation with the weary patience of someone used to dealing with city people who got spooked by rural silence. When I mentioned the sealed hatch, his tone shifted slightly. He told me not to touch anything, that there were regulations about disturbing agricultural infrastructure, that he'd try to get someone out to look at it by the end of the week. The end of the week. 3 more nights. I lasted 2. The second night, the plate lifted completely, just for a moment, just an inch, but enough for me to see the darkness beneath. Not the darkness of an empty space, but something thicker, more substantial. Darkness that moved with sluggish purpose like oil seeking lower ground. The smell that rolled out was beyond description. Sweet and rotten and wrong in some fundamental way that had nothing to do with decay, and everything to do with something that had never been alive in any way I understood. The third night, I watched my own hands try to open it. I don't remember deciding to move. Don't remember crossing the floor or kneeling beside the plate or finding the hidden latches beneath the sealant. But I must have done all those things because suddenly I was there, my fingers working at the cold metal, prying and scraping while some distant part of my consciousness screamed objections that my body refused to hear. The latches gave way with surprising ease, like they'd been waiting for this, like the years of sealant and rust had been nothing but theater. The plate lifted, and the smell rolled over me in waves, and I looked down into a darkness so complete it seemed to have texture, seemed to be reaching up toward me with invisible fingers, and in that darkness, something looked back. I saw it for only a fraction of a second, a glimpse, a suggestion, an impression of something that my brain refused to fully process. Not a face, because faces have symmetry and structure, and eyes that make sense. This was older than faces, more fundamental, a configuration of matter that existed before evolution taught flesh how to arrange itself into recognizable patterns. Then I was outside, somehow, standing in the gravel parking area in my bare feet, my breath steaming in the cold air, with no memory of how I'd gotten there. The silo loomed behind me, its windows glowing yellow and welcoming, looking for all the world like a quirky vacation rental where nothing was wrong and nothing had ever been wrong. I drove to a motel in the nearest town, a place called Dusty, which seemed grimly appropriate. The clerk didn't comment on my lack of shoes or the way my hands shook as I filled out the registration form. I sat on the polyester bedspread until dawn, staring at my phone, at the Airbnb app that still showed my reservation for the silo, with 23 days remaining. Around 5 in the morning, I received a message from Evelyn. Brief, professional, concerned. She'd heard from the sheriff, understood I'd been having some issues with the property, wanted to know if everything was all right. She'd be willing to issue a partial refund if I wanted to leave early. No hard feelings. These old buildings weren't for everyone. I stared at that message for an hour before responding. Asked her about the hatch, about what was sealed beneath the floor in 1983, about what the structural concerns had really been. Her reply came instantly, which somehow made it worse. What hatch? I pulled up the property photos from the listing, scrolled through them slowly, looking for the metal plate in the floor. It wasn't in any of the images. The polished concrete stretched unbroken from wall to wall, seamless and perfect, with no trace of anything beneath. I checked the county records again. The newsletter article about the ceiling was gone. Not deleted, just absent, like it had never existed. The property history showed continuous operation until 1995, when the silo was simply abandoned. No gap, no mysteries, no structural concerns requiring underground chambers to be sealed from the inside. My fingers found the contact info for 2 of the previous guests, people who'd left reviews. Asked them carefully, casually, if they'd noticed anything unusual about the floor. Both replied within hours. Neither knew what I was talking about. The silo had been charming, peaceful, exactly as advertised. One of them sent me a photo from their stay, a selfie in front of the kitchen area, where the seamless concrete floor gleamed in the background. I'm writing this from the motel room. I've been here 4 days now. The clerk is starting to ask questions. My remote work deadlines are piling up unanswered. My brother called twice. I didn't pick up. I don't know what I would tell him. The smell is back. Faint, but unmistakable. Seeping through the motel's HVAC system, or maybe just living in my sinuses now. Permanent and inescapable. And last night, in the bathroom mirror, I watched dust that wasn't there form an arrow on the tiles behind me, pointing back toward Dusty, toward the wheat fields, toward the silo. Evelyn sent another message this morning. She's willing to comp the entire stay, no refund necessary. She just needs me to confirm I've collected all my belongings from the property. She'd like to close the reservation, move on. The thing is, I haven't been back. My laptop is still there, my duffel bag, my car keys. Everything I own, everything I am, still sitting in that converted silo under the dome of riveted steel. Except I'm looking at my car keys right now. They're on the nightstand beside me, along with my laptop and my duffel bag. I remember bringing them to the motel. I specifically remember grabbing them before I ran, but I also remember leaving them. I remember watching them sit on the kitchen counter as I stumbled outside into the cold. Both memories are equally vivid, equally real. And I'm starting to understand that this is the worst part. Not what's beneath the floor of that silo, not what looked at me from the darkness, but the creeping certainty that whatever happened there is still happening, still reaching forward through time like roots through soil. The checkout time is noon. The clerk just knocked to remind me. I nodded, said I understood, watched him walk away down the corridor. But when I looked back into my room, there were two of everything. Two beds, two nightstands, two sets of keys, one version of the room with my belongings, one version empty, and in both versions, on both walls, the dust is sliding down in thin streams, forming arrows that all point in the same direction. The door to the silo is less than 3 miles from here. I could walk it in an hour, even in bare feet. I think I might have already started. Story 24. The fluorescent lights in the Sterling Memorial Library hummed with that particular frequency that made my teeth ache. 3:17 in the morning, and I was the only one on the 4th floor. Or so I thought. The building never closed, a point of pride for the university, though I suspected the real reason was that shutting down would require acknowledging what happened here after midnight. I'd been coming here for weeks, chasing a dissertation deadline that seemed to recede further with each passing day. The carrel in the northeast corner had become my second home, surrounded by towers of books on cognitive psychology and memory formation. The irony wasn't lost on me, studying memory while mine seemed to be deteriorating from exhaustion and too much caffeine. The first time I noticed something off was subtle. A book I'd left on the reference cart had moved to the shelf behind me. Not just any shelf, it was perfectly aligned with 3 others, their spines creating a straight vertical line that caught my eye. I chalked it up to an overzealous work-study student and returned to my notes. But the air had changed. It felt denser somehow, pressing against my eardrums like I was descending in an airplane. The ventilation system coughed and settled into a lower register, and somewhere in the stacks, I heard what might have been footsteps, or might have been the building settling. Old buildings talk to themselves. Everyone knows that. I tried to focus on the article in front of me, something about false memory implantation and the Mandela effect, but my eyes kept drifting back to those 4 books. They were different colors, different sizes, yet aligned with mathematical precision. The titles meant nothing to me. A volume on Eastern European folklore, a chemistry textbook from the 1970s, a collection of poetry in what looked like Czech, and a repair manual for industrial machinery. The clock on my laptop showed 3:28 when I noticed the titles again. Or rather, when I noticed them properly. Not the full titles, just the first word of each, reading down. Vincent fell from bridge. My name is Vincent. The air conditioning kicked in with a metallic groan, and cold air washed over my neck like icy fingers. I stood up so quickly my chair rolled backward and hit the wall with a muted thump that seemed far too loud in the silence. The books were still there, still perfectly aligned, still spelling out those 4 words with their first words gleaming in the harsh light. I approached the shelf slowly, each step deliberate, my sneakers silent on the industrial carpet. Up close I could see the books were old, their spines cracked and faded. The chemistry textbook bore a due date stamp from 1978. The folklore volume had no due date at all, likely reference only. Someone had placed them here, had to have placed them here, arranging them in this specific order for this specific message. But why? And when? I'd been sitting less than 10 feet away for hours. My hands trembled as I reached for the top book, the one with Vincent emblazoned in gold leaf lettering. The moment my fingers touched the spine, the lights flickered. Just once, barely perceptible, but enough to make my breath catch. I pulled my hand back and the lights steadied. I told myself to leave, pack up my laptop, my notes, my coffee-stained mug, and get out of this building until the sun came up and the morning crowd arrived to dilute whatever this was with their normal, mundane presence. Instead, I pulled out my phone and took a photo of the shelf. The flash was blinding in the dim room, and when my vision cleared, I saw that more books had moved. No, I hadn't seen them move. But they were different now. A whole section, maybe 15 books, arranged on the shelf below in a neat horizontal line. My heart hammered against my ribs as I crouched down to read them. The first word of each title, left to right. You were there when the water turned black and everyone screamed, but you stayed silent watching. I stumbled backward, my phone clattering to the floor. The screen cracked but stayed lit, casting strange angular shadows across my hands. I had no memory of any bridge, no memory of water turning black, no memory of screaming. I'd never even been to a bridge with anyone named Vincent. I was Vincent, but this was insane. This was someone messing with me. Someone who'd hacked into my student records and learned my name and was now... The footsteps I heard this time were unmistakable, slow, measured, coming from the far end of the stacks. I froze, every muscle locked, straining to hear over the blood rushing in my ears. The steps stopped. In the silence that followed, I heard breathing that wasn't my own, thick and labored, as if whoever was there had climbed many flights of stairs. I grabbed my phone and backed toward my Carol, my eyes never leaving the gap between the shelves where the sound had come from. Nothing appeared. The breathing stopped. The only sound was the eternal hum of the lights and the distant groaning of the building's ancient heating system. When I reached my Carol, I shoved my laptop into my bag with shaking hands and prepared to bolt for the stairs. But as I turned, I saw them. Dozens of books now, arranged in a massive spiral pattern across 3 entire sections of shelving. The spines created words, sentences, paragraphs. From where I stood, I could only make out fragments, but each fragment was like a knife. Your roommate remembers the professor mentioned it in class. Everyone knows what you did that night. Your mother called about the funeral. He was your best friend. You watched him fall. My legs gave out, and I sank into the chair, my bag falling forgotten to the floor. None of this had happened. I would remember. I would remember a friend, a bridge, a fall, a funeral. These were the kinds of things that carved themselves into your neural pathways that your hippocampus locked down and preserved with perfect fidelity, unless... The article I'd been reading earlier, the one about false memory implantation, described how researchers could create detailed, emotionally charged memories in subjects who'd never experienced the events in question. Strategic suggestions, fabricated photographs, collaborative storytelling. The brain was far more suggestible than people wanted to believe. But this wasn't a research study. This was a library at 3 a.m, and books didn't arrange themselves into accusations. I forced myself to stand and approach the spiral of books. Up close, the message was even more elaborate. The words spiraled inward, growing smaller and more frantic toward the center. You stood on the bridge October 19th. The water was low. You both drank too much. He climbed the railing. You laughed. He slipped. You didn't help. You let him fall. You walked away. You forgot. How could you forget? How could you forget? How could you forget? The center of the spiral was a single small book, its spine barely visible, a volume titled Amnesia and Dissociation. October 19th. That was 4 months ago. I'd been at the library that night too. I remembered because it was when I'd finally settled on my dissertation topic. I remembered spending hours in this exact spot, working until dawn. But what had I done before coming here? After leaving my apartment? Before arriving at the library? Was there time unaccounted for? The question opened a void in my mind, a sucking emptiness where memory should be but wasn't. I tried to trace my steps backward through that evening, but found only fragments. My apartment door closing, streetlights, the sensation of cold air, and then nothing until I was sitting at this Carol with an Americano from the all-night cafe. Hours. I'd lost hours. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a text message from my roommate asking if I was still at the library. I stared at it, my thumb hovering over the keyboard. What would I say? That the books were rearranging themselves? That they were accusing me of a crime I couldn't remember? Before I could respond, another text came through, this one from my advisor. Need to discuss your absence from Adrian's memorial service. We should talk. Adrian. The name hit me like a physical blow. I knew an Adrian, or had known. My mind groped through fog, finding edges of recognition. A face, maybe. A laugh. The smell of cigarettes and cologne. We'd been in the same graduate cohort, hadn't we? But when had I last seen him? My fingers moved before my conscious mind could catch up, typing his name into the university directory. The results loaded slowly, each second stretching into eternity. When his profile appeared, I saw a photograph of someone I absolutely recognized and absolutely didn't. A face that belonged to a stranger and a friend simultaneously. His status had been updated 2 weeks ago. In memoriam. The profile listed his date of death as October 19th. The phone slipped from my hands again. This time I let it lie there on the carpet, its cracked screen reflecting the fluorescent lights above like a fractured constellation. The books on the shelves seemed to lean inward, their hundreds of spines all focused on me, all watching. I needed to leave. I needed to go back to my apartment and sleep and wake up and discover this was all some exhaustion-induced break from reality. But my legs wouldn't move, because now, standing in this island of cold light, I felt the first stirrings of something worse than fear. Recognition, not of the books or the message or even the name Adrian, but of myself, of who I might be when I wasn't paying attention, of what I was capable of forgetting. The building groaned around me, pipes clanking somewhere in the walls, and in that sound, I heard what might have been words or might have been my imagination. He's still in the water. I grabbed my bag and ran for the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, my footsteps echoing in the concrete stairwell. 4th floor to 3rd, 3rd to 2nd, the emergency exit signs glowing red at each landing. But as I rounded the corner to the 1st floor, I stopped. The books were there too, volumes stacked on the steps, arranged in neat lines, their spines facing outward. We all remember Why Don't You? What else? Have you forgotten who else? I turned and ran back up the stairs, but they were there too now, multiplying impossibly, books appearing on every landing, every step, everywhere I looked. My breath came in ragged gasps, and I could taste copper in the back of my throat. The stairwell spun, or I spun, or everything spun together. I burst back onto the 4th floor and ran blindly through the stacks, past my Carol, past the accusations on the shelves, heading for the other stairwell on the far side of the building. My shoulder hit a shelf, and books cascaded down, their pages fluttering like wings. More words, more fragments. Your hands the railing. Your face, help me please. Help. The 2nd stairwell was mercifully empty of books. I took the stairs down in a controlled fall, catching myself on the railings, my breath echoing off the concrete walls. Ground floor finally, and I could see the exit. The glass doors leading out to the quad where the sky was just beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn. I pushed through the doors and into the cold morning air, gulping it down like water. The campus was empty, silent except for the distant hum of traffic and the cawing of crows in the bare trees. I walked for a long time, aimless, letting my feet carry me while my mind tried to process what had happened. Eventually, I found myself at the student union, which was just opening for breakfast. The normalcy of it, the smell of coffee and bacon, the sound of chairs scraping, the bored expression on the cashier's face, felt like a lifeline. I ordered coffee I didn't want and sat in a booth by the window, watching the campus wake up around me. That's when I saw her, Devon, another graduate student from my cohort. She was ordering tea at the counter, her red hair pulled back in its usual messy bun. When she spotted me, her expression shifted. Surprise, maybe, or something harder to define. She walked over and slid into the booth across from me without asking. She mentioned that people had been wondering where I'd been, that missing Adrian's service was noted. Her voice was gentle but carried an edge of something else. Concern, perhaps, or suspicion. Then she said something that made my coffee cup freeze halfway to my lips. Everyone remembered seeing me there that night, at the bridge. She said I'd been acting strange, that Adrian and I had been arguing about something, that I'd stormed off before it happened, but several people mentioned seeing me come back later, standing at the edge of the gathering, watching from a distance as the emergency vehicles arrived. I told her she was wrong, that she was confused, that I was at the library that entire night. But even as the words left my mouth, I felt them crumble. The holes in my memory gaped wider. Devon studied my face, and in her eyes, I saw doubt, not of her memory, but of mine. She left after making me promise to see someone, maybe the campus counselor, maybe a doctor. I sat alone in the booth as the union filled with students laughing and complaining about exams and making plans for the weekend. Normal people with normal problems and memories that stayed where they put them. I still don't know what happened that night on October 19th. The university counselor I finally saw suggested trauma-induced amnesia, dissociative episodes, the brain's way of protecting itself from unbearable truth. My advisor was more direct. Take a leave of absence, get help, come back when I'm ready. But I can't stop thinking about those books, about how they arrange themselves into memories I don't have but everyone else does, about the possibility that an entire portion of my life exists in a space I can't access, like a room in a house I live in but whose door I've never noticed. I've tried going back to the library, but I can't make myself climb past the second floor. Even there, I feel watched. I feel the books leaning toward me, heavy with words I don't want to read. Last night, I woke at 3 a.m. to find a book on my nightstand, a volume I don't remember bringing home. When I opened it, certain passages were underlined in pencil, circled, marked with sticky notes. The annotations formed a narrative, another message from the shelves. You were there. You saw him climb. You could have stopped him. Why didn't you stop him? And underneath, in my own handwriting, a response I don't remember writing, because I wanted to forget. The morning sun is coming up now, and I can hear my roommate moving around in the kitchen. Soon I'll have to get up and pretend to be someone who knows himself, someone whose past sits comfortably in his memory, like books on a well-organized shelf. But I'm not that person anymore. I'm the story the library is trying to tell, written in borrowed spines and whispered between pages, true whether I remember it or not. And somewhere in that building, on shelves I can't bring myself to visit, there are still books arranging themselves into accusations. They're waiting for me to read them, waiting for me to remember. Or maybe they're not waiting at all. Maybe they're simply recording what already is. The truth that everyone else knows and I alone have forgotten. The truth that watches me from behind every book spine. The truth that I'm beginning to suspect isn't about what I forgot, but what I've been trying not to remember. Story 25. The emergency radio crackled to life at 11:47 p.m., 3 minutes before my shift technically ended. I should have left it alone, should have clocked out, climbed down to my quarters, and let whoever took over deal with whatever static-filled nonsense was about to come through. But on Platform 7, 200 miles from the nearest coastline, you don't ignore the emergency channel. Not when you're one of only 12 souls suspended above an ocean that could swallow you whole without bothering to remember your name. The voice that emerged from the speakers was mine. Not similar. Not close enough to be unsettling. My exact voice, with the same slight rasp I'd developed after 3 years of breathing, recycled air and diesel fumes. The transmission detailed an incident that would occur during the next shift. A coolant leak in Sector D. Valve malfunction at Station 12. Estimated repair time 40 minutes. The voice described how Dalton from engineering would burn his hand on the exposed pipe. How the leak would spread to the auxiliary systems before containment. How I would radio it in at precisely 12:34 a.m. I stood in the communications room, fingers white against the edge of the console, listening to myself describe events that hadn't happened yet. When the transmission ended, silence filled the small space like water flooding a sinking vessel. The clock on the wall ticked forward. 11:52 p.m. My mind offered rational explanations, each one more desperate than the last. A prank, maybe, though the technical skill required to fake my voice so perfectly seemed unlikely among our crew. A recording from a previous shift, though I had no memory of reporting any such incident. A malfunction in the radio equipment, some bizarre crossed signal pulling in transmissions from another platform, another timeline, another version of events that had nothing to do with me. I could have walked away. Part of me screamed to do exactly that. Leave the radio room, find my bunk, let someone else verify or debunk what I'd heard. Instead, I found myself moving through the narrow corridors towards Sector D, my boots echoing against metal grating with each step. The platform hummed around me, that constant low vibration that you stop noticing after the first week out here. Except now every sound felt amplified, every shadow stretched longer than it should. Sector D looked normal. The coolant lines ran along the ceiling in their typical configuration, No visible leaks, no signs of stress or malfunction. I checked Station 12 anyway, running my hands over the valve assembly, feeling for abnormal heat or pressure. Everything measured within acceptable parameters. I stood there for 20 minutes, watching gauges that refused to budge from their normal ranges, telling myself I'd imagined the whole thing or misheard the transmission. At 12:31 a.m., the pressure alarm screamed. The coolant leak manifested exactly as the radio had described. A thin spray from the coupling joint quickly escalating to a steady stream. I radioed it in, heard my own voice reporting the incident, felt my throat form the same words I'd already heard myself speak an hour before. Dalton arrived within minutes, his expression shifting from annoyance at being woken to focused concern as he assessed the damage. He reached for the exposed section of pipe to manually close the backup valve, and I opened my mouth to warn him about the heat. But the words died in my throat. If I warned him, would I be changing what the radio had predicted? Or was my silence part of what had already been recorded? He burned his hand. Not severely, but enough to make him curse and stumble backward, cradling his reddened palm. The sequence unfolded exactly as I'd heard it, beat for beat, word for word. We contained the leak in 41 minutes, close enough to the predicted 40 to send ice water through my veins. Dalton left to get his hand treated. I stayed behind, staring at the repaired valve, trying to understand what had just happened. Coincidence felt impossible. Some kind of precognition felt insane. I was still standing there when the emergency radio in my pocket crackled to life. This time the transmission came from Dalton's voice. It described an incident during the next shift, my continued shift, since I'd stayed late dealing with the leak. An electrical short in the control room, temperature spike in the main processor, estimated damage to 3 monitoring stations. The voice said I would discover it at 3:17 a.m. while running standard checks. I pulled the radio from my pocket and stared at it. The small LED glowed steady green, indicating normal function. The voice continued its report, calm and professional, describing future events with the certainty of past occurrences. When it finished, I considered throwing the device over the railing, watching it disappear into the dark water below. But these radios were standard emergency equipment, assigned to every crew member. If I destroyed mine, I'd just be given another. The next 4 hours passed in a state of suspended dread. I couldn't bring myself to go to the control room, couldn't bear to see if the prediction would come true. Instead, I walked the platform's perimeter, the cold ocean wind biting through my jacket, trying to convince myself that there was some logical explanation I hadn't considered. Maybe someone was monitoring us, staging these incidents to match their predictions. But who? And why? And how would they even accomplish such precise timing? At 3:15 a.m., I stood outside the control room door. My hand hovered over the handle. If I didn't go in, the incident couldn't happen. The prediction would be wrong, and I could prove this was all some elaborate hoax or hallucination. But if I didn't check, and something did happen, and I'd failed to prevent damage because of fear or denial. The door opened under my hand. The electrical short was already in progress. Smoke curled from Station 5's monitoring panel, that distinctive acrid smell of burning circuitry filling the small room. I grabbed the fire suppression canister and contained it before significant damage occurred, but 3 monitoring stations went offline exactly as predicted. As I filed the incident report, I found myself speaking into the radio, hearing my words echo in the small space, knowing that somewhere in the recent past, a transmission had already described this exact moment. The pattern continued. Every night, as one shift ended and another began, the emergency radio would crackle to life. Sometimes it was my voice. Sometimes Dalton's, or Rutgers from the drilling operations, or Chen who managed the living quarters. Each transmission detailed incidents that would occur during the upcoming shift, equipment failures, pressure irregularities, routine accidents that plagued any industrial operation. And every single prediction came true. At first, we tried to prevent them. That was the obvious response, wasn't it? If you know something bad is going to happen, you take steps to stop it. We double-checked equipment before predicted failures. We avoided areas where accidents were supposed to occur. We changed our routines, our work patterns, our entire approach to operations. The radio adapted. If we secured a valve that was supposed to malfunction, the next transmission would describe a different valve failing. If we avoided a section where an injury was predicted, the accident would shift to wherever we went instead. The incidents persisted, as inevitable as the tides, only now they felt personal, targeted, as though something was watching our attempts to circumvent fate and adjusting its predictions accordingly. Dalton was the first to vocalize what we'd all been thinking. He cornered me in the galley during a rare moment when we were alone, his burned hand still wrapped in gauze from that first incident. The fear in his eyes mirrored my own growing paranoia. He insisted something on the platform was causing this, some presence that could see through time or manipulate events. He wanted to organize a search, to find whatever was generating these transmissions and destroy it. But what would we be looking for? A haunted radio transmitter? A psychic entity that lived in the platform's infrastructure? The suggestions sounded absurd, even as desperation made them seem almost reasonable. I started keeping detailed logs, documenting every transmission and its corresponding incident. The patterns made no sense. Sometimes predictions came hours in advance, other times only minutes. The voices cycled through our crew in no discernible order. The incidents themselves ranged from minor equipment hiccups to significant operational disruptions, but never anything catastrophic. Nothing that would force evacuation or shutdown. It was as though whatever was doing this wanted to prove its power, while keeping us trapped here, unable to justify leaving, but unable to function normally. Sleep became impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd hear my own voice describing some future disaster, or worse. I'd hear nothing, and the silence felt like a threat, a promise of transmissions yet to come. The other crew members developed similar symptoms. Rutger stopped eating, claiming he could taste metal in everything, convinced it was somehow connected to the predictions. Chen began marking symbols on the walls of his quarters, protection size he'd learned from his grandmother, desperate attempts to ward off whatever was watching us. On the 14th night, the transmission changed format. Instead of describing a single incident, my voice detailed a series of choices. If I went to check the pressure readings in Sector B, there would be a minor leak. If I stayed in the control room, a monitor would malfunction. If I went to my quarters, the ventilation system would develop a rattle that would keep me awake. Every option led to some small disaster, some irritating confirmation that my actions were being observed and predicted and rendered meaningless. I chose none of them. Instead, I went to the communications room where this had all started, sat down in front of the emergency radio console, and waited. If something was watching us, predicting us, controlling the incidents that plagued our shifts, then perhaps it would reveal itself if I refused to play along. Hours passed. The radio remained silent. The platform hummed around me, all its systems operating normally, almost peacefully. I began to think I'd found a loophole, a way to break the cycle by simple non-participation. Then, at 4:44 a.m., the radio spoke again. But this time, the voice wasn't mine or anyone else's from the crew. It was just speaking. No specific predictions, no detailed incident reports. Instead, it described me sitting in the communications room, described my posture, the way my fingers drummed against the console edge, the exact moment I'd checked the clock. It narrated my present, not my future, and somehow that was infinitely worse, because it meant whatever was doing this didn't need to predict. It was here, now, watching. I left the communications room and found Dalton, told him everything about the latest transmission. His reaction made my blood freeze. He didn't remember the emergency transmissions. None of them. When I pressed for details about his burned hand, he looked at me as though I'd lost my mind. Said he'd burned it on a cooking pot in the galley 3 weeks ago, completely unrelated to any coolant leak. I checked my personal logs, the detailed documentation I'd been keeping. The pages were blank. Or worse, they contained normal shift reports, routine observations. Nothing about predictions or adapted transmissions or patterns that made no sense. Either everyone else had had their memories altered, or I'd been hallucinating for 2 weeks straight. Except the coolant line in Sector D still showed signs of recent repair. The monitoring stations in the control room still bore scorch marks from the electrical short. The evidence existed, even if the memories didn't. I'm writing this now in my quarters, while the emergency radio sits on my desk. It's been silent for 36 hours, long enough to make me question whether any of it happened, long enough to make me hope it's over. But I can't stop thinking about that last transmission, the one that described me in present tense. Because if something can watch us in real time, narrate our actions as they occur, then prediction becomes unnecessary. The future and present collapse into a single moment of observation. And if I'm being watched, if we're all being watched, then maybe the incidents were never the point. Maybe they were just proof, evidence of control. Demonstrations that whatever watches us can influence our reality in small ways, bend probability to match its descriptions, make us doubt our own memories and sanity. The radio just crackled. I'm staring at it now, my hand trembling as I write. Should I answer? Should I listen to what comes next? Or is the act of listening itself part of how it maintains control, how it keeps us trapped in this loop of prediction and fulfillment? The static is forming words. I recognize the voice. It's mine again, but I'm not speaking. My mouth is closed, my jaw clenched tight, and yet my voice is coming through the radio, describing what I'm going to do next. It says I'm going to pick up the radio. My hand is moving toward it. It says I'm going to press the transmit button. My fingers are closing around the device. It says I'm going to speak, and God help me, I can feel my throat preparing to form words, feel my mouth opening, feel the absolute certainty that when I do speak, I'll say exactly what the transmission predicted, that I'll become both the observer and the observed, the predictor and the predicted, trapped in a loop where past and future have become meaningless distinctions. The worst part is, I don't know if I'm being controlled or if I've simply been shown what I was always going to do. If the radio reveals fate or creates it. If I ever had a choice or if free will was the real hallucination all along. My voice is still coming through the speakers, describing my confusion, my fear, my growing suspicion that I'm not the one writing these words anymore. That I never was. That from the moment that first transmission crackled to life 3 minutes before midnight, I stopped being a person and became a character in someone else's narrative. Or something else's narrative. Or maybe there is no author, just the infinite loop of observation and prediction, describing itself into existence over and over, until reality and recording become indistinguishable. The radio says I'm going to stop writing soon. It says I'm going to lie down on my bunk. It says I'm going to close my eyes and try to sleep. It says tomorrow night at 11:47 p.m., I'm going to hear the emergency radio crackle to life. And I know with absolute certainty that it's right. Because it's always right. Because it's always been right. Because maybe it's not predicting the future at all. Maybe it's just reading the script. And I've been following along without realizing there were words written down. That every choice I thought I made was just a line of dialogue someone else composed. That free will is just the feeling you get when you can't see the text. The radio says I'm reaching for my pen now. It says I'm writing one final sentence. It says I'm going to ask whether anyone who reads this will wonder if their own choices are truly their own, or if somewhere, on some frequency they can't hear, a voice is calmly describing what they're about to do next. And I am writing it, right now, just like it said I would. Story 26. The needle's vibration still echoes in my bones 3 days later, a phantom hum that wakes me at 3 a.m. when the apartment building settles into its deepest silence. I press my palm against the fresh tattoo on my forearm, feeling the heat beneath the second skin bandage, and wonder if this fever is normal or if something else has taken root under my dermis. The shop wasn't supposed to be there. I'd walked past that narrow alley between the converted factory lofts 100 times, but last Tuesday the bricks seemed to part like a curtain, revealing a door I'd never noticed. The sign above read only Dermographic Archives, in letters that looked hand-carved into weathered wood. No neon, no flash sheets in the window. Just that door, slightly ajar, exhaling the scent of clove and something mineral, like wet stone. The artist who worked on me never offered a name. He had that ageless quality some people carry, where they could be 30 or 60, with hands that moved with surgical precision. When I showed him the geometric design I'd sketched, something I'd seen in a dream after too many nights reading about the city's buried history, he studied it for a long moment before speaking in a voice like gravel shifting. He'd said something about ink that breathes, about pigments mixed with compounds he'd sourced from places I wouldn't find on any map. I should have asked more questions. I should have walked away when he mentioned that the design might settle differently than expected, that what appears on the surface sometimes has deeper intentions. But I was drawn to the mystery of it, the promise of something unique, something that felt like it belonged to the obsession that had consumed my last 6 months. I'd been researching the city's foundations, the layers beneath layers, the neighborhoods that were buried when they raised the streets after the Great Fire. Old maps showed a different topology entirely, a sprawl of tunnels and basements that official records insist were all filled in or collapsed. But I'd found inconsistencies, gaps in the documentation, spaces that seemed to persist in the negative space between what was acknowledged and what was erased. The tattoo was supposed to be abstract geometry, clean lines forming impossible angles, a pattern that suggested depth without explicitly depicting anything. That's what I walked out with, carefully bandaged and throbbing with the particular pain of fresh ink. But on the third day, when I peeled away the protective layer to let it breathe, I noticed the lines had shifted. Not dramatically, just enough to make me doubt my memory. A curve where I remembered a straight edge. An intersection that seemed to have migrated half an inch down my forearm. I told myself it was the healing process, the way skin contracts and swells, the natural distortion of a three-dimensional canvas. By the fourth day, I couldn't maintain that fiction. The pattern had unmistakably changed. What had been abstract now suggested something representational. Streets, intersections. The tattoo was becoming a map, revealing itself in increments, like a photograph developing in reverse. I returned to the alley. The door was gone. Not closed, not locked. Gone. Just brick wall, mortared smooth, with no evidence that anything had ever interrupted its surface. I ran my hands over it, searching for seams, for the outline of a filled-in entrance, but found nothing. The neighboring shop owners, when I asked, looked at me with that particular blend of concern and distance that people reserve for those who might be unraveling. The fever intensified that night. I lay in bed watching shadows crawl across the ceiling, listening to sounds in the walls that I'd never noticed before. Not rats or pipes settling. Something else. A rhythm almost like breathing. Almost like whispering. My forearm burned, and when I finally surrendered to the compulsion to look, I saw the map had revealed more detail. Street names I recognized, landmarks I'd passed daily, and beneath them, rendered in lines so fine they seemed to shimmer, another layer. Foundations, basements, tunnels. The ink had changed color too. What had been simple black now showed gradations, subtle shifts between charcoal and something that looked almost red in certain light, like old blood mixed into the pigment, like rust, like clay from deep underground. I started cross-referencing the revealed map with historical documents, with the obsessive notes I'd compiled over months of research. The correlation was impossible. The tattoo showed things I'd never seen recorded anywhere, passages that supposedly didn't exist, connections between buildings that official blueprints insisted were separated by solid earth. Yet something in my gut, something deeper than logic, insisted these lines were true. The sensation of being watched began subtly. A prickle at the base of my skull in the grocery store. The feeling of eyes on my back while riding the subway. I'd turned to find nothing unusual, just the normal press of strangers in their bubbles of distraction. But the feeling persisted, intensified, until I could almost feel the weight of attention like a physical presence. My apartment began to feel different. Sounds that should have been familiar took on strange qualities. The radiator's clank became almost rhythmic, almost purposeful. The building's settling created patterns that seemed too regular to be random. And the heat, the constant heat, radiating up through the floorboards even though it was late spring, and the building's heating system had been shut off for weeks. The tattoo continued its revelation. Each morning brought new details, new depths. I could now see individual doorways marked in the underground structures, tiny symbols that might have been annotations or warnings. And the temperature variations, the way certain sections of the map seemed to pulse with warmth against my skin while others remained cool, created a thermal geography that begged to be interpreted. I knew I would have to follow it. The compulsion had grown beyond curiosity into something approaching need. The map was calling, had been calling since the moment the ink first touched my skin, and my resistance was eroding like limestone under acidic water. The first entrance was easy to find. The tattoo had marked it clearly, a basement access behind a condemned brownstone 3 blocks from my apartment. The building's back door hung loose on rusted hinges, and the stairs down descended into darkness that seemed to have texture, like black velvet curtains I could almost feel brushing my face. My phone's flashlight carved a narrow tunnel through the dark. The basement was standard at first, concrete floor and brick walls sweating with moisture. But in the far corner, behind a shelf unit that moved easier than its rust-eaten appearance suggested, I found it. A section of wall that was different, older, made of stones mortared in a pattern that predated the building above by decades at least. The opening was narrow, barely wide enough for my shoulders. The air that breathed out was warm, impossibly warm, and carried that same mineral scent from the tattoo shop, mixed with something organic and faintly sweet. Like flowers in a funeral home, like rot contained in amber. I squeezed through. My tattoo burned against the stone as I passed, and in that moment of contact, I swear I felt it move. Not the skin, the ink itself, writhing beneath the surface like something alive. The passage beyond was nothing like I'd imagined. The walls were smooth, almost polished, and warm to the touch. Not just warm, but vital, as if I were crawling through the gullet of some enormous creature. The heat increased as I descended, following the curve of the passage that matched exactly the lines that had appeared on my forearm. I found the first chamber after 20 minutes of crawling. It opened suddenly, a space perhaps 20 feet across with a ceiling lost in darkness above. The walls here weren't stone, but something else, something that looked almost like clay but felt wrong under my fingers. Too soft, too warm, and marked with symbols that matched the annotations on my tattoo. Characters I couldn't read but somehow understood meant threshold or boundary or do not proceed. But I did proceed. The map showed more chambers, deeper connections, and my tattoo had begun to itch with an intensity that bordered on pain. The ink wanted me to go deeper. Or something wanted me deeper, and the ink was just the invitation, the roadmap to my own unraveling. The second chamber contained objects, old objects, arranged in patterns that suggested ritual or purpose. Candles that looked melted but weren't burning. Books that fell apart when I tried to touch them, their pages crumbling into dust that left no residue. And drawings on the walls, done in something dark and permanent, showing figures descending into earth, showing passages and chambers and depths that went far beyond what my tattoo revealed. The heat was oppressive now. I'd stripped off my jacket, rolled up my sleeves, and still sweat ran down my back in rivulets. But it wasn't just external heat. It came from within, as if my core temperature had risen to match the environment, as if I were becoming part of this underground warmth. That's when I noticed the other maps, not on walls but on bodies, drawings on the chamber floor, images of human forms covered in the same cartographic patterns that now covered my forearm. And I understood, in a moment of clarity that felt like ice water in my veins, that I wasn't the first. Others had been marked, had been called, had descended into these spaces following their own burning invitations. I should have turned back. Every rational thought screamed to retreat, to find the surface, to seek help. But the tattoo pulled me forward with an insistence I couldn't resist. The lines on my arm now seemed to glow faintly in the dark, providing their own illumination, showing me the path deeper. The third chamber was different, smaller, more intimate, and the walls here moved. Not obviously, not dramatically, but with a subtle pulse like slow breathing. The heat had become almost unbearable, and I realized with growing horror that I could see my breath, could see condensation forming despite the temperature. As if two different realities occupied the same space, as if the physical laws here were negotiable. In the center of this chamber sat a chair, stone or metal or something else, worn smooth by use or time, and beside it, tools, needles, ink, the setup of a tattoo artist, preserved underground, waiting. My tattoo was complete now. I could see the full design revealed on my arm, a perfect map of the passages I'd followed and chambers I'd discovered. But it showed more too. Depths I hadn't yet reached. Chambers beneath chambers. And at the very bottom, at the terminus of the deepest passage, a space marked with a symbol that made my eyes water to look at directly. The pull was overwhelming. The heat had reached a fever pitch, and I realized I couldn't tell anymore where my skin ended and the air began. I was dissolving into this space, becoming part of its cartography, another line on another map that would mark another seeker. I ran. Panic finally breaking through the compulsion, I scrambled back through the passages, scraping skin on rough walls, not caring about direction, just needing to be out, to be up, to be away. The chambers seemed to rearrange themselves behind me, the routes I'd followed now leading to different spaces, to dead ends, to passages that curved back on themselves in impossible geometries. When I finally emerged, gasping, into the basement of the condemned building, the sun had set. I'd lost hours underground, but it had felt like minutes. My tattoo still burned, but differently now. No longer an invitation, but a brand, a mark of ownership. I went home. I showered until the water ran cold, scrubbing at the tattoo, trying to wash away ink that had already become permanent, already become part of me. In the mirror, I could see new lines beginning to form, spreading beyond the original design, creeping up my arm toward my shoulder. The map was growing, revealing more territory, claiming more of my skin. The sounds in my apartment have changed since then. The breathing in the walls is clearer now, more distinct. Sometimes I think I can hear voices down there, in the spaces between spaces, calling in languages older than the city above. The heat rises through my floorboards constantly now, turning my home into a sauna. Though my thermostat insists the temperature is normal, though my neighbors complain about how cold the building has become, I've stopped going out. Every surface I see suggests passages beneath it. Every building seems to contain hidden depths. The entire city has become a map written on skin, and I can read it now, can see the truth beneath the facade. We're living on a surface so thin it's transparent. We're walking on a crust that barely contains what moves below. The tattoo shop appeared again yesterday. Same alley, same door, same scent of clove and mineral. But I didn't go in. I stood outside for hours, feeling the pull, fighting the compulsion. Through the window, I could see them. Others like me, sitting in chairs, receiving their own maps, their own invitations. The ageless artist moved among them with practiced efficiency, mixing inks with compounds that seemed to move on their own, that seemed to know exactly where they needed to go. He saw me watching, looked up and met my eyes through the glass, and smiled with something that might have been pride, or might have been pity, or might have been recognition that I'd already become what he'd designed me to become. Tonight, the tattoo revealed its final secret. Not a new chamber or a deeper passage, but a location. Coordinates written in ink so fine I needed a magnifying glass to read them. They mark a spot 3 blocks from here, under a building I pass every day on my way to work. A place where the map promises something different. Not heat, but cold. Not descent, but transformation. I know I'll go. The compulsion is too strong now, has integrated too deeply into whatever I've become. The question isn't whether I'll follow the map to its conclusion, but what I'll find when I arrive. Whether there's anything human left in these spaces, or if the heat has already transformed those who came before into something else. Something that needs new skin, new maps, new vessels to continue the cartography. My forearm burns as I write this, the ink moving beneath the surface, adding new details, new refinements. The map is never complete. There are always more depths to chart, more passages to mark, and I'm beginning to understand that I'm not reading this map. I'm becoming it. The walls are breathing faster now. The heat is rising. And somewhere below, in chambers that exist in the spaces between blueprints and reality, something is waiting. Something that has been waiting since before the city was built, since before the streets were raised, since before anyone thought to mark the difference between above and below. I should be afraid. Part of me is screaming to run, to seek help, to find some way to undo what's been done. But another part, the part that's already more ink than skin, more map than man, feels only anticipation. The cartography isn't finished. The territory isn't fully revealed. And every map needs its maker, its keeper, its living archive. Tomorrow, I'll follow the coordinates. I'll find that final chamber, that cold space in the midst of all this heat. And I'll learn whether this has all been real, or if I've simply been following the contours of my own unraveling mind, tracing paranoia across my skin in permanent ink. But does it matter? Real or imagined, the map is complete. The invitation has been accepted, and the passage down has always been easier than the climb back up. The only question left is what happens to the map when the mapmaker descends too deep to surface. Does it fade from the skin? Does it transfer to another seeker? Or does it simply remain a permanent cartography on abandoned flesh, waiting in some underground chamber for the next person foolish enough to think they're following a path, when really the path has been following them all along? My tattoo glows faintly in the dark. The lines pulse with that deep, impossible warmth. And somewhere beneath my apartment, beneath the city, beneath everything we've built to separate ourselves from the earth, something ancient and patient continues its slow breathing, continues its careful cartography, continues marking territory one layer of skin at a time. Story 27. The padlock hung open on the chain-link fence, rust flaking off like dried blood onto my fingers. I hadn't expected that. The Riverside skating rink had been shuttered for 3 years, since the owner disappeared and the bank foreclosed. And yet here was the gate, swinging slightly in the October wind as if someone had just passed through. I told myself I was only checking on the property. As the court-appointed assessor, that was my job. But the truth sat heavier in my chest. I needed to see it again. The rink where I'd spent every Friday night of my teenage years, where the music had been loud enough to drown out everything wrong with the world outside. The building squatted ahead like a beached ship, its corrugated metal walls streaked with grime and tagged with half-hearted graffiti. The parking lot had split into jagged sections, weeds forcing their way through asphalt with the patience of years. My footsteps echoed too loudly in the empty space, and I found myself walking on the balls of my feet, though I couldn't have said why. The front entrance was boarded up, but I knew the side door near the old concession stand. That lock had always been temperamental. It took 3 tries and a hard shoulder shove, but the door groaned inward, exhaling stale air that tasted of mildew and something sweeter, almost like cinnamon. The emergency lights still worked somehow, casting everything in a sickly amber glow that made shadows pool in the corners like spilled ink. I checked my watch out of habit. 3:47 p.m. Plenty of daylight left, though you wouldn't know it in here. The corridor stretched ahead, lined with faded posters advertising skate nights from 2019, their edges curled and colors bleached to pastels. A drinking fountain dripped with metronomic persistence, each drop hitting the metal basin with a sound that seemed to travel too far in the stillness. The main rink opened up before me, and for a moment I forgot to breathe. The wooden floor stretched out in that familiar oval, scuffed and dulled but still intact. The disco ball hung from the center of the ceiling like a mechanical heart, its mirrors catching the emergency lights and scattering them into weak constellations across the walls. The DJ booth sat elevated at the far end, its darkened windows looking down at me with something that felt uncomfortably like attention. And the clocks. There were 3 of them, vintage analog models mounted on the walls at intervals around the rink. I'd never paid them much attention before, but now they stood out, their faces too white in the dimness, their hands frozen at different times. The closest one read 11:23. The one across the rink showed 4:15. The third, barely visible near the bathrooms, seemed to be stuck at 7:08. I walked onto the rink floor itself, and my shoes made a different sound than I expected. Not quite the click of street shoes on wood, but something softer, more absorbed, as if the floor itself was listening. The air felt different here, thicker somehow, pressing against my eardrums until I had to work my jaw to equalize the pressure. That's when the speakers crackled to life. The sound made me jerk around so hard I nearly lost my footing. A staticky hum filled the space, growing from whisper to roar in seconds. Then music, actual music, began to pour from the speakers mounted around the rink's perimeter. Not modern music, but the kind I remembered from years ago. Don't Stop Believin' by Journey. The opening piano notes instantly recognizable, instantly wrong in this dead place. My throat had gone dry. I spun slowly, searching for movement, for any sign of who had turned on the sound system. The DJ booth remained dark. The emergency exit doors stayed closed. I was alone. I had to be alone. The song played on, Steve Perry's voice filling the cavernous space with desperate optimism. I found myself moving toward the nearest clock, drawn by a need to anchor myself to something concrete, something measurable. The one that had read 11:23 from across the room now showed 11:30. But that was impossible. I'd been inside for maybe 2 minutes, not 7 hours. I pulled out my phone to check the time, but the screen was black. Dead battery, though I'd charged it fully before leaving the office. With hands that wanted to shake, I pressed the button on my watch. The digital display flickered and steadied, 3:40 p.m. But I'd checked it before entering, and it had been 3:47. My watch had gone backward 7 minutes. The song continued, building toward the chorus, and I stood frozen in place, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Trying to remember if I'd always been this afraid of quiet buildings, of places where I'd once been happy. The therapy sessions after the breakdown 2 years ago had helped, or so I'd thought. Dr. Reeves had assured me the paranoia was manageable, that the medication would keep the edges soft. But edges had a way of sharpening when you weren't looking. The chorus hit, and I realized I was waiting for something. My shoulders were tensed, my breath held, every part of me anticipating. What? The song played on, faithful to every note I remembered from countless Friday nights. And then it stopped. Not faded out. Not reached its natural conclusion. Just stopped, cutting off mid-word with the abruptness of a switch being thrown. The silence that followed was worse than any sound. I tried to count the seconds before the next song started, but I lost track somewhere around 15 because that's when I heard it. A voice, barely audible, woven into the static that still hissed from the speakers. Not singing. Not speaking exactly. Just the suggestion of speech, like listening to a conversation in an adjacent room with a wall between you and understanding. The next song began, Take On Me by Aha. The synthesizer opening bounced off the walls, artificially cheerful, and I felt my stomach twist. This had been on the playlist. I remembered the playlist. The DJ, what was his name? Something with a V, had played the same rotation every Friday night for months, the songs bleeding into one another in a sequence I'd known by heart. I started walking around the rink's perimeter, following the old instinct even though I wasn't wearing skates, even though the floor should have been too slick under my street shoes, but somehow wasn't. The speakers mounted on the walls became waypoints, each one I passed humming with electrical life that shouldn't exist in a building with no power beyond emergency lighting. The song built toward its famous moment, the one where the drums kick in and the lead singer's voice goes high and urgent, and I found myself counting down in my head. 3, 2, 1. It stopped. Not at the chorus. Before it. A fraction of a second before the next word, the word I was already hearing in my head. A word that sounded too much like... The speakers clicked, and silence rushed back in like water filling a hole. My hands were trembling now. I shoved them in my pockets and forced myself to keep walking, to check the property like I was supposed to. The bathrooms were ahead, their doors hanging crooked on broken hinges. Beyond them, the old arcade area where vintage machines had once blinked and beeped. Through the window in the door that led to the back offices, I could see papers scattered across desks, coffee mugs sitting where they'd been left 3 years ago when everyone stopped showing up. Normal. It all looked normal, or at least as normal as abandonment could look. "I'm fine," I said aloud, and my voice came out strange, flattened by the acoustics. "I'm fine. This is just an assessment. Get it done and leave." The speakers crackled in response, and I knew, with the absolute certainty of nightmares, that another song was coming. "Sweet Child O' Mine," Guns N' Roses. The opening guitar riff curled through the air, and I had to lean against the wall because my legs had suddenly forgotten how to bear weight properly. This exact song had been playing the last night I'd been here, the last night before everything had started to unravel, before the voices in my head had gotten louder than the music, before Dr. Reeves and the white rooms and the medications that made everything feel like it was happening underwater. I watched the clock nearest to me as the song played, watched the second hand sweep around its face in perfect rhythm, except it wasn't perfect at all. It was moving just slightly too slow, each tick lasting a fraction longer than it should, stretching time like taffy. When I checked my watch again, 3:38 p.m., another 2 minutes back. The guitar solo approached, Slash's fingers dancing across frets in a pattern I could have hummed from memory, and I pressed my palms against my ears even though I knew it wouldn't help. Even though the sound wasn't really coming from outside but from inside, from some place in my head where the music had been stored all these years, preserved in perfect detail. The song stopped. 1 second before the next note. 1 second before. The silence held something this time. A presence. I could feel it the way you can feel someone standing behind you in a dark room. The emergency lights flickered once, twice, and in those moments of darkness, I swore I saw shapes on the rink floor. Not shadows, exactly. Impressions. Dozens of them, moving in the counterclockwise pattern we'd always skated, circling endlessly in place. "Who's there?" The question escaped before I could stop it, and the speakers caught it, amplified it, threw it back at me from a dozen directions until I was surrounded by my own voice asking, then static, low and continuous, and buried in it. Yes, definitely buried in it now. Words. A voice that might have been male or female, young or old, that seemed to be calling something, repeating something over and over in a rhythm that matched the pulse hammering in my temples. I pulled my hands away from my ears and listened, really listened, trying to parse meaning from the noise. The words were right there, right on the edge of comprehension. And if I could just focus, if I could just... Another song started. Every breath you take. The police. The opening chords fell like dropped ice cubes, sharp and cold, and I was moving before I made the conscious decision to move, heading for the exit, for the side door I'd come through, for anywhere that wasn't here with the music and the backward clocks and the feeling that the air itself was pressing in, demanding something, needing something. The door was locked. I rattled the handle, threw my shoulder against it, but the lock that had been broken minutes ago was now somehow sealed, the metal refusing to give even a millimeter. Through the small window in the door, I could see the parking lot, see my car sitting exactly where I'd left it, could see the October sky beginning to purple with approaching evening, but none of it mattered because I couldn't reach it. The song continued behind me. Sting's voice wrapped around the verses with a possessiveness that felt like fingers on skin. I turned back to the rink because what else could I do? The space looked different now, or maybe I was seeing it properly for the first time. The disco ball was rotating slowly despite there being no motor, no power, catching the light and throwing it around in patterns that seemed less random than before, more purposeful. The 3 clocks all showed different times, but as I watched, their second hands synchronized, ticking in unison, all of them moving backward now, clearly, visibly backward. My watch, 3:33 p.m. The song built toward its bridge, and I knew with the sick certainty of fever dreams that this would be the moment. This would be when it stopped. This would be when I would finally hear what the silence had been protecting me from. I stood in the center of the rink, under the slowly spinning disco ball, and closed my eyes. If this was another break with reality, if Dr. Reeves had been wrong about the medication working, then I would face it. I would listen. I would hear whatever I needed to hear. The music swelled, the final repetition of the chorus approaching, Sting's voice insisting that every breath, every move, every step. The speakers cut out. In the ringing quiet that followed, I heard it. Not from the speakers this time, but from the air itself, from the walls, from the floor beneath my feet. A voice calling out a name. My name. Not the one on my driver's license or my court documents, but the nickname I'd used back then, the name I'd left behind along with everything else from those years. The name only a handful of people had ever known, the name I'd never told anyone about in the 3 years since I'd started over. I opened my eyes, and every clock showed the same time now, 3:40 p.m., the exact moment I'd stepped through the door, the exact moment everything had been normal, or as normal as my life ever got. My phone buzzed in my pocket, impossible, with its dead battery, and I pulled it out to find it fully charged, the time display reading 3:54 p.m. A text message from the court office asking about the assessment report. The emergency lights held steady. The speakers were silent. The disco ball hung motionless above me. When I tried the side door again, it opened easily, swinging outward to reveal the parking lot golden with late afternoon sun. I stood on the threshold, half in and half out, and looked back at the rink one final time. The clocks had reset themselves, all showing times that almost made sense. The air no longer pressed. The floor looked like just a floor, but I could still feel it. The weight of whatever had been trying to speak, to be heard, to make itself known through the only language it had left. The music, the backward time, the name spoken in the silence. I drove away without filing the report, and I didn't look back. But that night, lying in bed with the medication I'd skipped for 6 months now sitting untouched on my nightstand, I thought about Dr. Reeves asking if I'd been experiencing auditory hallucinations again. Thought about how carefully I'd said no, how convincingly I'd played stable. And as I drifted towards sleep, I heard it one more time. Faint, distant, but unmistakable. The opening notes of another song from that old playlist, coming from somewhere that couldn't exist. Building toward another moment I would never quite reach. Another name I would never quite hear. My watch read 11:47 p.m. But the last time I'd checked, it had been 11:54. I was 7 minutes behind again, and somewhere in the dark, the music was still playing. Story 28. Whew, the old rail yard shouldn't have been there at all. I'd walked past that intersection for 3 years, taking the same route from my apartment to the station every morning, and the warehouse had always been just that, a warehouse. Corrugated metal walls, faded company logo, nothing remarkable. But that Tuesday in late October, the fog rolled in thick from the river, and when it cleared around noon, there it was. A gap in the fence I'd never noticed, revealing the skeletal framework of what looked like a maintenance shed, and inside it, the dark silhouette of a locomotive. I should have kept walking. The evening commute home pulled me back to that spot. Something about the way the locomotive sat in there, perfectly still, untouched by rust or time, made my footsteps slow. The shed's glass walls were grimy, opaque with years of industrial grime, but as I stood there in the gathering darkness, I noticed something strange. The temperature had dropped sharply, my breath misting in front of my face, and from somewhere inside that sealed shed, vapor was rising. Not steam, not exactly. It moved wrong, sluggish and heavy, pressing against the glass from the inside like something trying to escape. And where it touched the windows, it left marks, numbers, clear, deliberate, etched in the condensation, 714, 3-22, 518, 931. I told myself it was just temperature differential, random patterns my mind was organizing into meaning. I took a photo with my phone, though the image came out blurred, the numbers barely visible smudges against the dark glass. The cold seemed to intensify as I stood there, seeping through my coat. and I became aware of how empty the street was, how silent. The next morning I almost forgot about it. The routine of the commute has a way of erasing small oddities, smoothing them over with the mundane rhythm of platform announcements and squealing brakes. I boarded my usual train, the 7:42, to downtown, and found my regular spot in the third car. But as I settled into my seat, something nagged at me. The train felt emptier than usual. Not unusual for a Wednesday, but the specific seats that were vacant kept drawing my eye. Row 7, seat 14. Row 3, seat 22. My hands went cold. I pulled out my phone, fumbling with the screen until I found the blurred photo from the night before. The numbers stared back at me, fuzzy but undeniable. I looked up slowly, scanning the car. Row 5, seat 18, empty. I stood, my legs unsteady, and moved toward the door between cars. Through the scratched plastic window, I could see into the adjacent car. Row 9, seat 31, vacant. The train lurched into motion, and I grabbed a handrail to steady myself. Around me, other passengers read their phones, dozed, stared blankly ahead. No one else seemed to notice. No one else seemed to care that those specific seats remained empty despite the usual morning crowd. I spent the entire ride counting, recounting, making sure I hadn't misread the seat numbers, checking the photo obsessively until my stop came and I stumbled onto the platform. At work, I couldn't focus. The fluorescent lights buzzed too loudly. The air conditioning hummed with a frequency that set my teeth on edge. I tried to convince myself it was coincidence, pattern recognition run amok. The human brain is designed to find patterns, even where none exist. But I couldn't shake the image of that vapor, deliberate and purposeful, writing those numbers on the glass. That evening, I detoured past the rail yard again. Told myself I wouldn't, that I'd take a different route home, but my feet carried me there anyway. The locomotive sat in its shed like a sleeping beast, and as I approached, that same unnatural cold descended. The temperature gauge on a nearby building read 58 degrees, but my breath came out in thick plumes, and frost crackled across the puddles at my feet. The vapor began almost immediately, as if the locomotive knew I was there. It pressed against the glass, and this time I watched the numbers form. 28, 6 to 19, 4 27, 8, 12, 11, 33. 5 sequences instead of 4. My hands shook as I wrote them down in the Notes app on my phone, my fingers so numb I could barely work the touchscreen. A sound came from inside the shed. Not the hiss of steam or creak of metal, but something that might have been breathing. Deep, rhythmic, impossibly slow. The kind of breathing that belongs to something large waiting in the dark. I ran. The morning train revealed the truth of those numbers with mechanical precision. Every single seat I'd written down sat empty in those same cars, scattered across the train in a pattern that seemed random to everyone but me. An elderly man stood in the aisle rather than take seat 28. A woman with groceries sat on the floor near the doors instead of claiming 619. They didn't seem to notice anything wrong. They simply avoided those spots without conscious thought, the way you might step around a crack in the sidewalk without looking down. But I noticed. I noticed everything now. The way the lights flickered when we passed certain sections of track. The way the other passengers' faces seemed slightly wrong in my peripheral vision, their features sliding and reforming when I wasn't looking directly at them. The way the train car felt colder the longer I rode, as if something was slowly draining the warmth from the air. I started mapping it. Graph paper spread across my apartment floor, the city's rail system recreated in careful lines and notations. Every night I visited the rail yard, and every night the locomotive breathed its cold vapor against the glass, leaving new numbers for me to find. The pattern expanded, grew more complex. Sometimes the numbers appeared in sequence. Sometimes they scrambled themselves, rearranging while I watched until they formed something new. The other passengers began to feel it too, I think. I saw them hesitate before boarding, their eyes lingering on certain cars without understanding why. The trains ran emptier now, even during rush hour. People found reasons to take buses, to call in sick, to work from home. But they didn't talk about it. No one talked about it. The city moved around this absence, this growing void in the daily routine, as if acknowledging it would make it real. I couldn't stop going to the rail yard. Every evening, without fail, I stood outside that shed while the cold crept into my bones and the vapor wrote its messages. The numbers covered my walls now, taped up in overlapping sheets, connected by red string like a conspiracy theorist's fever dream. But this wasn't paranoia. This was real. The locomotive was predicting something, warning about something, and I was the only one who could see it. 3 weeks in, the pattern shifted. The numbers started repeating, the same sequences appearing night after night. 7:14, 3:22, 5:18, 9:31. The original 4. I checked the trains obsessively, riding different lines at different times, and those seats stayed empty regardless of which route I took. They'd become permanent voids in the city's transit system, gaps that everyone unconsciously worked around. That's when I noticed the cold wasn't confined to the rail yard anymore. It followed me. In my apartment, frost formed on the inside of the windows. At the office, my coworkers started wearing sweaters at their desks, though the thermostat read a comfortable 72 degrees. The cold radiated from me, I realized, a chill that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with proximity to something that shouldn't be. I began to wonder if the locomotive was abandoned at all. Some nights, standing outside the shed, I swore I could see movement in the darkness beyond the glass. Not the sharp, mechanical movement of machinery, but something organic and patient, waiting. The breathing sound grew louder, more distinct, until I could almost convince myself I heard words in it. Almost, but not quite. Just syllables at the edge of understanding, repeated over and over in that slow, glacial rhythm. The thought occurred to me, sudden and terrible. What if the numbers weren't predictions? What if they were invitations? I stopped riding the trains, started taking taxis, walking, anything to avoid those cars and their empty seats. But the rail yard still pulled me back each evening, a magnetic compulsion I couldn't resist. The locomotive wanted me to see, needed me to understand. The vapor pressed harder against the glass now, the numbers larger, more insistent. Sometimes they appeared in clusters, overlapping until the entire window was white with frost and condensation. Sometimes they formed shapes that weren't quite letters, symbols from some alphabet I'd never learned. My supervisor suggested I take some time off, said I looked unwell, that I'd been acting strangely. I agreed, nodded along, promised to rest. But that evening I went back to the rail yard as always, and the locomotive showed me something new. The vapor didn't form numbers this time. It cleared instead, wiping the grime from the windows in slow, deliberate circles. Through the clean glass, I could see the locomotive properly for the first time. It was older than I'd thought, older than steam power, older than rail itself. The metal was wrong, the angles impossible, the whole structure seeming to phase in and out of solidity as I watched. And in the cab, where the engineer should sit, something moved. Not a person, not anything close to human, just a suggestion of presence, a density in the darkness that watched me watch it. And I understood, in that moment of horrible clarity, that the empty seats weren't predictions or warnings. They were spaces being held, kept vacant and waiting for the people who would eventually claim them, for the passengers who would finally see the pattern, understand the message, and board the train that would take them somewhere else entirely. The locomotive wasn't abandoned. It was patient. I should have turned away then. Should have run, moved to another city, burned my maps and notes and forced myself to forget. But the cold had settled too deep inside me by then, had become part of my circulation, my breath, my thoughts. I understood what it wanted, what it had been trying to tell me all along. That night, I didn't go home. I stayed outside the rail yard until dawn, watching the vapor write and rewrite its messages on the glass. The numbers had changed again, new sequences appearing in the frost. 12-7, 1-15, 2-23, 4-9. 4 new empty spaces on tomorrow's trains. 4 new invitations extended to passengers who didn't yet know they'd been chosen. The morning train arrived at 7:42, right on schedule. I boarded the third car, my usual car, and walked past the clustered commuters to row 7. Seat 14 sat empty despite the crowd, a small island of absence in the pressed-together mass of humanity. I stood over it, feeling the cold that radiated from that space, the subtle wrongness that kept everyone else away without them knowing why. The train began to move, pulling away from the platform. Through the window, I caught a glimpse of the rail yard in the distance, that gap in the fence I'd never noticed before. The locomotive sat in its shed, barely visible in the early morning light. But I could see it clearly now, could always see it. The way you can always feel a wound even after it stops bleeding. I didn't sit in seat 714. Not yet. But I stood beside it as the train carried us through the city, feeling the cold seep deeper, watching the other passengers avoid these specific spots through some instinct they couldn't name, waiting for the moment when the cold would finally settle completely, when I would understand what the locomotive had been preparing me for all along. The vapor still writes its numbers every night. I check them obsessively, mapping the new empty seats, watching the pattern expand and contract like something breathing. The trains run emptier now. The city feels colder. And sometimes, late at night in my apartment, I hear that sound from the rail yard. That slow, rhythmic breathing that might be machinery or might be something else entirely. The locomotive is patient. It's been patient for longer than the city has existed, longer than anyone can remember. And it knows, as I'm beginning to know, that eventually everyone finds their seat. Eventually, everyone takes the train that's been waiting for them. I just don't know yet where it's going, or if I want to find out. But I will. I know I will. Because the cold is inside me now, and it's writing new numbers on the frost-covered windows of my mind. Numbers I'm learning to read. Numbers that might be coordinates or arrival times or something else entirely. And each morning, I board that train and stand among those empty seats, feeling the space they hold open, understanding more and more that they're not empty at all. They're occupied by something I can't quite see yet. Something that's waiting for me to finally understand and sit down. Something that breathes in time with the locomotive's ancient rhythm. And every night, the vapor writes its message on the glass, clearer and more insistent. Soon,